it's a triple kill. Another ejector on the E1. And ladies and gentlemen, it's just a matter of time.
No! Clotizzi, he makes it out! He emotes in victory!
Wait a minute, he's going on a 1v1. And he walks out with a kill. Lemon, are you insane or what? You're still going for it. And oh my, so as well as JPL, they are going down.
Day 3 of M2 World Championship did not disappoint and concluded the group stage with drama, intensity, and world-class gameplay. 10-second Gaming Frost surprised the odds by eliminating one of the home ground teams, ending RSG's M2 journey.
There's still a wagon in mid. Down bottom, they're marching in as well. Sheena looking low. That's going to be it. Mountain Shocker just to make sure that's game one. Just a few moments left, Gideon. This is scary. That's going to be one knockout, and that might be it. There's no way they're going to defend this. 10 seconds Gaming Frost. The anime comeback.
Next, Alter Ego took care of Unique Devo and moved on to the lower bracket.
Crushing right in.
Way of the Dragon, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the collapse happening here for the side of Unique Devo.
Fully on the aggression as defender, he's out of base. He needs to get back right inside. All the minutes on deck. Defender with the light nose here, trying to clear everything as he can. How long can he stand though? As Unique Devo won't fall.
Very nice.
And Toda overcame DreamHack of Brazil in an extremely close match.
Unstoppable force throw into the back ejector. Luis gets a kill.
Oh, this is huge! E1 pulls all three in, and they manage to take them all out. Gonna come back with the immortality, but this is gonna be a full-on fight. They wanted Luis dashes out of the way with the quad channel, and now they picked up. Todak have found the opportunity.
Oh, they're gonna go for the neck. They're gonna try to end right here.
Last but not least, EVOS SG wrapped up the last playoff spot by defeating Impunity KH.
Look at the Lord. Oh my goodness! Potato does get it in the hand and it's looking bleak for Impunity. They got nowhere to run. Pokemon might just actually give his life for that effort. Is a change coming in? Oh, Potato! Torn him apart.
Falling low. Power of Wilderness was there. Falling Star moving on too. Nightmare is down. Rookie, the last one alive, and EVOS SG. They are gonna go to the playoffs.
Nice.
Are you ready for the playoffs of the M2 World Championship? Join the fight and let's enjoy the show.
「さあ皆様こんにちは。世界一のチームを決める大会モバイルレジェンド世界選手権 M2 のプレーオフ1日目の模様をお届けしてまいります。本日実況を務めます山下勝弘です。よろしくお願いいたします。イエイ。そして解説はもちろんこの方。
ヘイブロモバイルレジェンド公認 YouTuber の和樹です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
とうとう来ましたね、山下さん。
とうとう来ました。プレーオフでございます。和樹さん。
はい。
さあ、激戦グループリーグを勝ち抜いた8チームが、本日プレーオフに出場すると。
そうそうたる面々で、しかも MPL 非開催国だと日本だけなんですよね。
日本のみ。
これすごいですよ。
とんでもないチームのラインナップの1チームに天セカが組み込まれるということでございます。今回プレーオフは、こういったオフライン形式で、選手同士が同じ会場で、やるということで、セットもバチコリ組まれておりますので興奮しますね。
そうですね。
はい。ということで、簡単に説明をさせていただきます。本日は、3日間にわたるグループステージを勝ち抜いた8チームによるプレーオフトーナメントとなっております。10セカンドゲーミングフロストは、下位のトーナメントの方に組み込まれておりまして、下位トーナメント1試合でも落としてしまうとその時点で終了。まさにデッドは荒い。 負けられない戦いとなっております。
はい、
全試合 BO3 禁止ヒーローはパキートとなっております。本日の配信は約20秒ほどの遅延配信となっております。よろしくお願いいたします。この後選手たちの登場があるということで、それまでお待ちいただきたいと思います。
ステージすごかったですね。
もう照明や
ちらっと出してましたけど、
そうですね、
はい、
あそこに登場するメンバーたちのもう緊張感というか高揚感っていうのがありそうですけども、
ここからまずは楽しんでいただけたらと。
そうですね、
はい、
一昨日ですね、RSG との戦いも手に汗握る展開でございましたけども、あちらの方がね、天セカの、持てる力を出し切ったような試合だったと思いますけども、
はい、かなり勢いから違ってましたし、ここで決めきるんだという覚悟が見えた、非常に感動する試合だったと思います。
試合終了後、選手たちの笑顔、ほっとした様子と、
そうですね、
あれが良かったでございますけども、この後、12時半ほどから、バンピック開始という情報を得ておりますので、それまでお待ちください。天セカは、簡単に言いますと連続5試合勝てば優勝です、はい、簡単に言うと5試合勝てば優勝となっておりますけども、
簡単に見えますけど長い道のりですよ。はい、
今日から3日間プレーオフはありますのでね、
はい、
最終日までまずは1日目、本日は全4試合が行われます。この後天セカ&ゲーミングフロスト VS アルタエゴ、その次の2試合目がトダック VS エボス SG、 3試合目ブーミスグールズ VS ブレン e スポーツ、そして最終試合オメガ e スポーツ VS RRQ という試合のラインナップで行っております。天セカ運がいいのか悪いのか全て第1試合から登場しておりますけど、今のところ
そうなんですよね。この時間で行くと、日本だとお仕事とか、そうなん学校があったりとか、
まだ平日
ですね。
なんです
その中でも応援してきてくださる方、本当にありがとうございます。
今を塗って応援してきてくださる皆様、本当にありがとうございます。さあ、本日の対戦相手、和樹さん、
はい、
アルタエゴ。
1戦目の雪辱を出しましょうと、あの時はまだチャレンジャーでしたけど、今回我々リベンジャーなんで、
うまい、
韻を踏んでます。
リベンジャー。チャレンジャー、リベンジャー、
その話はもうやめましょう。そこまでに
間違った、はい、間違えました、今、はい、さあ、リベンジャーでも確かにそうですね、これ、言い方を変えれば、早々にアルタエゴを潰すチャンスが来たということで、アルタエゴも今回、下位リーグですから、
はい、
これ、負けてしまうと、その時点で M2 終
了。
そう
なんですよ。
まさかでございますけども、
アルタエゴはですね、今のそのインドネシア現世界最強と言われているチームです。
世界ナンバーワン、
はい、
はい、さあ、それに対してどう立ち向かうか、天セカンドゲーミングフロスト、やはりアルタエゴの方は、核となる選手、アーマット選手が1人出られていないということで、本来の力は出し切れてないというところはあるかもしれないんですけども、
はい、
ブレインに対してストレート負けを期す
そうです
場面
ね。
もありましたので、チーム状況がどういったものか。
やはりその普段の、MPL だとかというのは、シーズンを通して戦っていくので、相手の傾向だとか、得意有利なマッチアップが組みやすいんですけども、
なるほどなるほど。
なんで今回はその今までにあった過去の情報から拾ってきての対策でしかなかったと思うので、ただおそらく逆を言ったら、
はい、
アルタエゴはブレにリベンジする、ところを今視野に入れて、
はい、
もちろん優勝までの道のりを考えてらっしゃると思うんですけども、
ここから、ブレンにたどり着くまでは4試合連続で勝たないと、
はい、
ブレンに立ち上がれない。もちろんブレンが上位リーグで順当に勝ち進めばのことにはなりますけども、
はい、もちろん隙はないと思うんですけども、まず1戦目から勢いを増して天セカがガッといければ、
そうですね、
はい、
まだまだわからない。プレーオフの前、グループステージのアルタエゴの戦い2戦目、かなり天セカ押す場面もあったり、いい試合をしておりましたので、そういったものを見せていただけるか、本日。そして勢いに乗っているのは天セカじゃないんでしょうか。
そうですね、
RSG との戦い、
はい、非常に震えましたね。
はい、感動すら覚えましたので、ね、
はい、
あの試合。さあ、やはり中心人物となってくるのは精神的支柱でもあり、試合のコントロールを司るリーダー、オブヤン、はい、こちらでございます。海外の記事でもオブヤン選手かなり出てきているようで、
そうですね、
注目度が高くなっておりますけども、はい、さあ、それを率いるタンクセブニア、そして格闘のあるシナ、 それをフォローしていくレーナーたち、ペコ、コロ、パパ。さあ、本日はどういうラインナップで来るのかも楽しみでございます。さあ、間もなくオープニングの方が始まるということで、選手たちの登場があると。
そうですよね。
はい。
今日からプレイオフのデイ1になるので、
Day1。
いきなり試合とかではないんですよね。
そうです。いきなり試合始まりますのではなく、一度選手たちの入場から1試合目に移るということになっておりまして、試合開始は12時半頃予定しております。その間、我々でもこの時間自由に使えますので、和樹さん。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
はい、
よろしくお願いします。さあ、ちょっと今までの試合を振り返ってみていきたいんですけども、まず10セカンドゲームで今まで7試合しております。
はい。
その中で、ストレート負け、そして RSG も第1戦目を取られ、5連敗からの2連勝。
はい。
はい。やはり大きく変わったのは、ピックから構成を変えてきた。あれが一つの要因に挙げられるのでしょうか。
そうですね。ですし、天セカ側が勝ってる試合というのは、すべて相手ジャングル側で、有利を取って、そのまま持っていくというので、逆転っていうのはそこから生まれにくかったんですよね。RSG の、3試合目だったかな、が少しちょっと危なげなシーンはあったんですけども、
後半ちょっとね、さすがプロチームというところでした。
ただ、勢いとして、かなり前のめりにいけていたというのが勝ちのパターンに見えています。ただこのパターンっていうのはアルターエゴだとかブレインインセルトもそうで、まずは一番気になるマッチアップっていうのはタンクサポートの相手ジャングルへの圧力のかけ方だと思っています。
なるほど。1戦目アルターエゴの試合ではかなり序盤からレオ・マーフィーやそしてウディル、そういったところに荒らされているというところありましたので、今度は逆にそれあれ近い。
そうですそうです。
はい。
なんでどうしても相手にジャングル侵入されると、それをさばかなければいけないという小手に回ってしまうので、その段階で主導権を相手に握られてしまう。で、かなりハードルに対しての意識が高かったんですよね。
なるほど。
はい。なんで、各レーンのゴールドプレートを例えば4人で割りに行くだとかっていうのが日本のマクロではあるんですけども、といったところではなくて、まずはタートルを取る、そしてタートル周りでタートルファイト、集団性を仕掛けていって、そこから有利を持っていくというのがすごく多い傾向だったので、
確かにその RSG 戦の転生か、海外のような動きでしたもんね。少し変わってきたというところで、注目の第1試合目、10セカンドゲーミングフロスト VS アルタエゴ e スポーツのチームデータ、M2 のチームデータが出ております。10セカは現在7戦7ゲーム、そしてアルタエゴは6ゲームをしております。はい。まあこの M2 になれるという意味でも1戦多いと取るのか、それともアルタエゴの方が1戦少なく済んでいるのかと取るのか。
アルターエゴはまだ余力は残しているんですよね。というのは、アルターエゴのドラフトピックって基本的にメンバーで決めてるんではなくて、コーチが指示を出して、今回はこのテーマでやろうというようなコンセプトを持って、予選を抜けてきているんですよ。例えば、デウスルートですかね、ロシアのデウスルート戦では、あえてナタリアを開けて、ナタリアの対策を実践していこうとか、それが通用するのかどうかとか。
恐ろしいですね、そういうことをこの本番の場面で試すことができる。
そうなんですよ。
恐ろしい。そしてロード獲得率、そしてタートルを獲得した回数ということでございますが、後半からねタートルの獲得意識が向いたので、昨日までのデータですとこのタートル獲得 0. いくつというデータだったんですけども、1まで伸ばしてきております。
正直ここのデータというのは勝ち試合と負け試合すべてトータル指定になるので、
今回の試合すべてですね。さあどこまでというところがありますが、しかしながらやはり現状ほぼほぼアルタエゴ e スポーツの方が数字では上回っていると。
そうですね。ただRSG の時もかなり数字差があったんですけど、
確かに
結局蓋開けてみて
そうですね、
わからんので、
生ものですからね、どうなるかはわからない。
これあれですね、普通のランキングモードとかでメダルの色でそのプレーの動きを評価するとかって、フルパー同士5対5とかの戦い同士だと、例えばメダルの色がどうでもかなり貢献しているとかってあったりするので、
全くそこはわからないと。そしてチェンセカとアルタエゴを使用しているヒーロー数は22と同じということになっておりますね。
なんで両チームここまでいろんな形を試してきたとも捉えられますし、
確かに、
相手に対策を取りにくいというような 取らせにくいというような。
この中1日空いた状況で天セカ側どう対策対応、
はい
そして修正をしてきたか。もう修正しましたという言葉はちょっと流行語になりそうですけども、オブヤン選手の楽しみにしております。さあ本日はどういうラインナップで来るのか、先週のスターティングラインナップ待ちたいと思っております。おそらくですけどもアルタエゴは変えてこないような感じはしてるんですけども、どうですかね。
やはり核となるのが、ミッドのコア、セリボーイ選手、そして、タンクのレオ・マーフィー選手、サポートのウディル選手、
はい、
でレオ・マーフィー選手とウディル選手で相手に圧力をかける、でその間、セリボーイ選手はファームをしている。で面白いのが、ジャングルだけを回るようなファームではなくて、ゴールドレーンの裏処理に行ったりだとか、
はい、
ミニオンのレーンをサイドレーンを吸って、タートルに合流するんですよ。で、ミッドレーンはあんまり手つけないんですよね。
そうですね、
はい、
そこは後回しというわけではないけども、重要視するポイントがそういったところ
というよりそのミッドのミニオンを、ウディル選手のメイジに吸わせて、
そうですね、
はい、ミッドメイジも火力を出せる状態にさせると。
はい、なのでウディルのダメージ出力がかなり化け物みたいになっておりましたけども、さあそれに対して天セカ側、昨日の RSG 新たな構成見ててきまして、オブバンナー、そしてセブニアボボクボ、さあコロの神楽なんかもありましたけども、
そうですね、
それをどうしていくか。
そのリプレイだとかを、見返して研究をしていると、
はい、
オブバンナがかなりそのオブヤン選手の、シルバンナがですね、かなり相手に圧力をかけて相手のコアをソロキルさせていただくしてるシーンなんかもすごい目立ってたんですけども、実は集団戦の中で、相手のイニシエートを止める役割はしっかり、セブニア選手のボボクバがしていたりだとか、
はい、
だからその中盤のラインっていうんですかね、芯となる部分がしっかりと各々の役割をしていたと。
そうですね、
はい、
そこに対しては本当にレオ・マーフィーやウディルにも負けないぐらいの
そうですね、
ラインを統率取れていたように感じましたので、これは希望があるのではないかと思っておりますね。それに対してアルタエゴ、初日天セカと当たった時はやはりメタとなるようなバンプラスターゲットバンのようなラファエルですとか、そういったところをしてきていたんですけども、天セカ VSRSG の試合を見てそこもどう動いてくるか気になりますが、シルバンナの扱い。
そうですね。で、かなりそのインドネシアのプロチームのピックとしてアリス、ゾン、ラプラプでサイドレーナーを固めて、集団戦の時に奥に入っていけるようなキャラクターをピックアップする傾向にありますので、逆にそこがどう響くか、そしてどのような引き出しをしてくるのか。
そうですね、そこも気になる。なんとかしてもセリボーイキル取りたいですね。全くと言っていいほども逃げ帰る、例えばロジャーの逃げ帰り方ですとか、もう扱い方が優れているので、なんとしても RS 陣で見せたようなクラウドのキルなんとか取っていきたいんですけども、さあどうするか非常に注目でございます。さあ選手たちも今裏で待機をしていると思いますので、まずは落ち着いてリラックスして、そして全力を出し尽くしていただきたい。さあ22ヒーローを使っているということなので、そのどれぐらい試していたのかというところもあるんですけども、天セカ側がよく見られたのが、確定バンのような形、ナタリア・ブロディ、エスメラルダ、こういったところもほぼほぼバンしていった様子はあるんですけども、
そうですね、かなり研究はしていると思うんですけども、エスメラルダ、そしてブロディに対しての警戒は厚い、むしろそこに対策するために、例えばカウンターピックだとかリソースを割くのであれば、元から消してしまうというような、そこは相手に合わせというより一貫して行っていましたね。
チームとしてのここを無視した形を取ろうと、そしてプレイヘッドトゥヘッド対戦の中での今回 M2 の対戦成績出ております。キャリー同士シナ、セリボーイ、こちらのデータとなっております。 KDA が変わってませんね。
そうですね、
素晴らしい。さあこのマッチアップも非常に気になりますが、セリボーイ若くして世界のナンバーワンの中軸を担っている選手、それを支えるウディル、そしてレオ・マーフィー、ヤム・パイ、このメンバーをどう崩していくか。 いやー、この中1日どうですか、和樹さんだったらリフレッシュに全力のするのか、それとももっともっと研鑽を積むためにというところで。
そうですね、僕は昨日、ホテルで過去の動画ずっと見漁ってて、
研鑽の方ですね。
はい
はい。どうしました、リラックス的なものは、やっぱりこうずっと集中していらした感じですか？
そこの情報でも僕いります？
いります。いるんです。
僕の情報いるんですか？
いるんです。ちょっと参考に。
なんか、そうですね。好きなご飯食べました。はい。
大事。ご飯大事です。どうやってリラックスするしたのやっぱり選手たちの、必要なところでもあると思いますし、切り替え、オンオフの切り替えっていうところもね、よくプロ選手たち求められるところでので、初体験のところになるんでね、そういったところがどうなっていくかも。
ですし、我々って、トーナメントだとかもないですし、MPL だとかのリーグもないので、
ないですね。
天番っていう仕組みが、今回ぶっつけ本番なところもあるんですよね、正直。
そうですよ。
はい
事前に知らされてたはいたと思うんですけども、
はい。
いざというところで、ぶっけ本番となっておりますけども、さあ、こちらが5名、予想ラインナップという情報が出ておりまして、
これがピックされるかもというのを
はい、
出してるということですよね。
そうですね、モストプレイドヒーローということで、一番使って、なおかつ今大会、次のアルタエゴ戦で使ってきそうじゃないかという予想ですけども、こちらいかがでしょうか。
残念ながら全然違うと思います。はい。
言ってやってください、
はい、
誰が予想したんだぞと。はい、
おそらく、
ね、
そうですね、火力衆の枠というのはなくしてきそうですね。はい。
ここ、データ的には確かに間違ってはいないと、データ的に見たらなんですけどもね。はい、さあ、続きまして、アルタエゴなんですが、
メンバー変えてきました。
さあ、ウディルがいない、カエシウスが代わりにおりますけども、こちらは本日のスターティングラインナップなのかどうかが、まだ確定の情報は出てない。
はあ、なるほど。そうですね、カエシウスという選手はタンクサポートをできるので、なるほど、なんでそのピックとかではなくて、メンバーでそのブレンダとか RRQ に牽制かけてきてるような感じですかね。海外でよくやる常套句として、RRQ とかがそうだったんですけども、RRQ 予選でフルメンバーでやってないんですよ。シンが抜けてたり、アルベルトが抜けてたりとか。
そうですね。その状況でもしっかり勝ち切ってと、調整というか。
そうです、はい。なんで動きを見せないようなプレイスタイル、もうプレイスタイルでトレースされてしまいますし、
なるほど、
どうしても癖とかって出ると思うんですよ。
そうですね。かなり対策はしやすくなってしまうというところなんですけども、もしこれウディルの代わりにカエシウスが出るとなった場合、テンセカ側はどうですか？
逆にそのカエシウスという選手がずっと控えに回ってて、ここで一発目なんで、おそらく少しエンジンが温まってくるまで時間かかってくるのかなとも思いますし、逆に言ったらどのようなプレイスタイルなのかは見えない。ただレオ・マーフィーが、攻めのタンクとして相手のジャングル入ってくるので、サポメイジなんで、ウディル選手のトレースのような動きをしてくるとは思うんですけども、ただどうしてもその局面の判断っていうのはそのプレイヤーにかなり左右されて、そこはトレースできないと思うんですよ。動き方はトレースができたとしても、
個人の PS ですとか、
そうです、この瞬間にどういう判断をするかっていうのはその人それぞれ違うと思うので、逆に言ったら今のスタートラインナップで本当に来られるのであれば、少しアルタエゴは10セカンドゲーミングのことを下に見すぎているのかなとも思いますし、
それはあるかもしれないですね。
逆にゲーム2で引きずり出したいですけどね。
そうですね、あわわわわっていう、それをぜひとも見せていただきたい。逆に言うならば、ウディルがいない状況で、ちょっと人が違いますけどね、アルタエゴ、名前と、人物像が合っていないところではあるんですけども、しかしこの中でもカエシウスが出ているという状況、これは確信に変わりそうですね。
そうですね。
さあ、それを吉と出るか京と出るか、アルタエゴ、それに対抗するはおそらくこちらのラインナップ、パッパシナ、オブヤン、セブニア、コロ。先々日ですね、RSG 戦と同じラインナップとなっております。さあ、非常にちょっとドッキリしましたけども、ウディルが出てこないと。さあ、これを見て、テンセカどう思うか。ぜひ引きずり出していただきたい。 さあ、この対面というところなんですけども、オブセブのライン、また昨日ようにオブヤンができればこう前に行くスタイルになるのか、それともグループステージのようにセブニアが前に行くスタイルになるのか、これどちらで来るかにもよっても相手の対応が変わってきそうですね。
そうですね。ただ、ここまででその天セカ側のピックもそうですし、我々ですら予想できないような、思いっきり構成自体を変えてくるというか、ロールを変えてきたりだとかもしているので、
確かに。
そうなんですよ。
わからん、それは。
そこにかけてはその蓋を開けてみないとわからないなと思います。
さあ、蓋を開けて我々がどんなびっくりが待ち受けているのか。SNS 上のあれにはなるんですけども、パッパ選手がびっくりさせるよと、そういうコメントもある。
いろんな憶測が飛んでましたけどね。
飛んでます。
はい。
情報戦が始まっているかもしれない。さあ、この予選グループステージで試した結果、もう負けられない戦いとなっているので、チャレンジというところでのピックはあるかもしれない。
そうですね。
しかしながら、もう勝つを前提したチャレンジになってくるのは間違いなさそうですね。
まずはゲーム1ですね。これ、ゲーム1でどこまでチャレンジングなピックをするか。
そうですね。
そして、やっぱり今回の大会の傾向を見ていると、逆転っていう逆転がほとんどなかったんですよね。これ面白いんですよ。ゲームの使用上としては、今のパッチは、お金差がついていた場合、そのお金差がある相手を落とすと、もらえるゴールドボーナスにかなりバフがついているので、逆転しやすい環境にはなっているんですけども、ここはひっくり返らなかった。で、その勝ちパターンがほとんどその相手のジャングルに圧力をかけれている。っていうところが大きかったんですけども、やっぱりこうどうしても大事な局面っていうので保守的になっちゃいがちなので、思いっきり、自分たちのやりたい形として、まずゲーム1、気持ちで負けないように前に行っていただきたいなと。
RSG 様の気持ちを出していただきたい。さあ、間もなく30分に差し掛かろうというところでございます。もう待ちに待っているのは視聴者の皆さんだと思いますが、我々も今か今かと首を長くして待っております。さあ、向こうの状況はどうなっているのか。今現時点で、おそらく分かっていることがラインナップ。天セカ側が、ラインナップオブヤン、パッパ、コロシナ、セブニア、以上のメンバーのラインナップ。そして対するアルタエゴ世界チャンピオン、レオ・マーフィー、セリボーイ、ヤム、パイ、そしてカエシウスと、ウディルの代わりにサブに回っていたカエシウスが登場するのではないかということになっておりますが、逆に言うとこのウディルがいない状況で勝たないと天セカ側ちょっとまずいかなと。
そうですね、未知数すぎて、今までデータがないんで。
データがないものをよくぞ出すな、アルタエゴ。いやー、チャレンジしてきたのでしょうか。アルタエゴも同じく負けられません。BO3 です。2勝された時点で M2 さよならが決まってしまいますので、さあ頼む、天セカリベンジを成し遂げていただきたい。そして一コマずつ前に明日へと希望をつなげていただきたい。さあ、選手たち裏ではもうどういう状況なのか気になりますね。リラックスしているのか、それとも集中しているのか。
もうブースに着席してるんじゃないですかね。
オープニングがこれから約60秒前と、始まる。さあ、運命の60秒前のカウントダウンが来ておりますが、
ただ選手がこうつけてるヘッドセットって、これ多分前も話したと思うんですけど、ヘッドセットの中にイヤホンがついてるんですよね。だからイヤホン2個付けみたいになってるんですよ。で、中のイヤホンで、チーム内 VC をしているんですけど、上のヘッドセットでホワイトノイズといってテレビの砂嵐みたいな音が流れてるんですよ。そうなんです。あれかなり大きい音でそうです。じゃないと外からの声とかで、いろんな不公平が生まれる可能性があるじゃないですか。
出てきてしまうと、
オブヤンが後ろにいるぞとか誰かが叫んでそれが耳に入っちゃうってこともあるんで、公平を期すためにホワイトノイズっていうのが流れてるんですけど、 それも我々経験っていうのは多分少ないと思うんですよ。
確かに
はい、世界組のそのオベアン選手、そしてパッパ選手、であとは、まあセブニア選手なんか M1 の時に、
予選で、
はい、経験されてると思うんですけども、あとは、ペコ選手ですか。
ペコ選手
はい、
さあそういったところの環境面とも戦っていかなければならない。しかしながら、それは言い訳にできないというところまで来ております。このベスト8に残っているチーム、この残ったチームにしか成し得れないこと、そして見れない景色が待ち受けていることでしょう。まもなく開始。
去年も、代表で出たんですけれども、出れるということで、去年よりは責任が
さあ今
あるので、日本のみんなの分も背負って
オブヤン選手の声が聞こえてはきているんですけども、画像がこちらに来てないということで、
I think you should expect to see some of the strongest individuals in the entire world at this point. I think they are
さあ少々向こうからの画像を待ちたいと思います。 本国の運営の方ですね。
almost to perfection. They are still an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Perasaanku itu benar-benar bangga lah.
さあ画面が変わりまして、アルタ英語
Jadi
ウディル
seperti
選手、
ini membanggakan nama Indonesia di mata internasional. Siapa sih yang nggak mau?
Kemenangan kita di MPLS sih kemungkinan besar menentukan kita kemungkinan menang di M2 juga, soalnya kayak MPLI itu kan hitungannya se-Asia kan, jadi ya nggak beda jauh lah sama M2. Kita harus ngalahin tim Indo juga baru bisa menjadi juara sih menurutku.
日本の応援してくれるみんなのためにも責任を背負って頑張っていきたいと思います。頑張ってきます。
Untuk kalian yang lawan kita, latihanlah yang keras buat bisa ngelawan Alter Ego. Ya, pasti kita bakal nyiapin kejutan yang banyak untuk kalian.
アルタエゴはウディルがすごい試合を作っていると思うので、ウディルを止めればなんとかなると思ってます。
Halo semuanya, aku Udil dan aku harap kalian nggak pernah tertidur karena our dream is your nightmare, bro.
さあということで、先ほどオブヤン、そしてウディル、インタビュー画像が流れましたけど、オブヤンいい笑顔とガッツポーズ見せてましたね。素敵。もちろん勝ちに行くと。そして対するアルタイガはインドネシアにトロフィーを持ち帰ると。お互いの国、そしてチーム、このぶつかり合いが間もなく開始されます。和樹さん、なんとなくの予想的には天セカ側、ピック構成はどういう構成できそうですかね。全くわからないと思うんですけども。
いや、そうですね。
はい、
ただ、両チーム、アルタイゴもそうですし、テンセカもそうですし、というか、世界的に今、そのジャングルのコアでのイスンシンの評価がものすごく高くて、
確かに
どちらかがイスンシンを取ってくるとは思うんですよ。で、事前の番枠っていうのは、天番にはなってるんですけど、3体ずつしか番ができないので、
そうですね、3体の後2体。さあ、そこまず何をバンしてくるかも要注目なところ。
変化を求められるとしたらアルタエゴなんですよね。そのシルバンナ・ボボクバーのラインを圧倒的なのを見せつけているので、そこを閉じなければそれを取ってもいいですしというところ。はい。
あれを見せられたので、当初戦ったテンセカとまた情報を修正してこなければならないと。
アルタ英語側はまずそのタンクで、純正タンクを取らないんですよ。
そうですね。
はい、シュー、メタルヘッドで、
あとはシルバンダな。
そうですね、シルバンダ、カーミラなんか入れて2タン構成とかもあったんですけども、なんで、そこのあたりから1体をチョイスしてくる、カイシウス選手のロールがタンクサポートなんで、
嫌なそうな部分がある。マウディル選手の代わりとするならば、明治サポート枠的なものを担当する。
で、セリボーイ選手、もちろんそのイスンシンもお伝えしたんですけども、予選ではロジャー非常に使ってたんですよね。
ロジャーが2回ピックしておりますね。
ロジャーかなりナーフがされたんですけども、変身した後、狼状態の時に物理防御、魔法防御バフが入っているので、1人でタワーダイブもできますし、狼状態の時の1スキル、で、無敵もあって、
それ選択されないという、
そうですそうです。
状態があるので、
イ・スンシンとロジャーに共通して言えるのは、一応マークスマン枠なんですけど、ファームが早いんですよ。ジャングルファームが早いので。
そこですね。それを重要視しているのがアルターエゴセリボーイなので、天セカ側としたらその各々が使っているヒーローの何を最も警戒していくかと、そこを盤で見せていくのかどうかというところで始まります。皆さん見ていただきましょう。選手たちの登場です。8チーム全チームが登場してまいります。さあ、映像が変わりました。街の様子をご覧いただいております。東京が出ました。ありがとうございます。
Kalau perasaan ya pasti bangga lah bisa bawa nama
Indonesia
ke ajang dunia kayak gini.
RQ just knowing on the base and another 2-0.
Lagi kalau bisa juara lebih bangga lagi.
E1 has been caught. Fatal Links getting 3. This is huge. Blazing duet. Perfect combo.
Even waktu yang PlayStation 5 kita on drop sekejap, apa yang saya harapkan dapat buat lagi better, lagi bagus dan lagi konsisten lah.
シンガポールに来るのは観光のためじゃなくて M2 のために来ています。大会に勝つためにたくさんの戦略を持ってきました。
Our bootcamp training and all the hours we put in that we never ever had.
Here comes Pokemon as well. He gets that double kill. My goodness me, shredding them to pieces.
I think we stand a very fair chance in retaining the trophy for Eagles.
Kenji gets caught out. Oh, he hooks him in! He hooks him in!
Sobrang nakaka-proud. Pero at the same time, may pressure kasi yung bansa mo na yung nire-represent mo.
Omega Esports, they will just end the game.
Pero confident naman ako na kaya namin manalo.
ကျွန်တော်ထင်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ပဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးစိတ်တွေကတော့ဘာမှကြောက်တာတော့မရှိဘူးကျွန်တော်တင်ရတော့
That was so good. It's a triple kill coming in for 8.
ပဲတင်လာတာအကုန်လုံးစောနိုင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်
How long can he stand though as you think they won't fall?
Aku harap kalian gak pernah tertidur karena our dream it's your nightmare, bro.
Huwag na kayong umasang makakaskal kayo sa amin. Dudurugin namin kayong lahat.
Comes in, blazing duet. He's got it, man.
Friend lang, malakas.
M2 World Championship. Join the fight.
From Myanmar, Burmese Ghouls.
さあ、お待たせいたしました。皆様、オープニング映像から選手たちの登場です。まずはブーミス・グーズミャンマー代表。
From the Philippines,
やばい、かっこいい限る。
Esports.
出ました。圧倒的力でグループリーグ勝ち上がったブレイン e スポーツ。フィリピン代表。
From the Philippines, Omega Esports.
プレイオフからこの会場でやられるということで、
会場ですね。さあ、続きましてフィリピン代表オメガ e スポーツ B グループ1位。
From Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi.
さあ出ました、大人気インドネシア代表。知らない者はいないでしょう。 RRQ M1 では準優勝、悔しい思いしている。
真打ちですね。
From Malaysia, Todak.
マレーシア代表 B グループ2トダク、こちらは M1 でテンセカと戦いましてテンセカから勝利を掴んでおります。トダク
From Singapore, EVOS SG.
そして開催国シンガポール代表エボス SG。
ここはその開催国ということもあってかなり気合入ってますね。
気合入ってます、
はい、
RSG が負けてしまったということでシンガポール代表の威信をかけた戦いになるでしょう。
From Japan,
そして
10 Second Gaming.
日本代表10セカンドゲーミングフロスト登場です。さあ今ゆっくりと歩みを進めながら一列に、さあこの6名が日本代表。
Alter Ego Esports.
そして対戦相手インドネシア代表アルタエゴ e スポーツ、現世界チャンピオン。このチームに勝たなければいけません。今両チームがブースに向かいます。さあチームが出揃いました。テンセカ VS アルタエゴ。さあ、少しセブニア選手包帯を巻いていたということでちょっとリハーサルの時に少し怪我があったようなんですけども、大事に至らず出場ができているということで少し安心をしましたけども、まあただいまよりバンピックが開始されますが、もう負けられません。和吉さん、
はい、
今回は負けて敗者復活、そういうことは言ってられない。デッドアライブ、ああ切りつきますね。たぎりますね。
まずは今日ですね。
そうなんです、
はい、
今日金曜日
因縁の対決。
はい、これね生で見ることができない方々がいる。明日だったら生で見ることができないという方もたくさんいらっしゃると思うので、ぜひとも明日に向けて本日世界王者、何回世界王者と戦ってるんですか。2回目アルタエゴ戦でございます。さあ、もう時間が間もなくですね、12時45分に差し掛かりそうなところなんですけども、ちょっと押している模様でございますので、今少々調整が入っております。
またテンセカ側もそうですし、アルタエゴ側も、スタメン先ほど出ていたデータの通りなのかちょっと気になりますね。
はい、気になりますね。はい、テンセカ側はおそらくラインナップ通りの様子に見えたんですけども、アルタエゴ側が果たしてどうかと。まあ、どうなんですかね、ああやって5名出して実は違いましたみたいな、そんなドッキリあるんですかね。MPL ドッキリみたいな。
ドッキリというか情報戦というか
あれだから運営側も把握してないっていうことですもんね。そうだとするなら。そうですね。はい。さあそのシステムがどうなるのか気になるところでございますけども、グループリーグのルール通りであるならばコイントスによって先行後攻が決められるということになっております。さあセカンドゲーミング、
我々も緊張してきました。
緊張してきました。本当に緊張してます。これが今日本視聴者さんたちの緊張感もあると思います。セカンドゲーミング、こうやってねスポンサー企業様、応援する企業様もたくさんついていらっしゃっておりますので、さまざまな思いを背負って今この場に立っている12チーム、9カ国から6カ国8チームに絞られました。この8チームにまずは残っているというところ、
唯一の MPL 非開催国ですから、
これがまず大きな、
はい、一歩ですよ。
一歩になっていると、はい、M1 に引き続きですからね。
はい、
はい、 2年連続プレーオフに進出している。しかしながら我々の夢、天セカの夢はここでは終わりません。アッパーとローアーにトーナメントが分かれております。アッパーの4チームはグループリーグを1位で通過しているチームになりますので、一度負けたとしても下位トーナメントローワーの方に回ることができます。しかしながらローワーの4チーム、テンセカ、アルタエゴ、ドダク、エボス、こちらのチームは一度負けてしまうと M2 敗退が決まる。負けられません。さあ、ここにアルタエゴがいるんです。
そうなんですよね。本来上のバケットに入るチームなんですよ。
ベクチーム、
はい。
くじ運と言いますか、どれも勝負の時の運と言いますか。さあ、間もなく試合開始、パンピックが始まりそうなんですけども、やはりこのプレーオフ、ちょっと会場が変わったということもありますので、調整等に時間がかかっていそうではありますので、そういったところで選手の負担や、プレッシャー等にならなければいいんですけども。さあ、まずはグッドゲーム。やはりこの精神的支柱のオブヤン選手が中心になってこう盛り上げるという様がね、さっきの映像からもひときわ笑顔を見せていて、可愛らしいポーズをとってみたのもオブヤン選手だったので、やっぱりそういうところの慣れている感じは非常に見受けられます。さあ、誰だ？クリスティーナ NG。
何がダメだったんですかね。
そうですね、クリスティーナバン。おなるほど。あ、これはマネージャー同士の、これも放送されるわけなんですね。
なるほど。
テンセカのゲーミングフロスト代表サポートマネージャーコズ、そしてアルタイゴ e スポーツナシュディク、
大天使コズ。
さあ、多分今一番コズさんの方に注目されているでしょう。皆さん
今までここに至るまでにたくさんのサポートをしてくださってますから、
大人気、
その必要不可欠なメンバーですから、皆さんぜひ覚えて帰っていただきたい。はい、
7人で今1チーム。さあ、あれでしょうね、試合前の確認事項というか、よくボクシング等でもあるような感じのやつですかね。
一瞬だけの顔合わせでしたけど、
そうですね、あそこで何かが
マスクの上からフェイスガードもしてるんで、ほぼほぼ喋っても多分声届かないと思うんですよ。
何も状況ではあったんですけど、あれは必要なことです、皆さん。はい、あれは必要なことなんです。我々は何も分かってないんですけども、あれは必要なことなんです。
目線だけでこう、自分たちの戦力を表すみたいな
スカウター方式ですか。はい。真ん中に来た方がもうなんだろう、スタッフ感が結構あったのでスタッフさんかなと思ったんですけども、この M2 を司る何かレフリー的な方だったのでしょう。さあ、多分おそらくああいうものがプレーオフに毎回放送されているか映し出されるっていうところなんでしょうね。さあ、プレーオフ会場も変わりましてシステム変わっておりますので、我々も臨機応変に対応させていただいております。よろしくお願いいたします。さあ、ラインナップ、そうですね、ここまで来ておりますので、おそらくこのメンバーでいくでしょう。テンセカンドゲーミングフロスト、オブヤン、シナ、セブニア、コロパッパ、こちらの5名の戦士でアルタエゴ戦、まずは向かっていただくと。さあ、どうでしょう、後ろに少しだけ表情がパッパと、あれはコロでしょうか、見えておりますが、さあ、テンセカ、やはりこの大会を通してイメージ的にはどうですか、こう戦い方というか、
大会を通じて相手のスタイルだとかかなり吸収して、大会中に成長しているイメージですね。
修正しました。
はい、
この一言で変えてくるのはオブヤン、素晴らしい。
安心感がすごいんですよね。
安心と安全の日本代表、メイドインジャパンオブヤン。 世界からも今大注目されてますからね。さあこの吸収力を持って中1日空いたこの1日をうまく使ってアルタエゴ戦に何を持ってくる、どういう秘策を持ってくるか。そして対するはやはりこのラインナップ、アルタエゴ e スポーツ、ヤム、レオ・マーフィー、ケアイシウス、セリボーイ・パイ。さあ要注目ですね。これは読めません。アルタエゴの方が逆に読めない。
そうですね、予想外というか、ここでサプライズ選出、予選までにRRQ ですか、RRQ だとかも、6人のメンバー、スタティックメンバーを予選の中で回していたんですよ。
そうですね。
そこで大会に関しての離れをさせるだとか、調整をしてきていたんですが、
プレーオフで、
はい。
しかし、ここのプレーオフ、初っ端で出してくるって、かなりちょっと勇気というか、アップ画面、似顔いいですよ。もうちょっと照れながらね、決してカメラに目線を移そうとはしない。さあ、これが10セカンドゲーミングほど。シナ選手が先ほどから抜かれまくってますけども。
いい目をしてますね。
いい目を。目鼻立ちくっきり。さあ、セブニア選手の笑顔、素敵でございます。いいですね、余裕があちらを移せ、あちらを移せと言っておりますけども、天スカ側、リラックスした表情が見と取れる。
腕がちょっと心配ですね。
少し痛々しいが、プレーに影響がないといいが。対するこちらの選手がカエシウス、本大会初登場です。さあ、注目、残り30秒、オブヤン。やはりちょっと寒いんでしょうかね。
そうですね、会場寒そうですね。
はい。
聞く話だと、その空調ガンガンらしいんですよ。
機材等もあるので、そこは致し方ないところになるのか。
そうなんですよね。よく考えたら、ここまで照明とか使ってますし。
それを乗り切っていただきたい。この5人の選手。笑顔歯が命。いいですね。ありがとうございます。モブヤン選手の笑顔が見えると我々も安心というかほっこりしてしまう。
そうですね。
はい。さあ、カウントタイマーが0になった。アルタエゴもリラックスしている。離れではやはりアルタエゴがあるでしょう。しかしながらここまで来た自信、そして背負っているもの、日本代表天セカを負けてはいません。にしても笑いすぎじゃないか。何を話しているんだ。
めちゃくちゃ寒そうですね。
寒そうですね。当ててますね。やっぱ指が命なのでね、その指を何としても温めて、いい笑顔。そしてパッパの後ろに見えているのがマネージャーコズ。
いや、
これは違いますね。
コズ
ではないですね。
に似せた
スタッフ
さんな気が。
いやでもそこのポジションコズ。スタッフさんですかね。パッと見る感じ。いや、コズか。
コズさんですかね。
ですかね。さあ、こちらがセリボーイ。要注意人物の一人。そして、こちらパイ選手。先ほど映ったメガネの方がレオ・マーフィー。手を振っているぞ。日本の皆さん、手を振っております。パッパ選手が手を振っている。我々は上に上がるぞと。ピースしていらっしゃる。通訳の方とかですかね、もしかしたら。
通訳の方
の可能性ありますね。通訳の方。
通訳の方だそうですね。
通訳ピース出ました。ありがとうございます。だいぶ選手の模様結構映すんですね、この時間帯。それはありがたい。
ありがたい。
さあ、まだバンピックまで少し時間がありそうで、今、選手たちの生のライブの様子、こちらをお届けしております。今、両チームが向かい合った形で座っております。笑いすぎじゃないかそんな面白いネタ仕込んでたのか。さあ、手を吸っているセブニア。
あれ、どういうマークなんですかね。
あれ、十字ですかね。おっと、掴み取るぞと。なぜ、ジャパニーズコメディアンズモーション。
いいですね。でも本当にリラックスしていただいて。
楽しもうとしている感がすごい。いいですよ。負けてないぞ。リラックスでは負けてないぞ。さあ皆さん、試合が始まるとね、緊張ができてしまう。出るか ?M1 でも見せたジャパニーズまだまだここでは、全部見せきらないよと、情報戦が始まっている。いいですね、シナ選手が抜かれて、そしてセブニア。あれなんです、多分目の前にカメラがあるということなんでしょうね、台の前に。
ありがとうございます。
さあ、もう少し、おそらく運営側でしょうかね、セッティングの方
そうですね、
が待っていると、まもなく13時に差し掛かろうといったところ。さあ、この時間帯をどう使うか、もうおそらくは試合の中身というよりも、どれぐらいリラックスできるかというところ、してそうですが、これいいですね。カメラ慣れもだいぶできそうですね、今の時間帯に。さあ、目を描いているのがコロ選手。目を見開いたのがセブニア選手。さあ、向こうの声は我々には、まだ何も聞こえておりませんので、どういう会話が繰り広げられているかは定かではございませんが、今この瞬間しか見れない時間です、皆様。この時間もお楽しみにください。どうなんですかね、これ試合始まると照明ってどうなるんですかね。かなり降り注いでいる感は今現在ありますが、
気が散っちゃうと思うんで。
そうなんですよね。さあ、1時になるので、これ、お昼休みで見に来ていただいた方は、ちょっと試合を見れずにとなってしまう可能性がありますが、お仕事の方にもぜひ全力集中していただいて、もし可能であったら、合間で見ていただけると、非常に嬉しく思います。
結構日本の大会と比べてこの時間っていうスケジュールではいかないんですね。
かなりちょっと流動的というか、フレキシビルというべきか。はい。今情報が来まして、どちらのでしょうか。向こうのチーム、アルタエゴ。はい、チーム内トラブルが起こっているということで、ゲーム内トラブル、全体のゲーム内トラブルが今起こっているということで、それの調整に入っていると。ゲーム内ということなので、もしかするとトーナメントモードですとか、そういったところのトラブルになるのかもしれない。なので、まだちょっと時間がかかりそうということで、だいぶリラックスしているのでしょう。
チーム内トラブルではないですよ。
チーム内トラブルです。
あんなににこやかなのに、チーム内トラブル。ゲーム内トラブルですね。
もしかすると、やっぱりウディル選手が私が出たいっていう、トラブルではなかったです。
ただ本当にそのドラフトピックとかもコーチが全部決めてるみたいなんですよ。
向こ
うはい。アルタ英語は。
なるほど。
なんでも本当に軍隊のような。
でもそれを信じて実動部隊が動くわけですもんね。
結局結果には出ているので。
これコーチの重要性ってありそうですね。これ真顔、いきなりの真顔。これがオブヤンズリアルフェイス。 かなり機材が前の方にもあり、水も用意されて、手元こういう風になってるんですね。映していただいてる。寝ないでくださいね、アルタエゴさん。かなりリラックスからの睡眠に移ってしまいそうな心配がありますが。さあ今、運営の方々がゲーム内のトラブルに対応しているということで、おそらく抜かれるシーンが多くあると思います。さあ少し緊張しているかシナ選手、そしてこちらタンクセブニア選手、さあ試合開始の時間がかなり過ぎておりますので、おそらく後の試合のスケジュール等もズレが生じてきそうになっておりますので、そちらの方発表されるスケジュールの方をご覧の皆様はお待ちいただきたいと思います。現在ゲーム内トラブルが起こっているということで、試合が開始できないとの情報を得ております。さあそこからいきなり始まりました。アルタエゴ VS 10セカンドゲーミングフロストマッチ1。先行アルタエゴ、まずバンしてきましたのはベラ。かなり早いバン、
そうですね、決めていたというか、やはりそのアルタエゴ側はコロ選手のベラを非常に警戒しているということでした。
なるほどなるほど。感想でね、かなり厄介ですと。
前回のアップデートで火力かなりナーフされたんですけども、それでもやはりその高機動力を生かして一方的にダメージ与えられるというのはやりにくかったそうですね。
かなり今大会活躍していますからね。そして天セカ側がブロディからの今回シルバンナバーンしてきました。
なるほど、徹底的にここで、前回の試合で活躍したヒーローというものをマークしてきていますね。であれば天セカ側はおそらくそこまでは読めていると思うので、思うつぼな気はします。
これは分かっていると、逆にバーンしてくれたなら、私たちが準備してきたものを出そうじゃないかと。そしてナタリア、やはりここの番枠は点数が変わらないか
となると、ローイー警戒したかったんですけども、今回ウディル選手じゃなくてカイシウス選手なので、
全く情報がつかめていません。今大会初登場カイシウス。
アルタエゴは本当にその、コロ選手もそうですし、オブヤン選手も前回の、試合でも、ラファエル・バンダとか、非常にそのプレイヤーの得意なキャラクターを調査している、リサーチしている可能性がありますね。
そうですね。そのリサーチ、アナリストがいるというところの強みがある。さあ、前半、ラスト番に入ります、アルタエゴ。サード番目は、イスンシン。
なるほど、お互いイスンシンは、得意なプレイヤー、コアの選手は得意なので、そこを閉じてくると。ってなると、アルタエゴは予選では、ロジャー、そしてハーリーをピックしてきていました。前回までのMPL を見ると、セリボイ選手、アサシンも、ランスロット、そしてリンですかね、
リン、
なんかも使っていたので、
どれでも使えるぞと。そうすると、テンセカ側は何を使っているか
まださ、エスメラルダも空いていますので、
ここは徹底してのエスメラルダバーンになりました、
今とメタルヘッドオープンですが、ラプラプゾーン、先にこちらを取ってくる気はします。
あとマチルダ、
そうですね、
どうするかですね。メタルヘッドを優先、空いたら取る。今大会メタルヘッドそれなりに、バンされし続けてきたので、登場するシーンは多くはありませんでしたが、さあ優先的にテンセが取ってきたのラップラプ、パッパラプラプラッパ。
海外でラッパって呼ばれてるんですよね。相性
ラッパいいですね。なんか持ちキャラみたいになって、そういうのが認識されるというのは非常に嬉しい。 ここも出してきた頃の神楽 RSG にかなり圧力を出していた両レーン取ってきました。アルタエゴ、これは予想していたか。さあ2体のピックに移りますのはアルタエゴ。この両レーンを見てどうするか。
まだ両チームコアとなるキャラクター取りたくないとは思うんですよ。はい、
まだまだ最後の方に対策をしやすくしたくないというところですよね。さあマチルダはここまで開くのはどうか。珍しいか。コアを取って、そしてマチルダ。ロジャーの優先度が高いですね、セリボーイ。
回収選手がマチルダということですね。
おそらくそうなるでしょう。コア見せてきましたね。それなりに自信があるということでしょうか。
なるほど。非常にファンも速いですし、1人でタワーダイブで完結しちゃうというシーンもかなりありました。ダメージ計算がものすごく精度高いんですよ。はい、でアサシンエンブレムの殺戮の共演を持ってますので、キル取った後の HP 回復も駆使して、継続戦闘していくだとか。
さあ厄介なロジャーが来た。ここでさあ RSG 戦とはほぼ変えないラインになってくるか。セブニアのボボクバ。
となると今だとアリスがちょっとやりにくそうですね。はい、裏に入ってこられてしまうと、カグラとアリスのマッチアップでカグラがやられてしまうシーンもありましたので、
アリスはアルタエゴも使っておりますね。ヤム選手が使用しているアリス。さあおそらくこのラインナップで来ると見て、さすがアリスバンできました。
そうですね、奥に入られてしまうとボボールとクバ両方でも吸われてしまいますし、
その環境を分け渡したくない。さあ続きましてアルタエゴの番になります。代わりに今回オブヤンが何をピックするのか注目ですね。
そうですね。ただセブニアン選手が使ってくるので、オブヤン選手が攻めタンク、いやなるとローイケしてきますか。
そうですね。あまりピックされやすそうには見えましたけども、それでも火力を出されてしまうというところを嫌ったか、ローイバンしてきたのはアルタエゴ。さあ天セカラストバンになります。
なるとまだゾーンはノータッチで、シューも空いています。
そうですね。
はい、
相手のコアとサポートタンク枠がないというところで、レーナーをどうしてくるか、琥珀なんかもありますが、さあここでシューバンしてきました。以上でテンセカのバン終了。
なるとアルタエゴはパイ選手は琥珀なんかも使えるんですよ、サイドレーンで。はい、なので固めの今まで使ってきた予選で使ってきたアリス、ゾーン、ベラ、エスメ、ラプラプ、今すべて取り上げられているので、サイドレーンでクラウド、琥珀来る可能性もあるかなと。
そうですね、クラウドありえそうですね。ゾーンは優先的に取りそうですね。
そうですね、はい。
さあテンセカ側の何をバンしていきたいか、アルタエゴ。まずコアをバンしてくるか、ハヤブサ。ハヤブサバンですか。さあシナが選択肢を狭められた。さあ予選でを使ってたらブルーのクラウド、リンありましたけども、何を優先的に取るか。
タンクメタヘに対してジャングルのコアのクラウドってなかなかやりにくいマッチアップなんですよね。ノックアップが入ってしまうのでウルトも止められてしまいますし、ハンドなんで逃げ切れないんですよ。
さあ取りづらくさせられているシナ、答えは何を出す。ハーリー、これ吸収しましたか。
なるほど。でゾーン待ってましたかと言わんばかりに即取ってきましたね。
はい。 さあ、やられたことを吸収してきたか、テンセか。ジャングルハーリー。そして、ゾン。これはもう優先度が高いでしょう。ラストピックレーンを何を取ってくるか。クラウド、琥珀、おっしゃった通り空いておりますが。
ジャック・マークスマンで最後締めてくる気はしますけどね。
それが少し自然な流れが、
はい、前張りでメタルヘッドいますし、ゾーンもいますし、でマッチラでシールド付与もできますんで、また DPS が欲しいかなと。
いやー、このハーリーは確かに驚いたというところで、やはりクラウドを取ってきました。いやー、ここは少々驚きましたよ。テンセか、ハーリーピックですか。
そうですね、ここで、ジャングルとしてハーリーを起用するのがサポ、でもジャングル枠か。一応そのハーリーで、スキルダメージを与えて、マックス相手の魔法防御を30下げられるんですよ。なんで、そのハーリー神楽のラインで、ワンコンできるような算段だとは思うんですけども、ただここで相手がマークスマンを取ってきた、アルタイゴ側がマークスマンを取ってきたのはかなり美味しいですね。ハーリーでワンコン射程圏内のキャラクターが増えたんで。
ファーサさあ、明治ヒーロー3体揃えてきたのは天セカ側。これ相手にやられたことですよね、グループステージで。
そうですね。
さあ、出揃った驚き。アルタエゴ、メタルヘッド、マチルダ、ロジャー、ゾン、クラウド、そして10セカンドゲーミング、フロスト、ファーサ、ボボクバ、ラプラプ、ハーリー、カグラ。以上のラインナップだ。さあ、やはりもう、ヒールはボボクバに全権を任せたというところになるんでしょうかね。
そうですね。ただ、ゾンの入りがファーサちょっと厳しい気はしないですけど、火炎弾を使うか、瞬間移動を使うか。
今回、前のね、戦いでは、クラウドに対してルビーが見ているというシーンがありましたが、今回どういうふうに見ていくかも注目ですね。
クラウドが入ってきたところに、ボボクバ、セブニア選手のボボクバの2スキのノックアップが入ればウルト止まりますんで、
そこを見たいと。
はい。で、RSG 戦でも、ガイのウルトに合わせてしっかり合わせれてたので、
さあ、要注目です。1試合目、マッチ1。見ていきましょう。試合スタートです。となると、テンセカ側、キーはボボクバになりそうですかね。
そうですね。
さあ、まず、自陣のファームから行くのがセリボーイ。そしてミッドを見ているのはカイシウス。今回初登場、アルタエゴのタンクサポートの選手です。今回ウディルが控えに回ってカイシウスが出ております。
これは吉と出るか強と出るかと、
注目するところ。さあ、セリボーイ、セブニアにダメージを出していく。カイシウスもやってきてオブヤンピールしていく。
いや、いい感じ。
いやー、この1スキア、歩けば歩くほど精霊のダメージが上がっていく。さあ、ハーリーは赤バフからの青バフからの赤バフ。そして今の時間帯、セリボーイが青バフに行くと。さあ、両レーンを見ていくと、マッチアップ、ゾンとラプラプ、そしてクラウドと。
いやー、ただカグラ素晴らしいですね。
クラウドを
返してますね。
さあ、セブニア、レオマフィーのしっかり瞬間移動に対応していく、素晴らしい判断力。さあ、コロノサイド、脅威ですね。
ボートゾーニングしてますね。
ここでトップ側ではラプラプとハーリー、このゴールドレーン、裏を狙う形をとっているか。さあ、コロ狙われているぞ。パイとレオマーフィー来ているが、
ただこれも手出さないでミニオンロスト狙ってるのうまいですね、レオマーフィー。
この位置で圧力をかけている。さあ、お互いご挨拶。トップ側に寄っているのはテンセカ側だ。裏処理に入っているのはアルタエゴ。さあ、裏処理に対しても冷静。ここでタートルが湧く。テンセカがこれタートル周りかなり意識してますかね。
そうですね。ボットでこれ 2v1 で少し圧力かけれたのは大きい。ただこれタートルではなさそう。
これ待ち受けているか。ここは待ち受けたところ、フラッシュ切って品が行く。さあ、オブヤンウィングスで逃げ切って回収して飛び込んできたところ、ラプラプがしっかりとカバーしてダメージを出していく。ファーストブラック獲得したのは10セカンドゲーミングシナだ。
タートルベイト素晴らしく決まりましたね。
素晴らしいですね。隠れ身の術、あれは気づかないでしょう。 マッチアップは変わらずラップ VS ゾーン。さあこのラッパ先にレベル5になったのはヤム。さあ果敢にランドシェイカースタン出して圧力を出していく。
だからこのタートル触る前にパッパ選手がトップレーン引かせて、そこから安全にタートル取るというこの流れうまいですね。
この流れ引き続き継続できているのは、
はい、
しかもアルタエゴに対してできている。ファーストタートル獲得はハーリーだ。さあアルタエゴ少し調整しなければいけないか。今驚いていることか。グループステージで戦った天セカとは一味違うぞ。さあ前線を打ち上げているゾーンに対してフォーカスしていきそう。そこで有利を取ろうとするか。神楽側では有利が取れないと見ての動きか。ファーサが1人でミッドを見ているオブヤン。さあそこに3人固まっているところですが、しっかりカバーができているか。固まっている集団戦が起こっている。ゾンが交流誘拐でファーサーを落としていくが、しかしセブニアのダメージもこれはきついか。シナに対してもヤムが龍神状態でダメージ出していく。なんとかゾーンを取り切ることに成功したが、ラップパッパこれ逃げきれない。
いやー圧力。
4人キルを取られてしまった。
マチルダからの集団戦で入られちゃいましたね。
そうですね、ファーサが狙われた。そこをしっかりピールしてカバーしようとしましたが、相手の方が上手だった。相手勢い乗ってますからね、要注目しなければいけない。3対1でしっかり羅生傘でブリンクを使っていきましたが、レオ・マーフィーの投げお見事。さあ序盤かなりいい形を取っていきましたが、やはりアルタエゴ世界王者試合巧者、相手には流れを渡さない。いいでしょう、まだ落ち着いていく時間帯。さあ犬が投げられる。
まだ全然今の時間帯であれば、天セカ側のパワースパイク、3メージ崇拝持ちなのでかなりダメージ稼げるんですけども、クラウドがここから育ってきてしまうと、終盤では2マークスマン構成になってしまうので、
止められなくなる。
はい。
さあ今ミッドに全員集まっている。やはりこれはタートルを意識しての形か。スタンがメタルヘッドにしっかり入っている。ヘッドにマジックも入ってバーストダメージ出し切ることがあった。このゾンチを注目したい。そしてパイのクラウドダメージはそれほどか。
落ちるか落ちるか落ちる
落としたかったが、さあ2-1交換になってしまった。セリボーイあと少しというところでしたね。
そうなんですよ。ただその後ろにゾーンが入っていて、ゾーンで引かせられてたんですよね、ファーサだとかが。
そうですね、
はい、
前に行けなかったあれがゾーンの圧力。さあシナが囲まれていますが、エスケープでこれは逃げ帰ることに成功。しかしながらタワーが押されているか。いやどうですか今までの動き、カエシウスの動き。
そうですね、ただ、カエシウス選手からこう試合をきっかけを作るというシーンというよりかは、しっかりこのサポートに回っているというイメージなので、
どちらかというと圧力よりもサポートに回る。さあ、
そうですね、
タートルを獲得できたのは大きいぞ。さあ、ここでしっかりロマーフィーにスタン入るか。
いや、ロジャー落としたの大きいですね、ここ。
ロジャー落としましたね。ここでセリボーイを落としたことはかなりでかい。セリボーイ現在2デスしております。
そうですね。で、ここでちょっと引いて、しまうと、そのまま有利は持ってかれてしまう。おー、バフ取られましたか。
いやー、これ相手に、なんとこの位置でゾンが、そして、メタルヘッドが突っ込んでくる。いや、これはラップのダメージ量。クラウドを見事押しきた。落としたいヒーローを落としております。ロジャーとクラウド。
両チームちゃんとコアを落とすことに成功してますね。
さあお見事。お金差は約1000ゴールド差。キル差では8ゴーと、そしてタワー差では1タワー差置かれておりますけども、これでスタン入ってヘチユースにバーストダメージ。オブヤンがキルを固く。さあサポートがいなくなった。
先ほどクラウドを落としたシーンなんですけども、手前にですねクラウドがブリンクを切って入ってきたところをボボクバが圧力をかけていたんですよ。で奥のその戻るところにパッパ選手のラップがいて、もう逃げようがなかったですね。
なかったですね。
でそれをそのミッドルートで圧をかけられている中でもやりきるというのはかなり攻めの姿勢ができていると思います。
しっかりと仕事をこなす、これが仕事にノックアップ8ターン入っているが、これをデトリマジック逃がさない。エスケープで何かゾントから逃げ切ることはできるか。いや、ここは待ち受けていた。ゾンとロジャーによってハーディが落とされる。さあ小規模戦が起こっている。ゾーンが引き続きちょっとゾーンの圧力が厄介か。
そうですね、しっかりこうハーリーだけを狙っているっていうのがちょっとやりづらそうですね。はい、
やはりここでちょっと柔らかさ、ピールがしづらいというところも出てきてしまっているか。さあミッドにタワーのダメージ、そしてバフも明け渡してしまう。天セカ側のミッドが全て折り切られました。
となるとここからそのアルタ英語側としては、そうですね、天セカが仕掛けた後にゾーンの後入りで全てやられてしまっているんですよ。はい。というよりはゾーンのその狙いがすごい明確すぎて、ハーリーがいたらハーリーをしっかりやるだとか。なので先にゾーンのウルトが落とせるから集団戦始めるというのがベストですね。
ゾーンのまずウルトが使ったのを見て中に入ってこれない状況を作りたい。
はい。
さあこれですね、ゾーンのまずウルトが落ちている。これをチャンスと見たい天セカ、しかしながらゾーンによってダブルキルを献上されてしまう。バポンもミリルヘルス無理やり落とされてしまう。メタルヘッドがこの位置、少し過ぎたところをしっかりキャッチしたのはオブヤンコロ。さあこれ3-1交換
ですね。今のシーンメタルヘッドに対して、ヘイトを集めて先に早く目に落としたかったという気持ちはあったと思うんですけども、横からロジャーとゾーンがしっかり入ってましたね。
いやしかしかなりパイにダメージが出ている。一度引かせることには成功。うわ、このゾーンをやはりピックから警戒しておりましたけど、それが当たってますね、和樹さん。
そうですね、ゾーン704ですので。
さあヤム、通常であればこのヤムという選手もアーマットの今大会代わりのような形の出場になっていたはずなんですが、
層が厚すぎますね。
層が厚い。さあそこにメタルヘッドがいるのを確認はしているか。セリボーイ相手のバフを狙っていく、この圧力に引かざるを得ないか。さあセブニアがマチルダによってフォーカスされている。しっかり集まるよりが早いぞアルターエゴ。これは12分をまた
いや、ゾンの立ち位置うまいですね。
ここの位置でケアをしていて後から入る1対4、いや2対4の形だが、ロードを取り切ってすかさず前を押していくのはアルタ英語。さあロードを取られてしまった10分の時間帯、お金差が7000ゴールド差ほど出てきてしまっている。さあクラウドとセリボーイ、そしてゾーンも要警戒。
ゾーンウルト中の時間目いっぱいに使ってくるので、その間そのスキルを取っておかなきゃいけないんですよね。ゾーンが硫化し終わった後に、逃げスキルを使って引いていかなければいけないので、
さあ石化ゾーンではない執行ゾーン。さあこのサードタワーがおられミッドもおられるか。さあこれはポークとしてしっかり対応できているか。ミッドのサードタワーのみに収まりたい。トップのサードタワーのみに収まりたい。さあしかしながら中に果敢に攻め込んでいくのはマチルダとゾーン。この圧力タワー内でなんとかこれスタン出して仕留めたい。しっかり仕留めることができた。厄介なゾーンがいなくなった、さあここは反転することができるか天セカ側。さあ壁の向こうに行ったセリボーイ等にダメージを出すことができました。一度引かせることには成功。メタルヘッドがこの位置で見ている。マチルダもしっかり視界を取っている。さあ浮いたマチルダ、これはしっかり瞬間移動を使って逃げ切る選択。さあ圧力をかけて逆にやられたくない。ボボクバに対してしっかりサポートができているファーサー。
今ゾーンがいないのでその間落ち着いてファームをしたいですね。
次に
ジャングルのコアで今4レベル差ついてしまっているので
かなり大、
はい、
しっかりレベルとお金を稼ぎたいところ。さあビルドとお金を見てみましょう。いやクラウドも育っている。さあ一方のテンセカまだまだ5000ゴールドはハーリー。これはまたハーリーがマスクを持っているのはおそらくバグでしょうかね。さあこれはでかいぞ。デトリマジックによってダメージ さあまずワンキル欲しかった。このゾーンで対応したい。しっかり今回できるか。いやクラウドも突っかかってきた。いやこれはキル3キル献上してしまっている。ここの位置相手のベースの位置でもしっかりダメージを出している。いやこれ本秒反転バーストダメージ開始薄が逃げ切られる。残っているのはパパとコロ、カグラとラプラプだ。さあタワーダメージが入ってしまっている。ミニオンが切る。ベースにダメージが入れられちまっている。パパだけでなんとか守りきることができないか。残ったミニオンでエンドイット。マッチ1勝利をしたのは世界王者アルタエゴとなりました。さあ中盤から一気に持っていかれたという印象でしょうか、和吉さん。
そうですね、序盤の勢いでは全然負けてなかったんですけども、レオ・マーフィー選手、かなりやはりそのタンクの名手で、結局そのレオ・マーフィーのメタルヘッドにスキルを吐き終わった後にロジャーとゾンが入ってくるっていう形全部同じなんですよ。
コンボの決め
そうですそうです。で手を出させるような、手出さないんだったらこっちから行くよっていうような位置取りでスキルを吐かせられていたっていうところが大きかったですね。
天セカ側の狙いとしては、かなり明確な明治を3ヒーローを取って、そしてラプラプ、またボボクバ、この狙いは先ほどいかがでしたでしょうか。
そうですね、ただコラ選手のソロ神楽で、2対1だとかも見れていましたし、序盤の当たりは本当に良かったと思います。
素晴らしい立ち上がり、
しっかりキルも取れていたんですよね。ただそのメタルヘッドキル取れた段階で、このままでもメタルヘッドをキル取り続けられると思ったんですけど、メタルヘッドにスキルを吐きすぎてメタルヘッドを落としても結局ゾンと、ロジャーが入ってくると。
後入り組が強力すぎましたね。ちょっとカウンター的なものになってしまったのか。しかしながらこのゾーン注意しなければいけない。さあということで、先ほど連絡が参りまして、プレゼントコードが本日もあるということで、今コードが出されております。かなり長いコードになっておりますけども、概要欄を更新していただくとプレゼントコードの記入の方法、そしてプレゼントボックスの入手方法が出るようになっておりますので、今一度概要欄を更新していただいて、その手順通りに進めていただきたいと思います。今回も入手できるのは1000名様ということになっておりますので、お早めにお願いいたします。気を取り直してマッチ2、
そうですね、天世界1戦目と2戦目の動きの違い、
別人格のような動きを見せますからね。これはアルタエゴも要注意してるでしょう。修正が、かなり多く来てあると。天世界は修正の鬼だということの情報は掴んでいると思いますので、はい、もうコード、こんなに長いコードは初めて見ました。打ち込むのに一苦労だと思うんですけども、はい、ぜひともしていただきたい。しかしな、ハーリーピックも刺さっているところありましたが、いや、相手が上手すぎましたが、レオ・マーフィー、セリボーイ、ヤムパイ、そして今回、ウディルの代わりに入ったカエシウスもマチルダからキルを取るというシーンもありましたので、その熱さよ。ウディルが出なくても勝ち切ることができる非常に強力なチーム、分かってはいましたが両者強い。しかしながら切り替えが今回の天世界の持ち味となっております。どんな修正を見せてくるのか楽しみで仕方ありません。次2連勝することができれば明日に進むことができます。はい、コードの追加情報なんが来まして、1000名、今出ている情報が、1000名に達したら終了となっているんですけども、1000名に達した時点でまた別のコードを出すようになっております。その別のコードも1000名までとなっておりますので、本日2回 コードを出すようになっております。それぞれのコードにつきまして1000名ずつプレゼント、計2000名になっておりますので、はい、概要欄をご覧ください。初めから見ていただいている方々、概要欄更新をすれば手に入れる入手方法の手順が出てまいりますので、そちらをご覧くださいませ。さあ、2戦目切り替えていきましょう。さあ、和吉さん、
はい、
切り替えをお願いいたします。
切り替え多分どうしたらいいですか僕
すいません。
もうキラーパスとかじゃないですよ、それ。爆弾投げますよね。
いや、爆弾じゃないですよ。
スクロー爆弾かと思いました。
いや、爆弾じゃないです。プレゼントです。もうこれは愛を込めたプレゼントですけども。今回どうですかね、バンピック、今回ちょっと、相手のゾーンや後入り組ロジャー・クラウドにやられてしまったというところが非常に多いので、はい、重要視していたボボクラ、ラプラプ、カグラ、ここのラインナップ、そして今回新たにピックしていったファーサー、ハーディの扱い、
その構成としてすごく面白いなと思ったのは、しっかり、1体見つけたらそこに対してのガンクから落としきるまでの流れってすごい綺麗だったんですよ。ボボクバがスタンを入れて、でその後ファーサーの CC チェイン、でハーリーもしくはカグラで落としきってだとかっていう形もすごい綺麗にできていたんですけども、これ一番警戒しなきゃいけないのは後入りと裏に入ってくるキャラクターなんですよね。ゾンだとかアリスだとかというキャラクターというのはどうしてもそのマップを無視して、奥に入ってくることができるので、
確かにねえ、ずるいですよね。遅刻しているのになんかいいとこだけ取っていくみたいな。
そうですそうです。でヤム選手の非常にうまかったところっていうのは、ずっと顔を出さないブッシュで待機してるんですよね。当たっていてもぐっとこらえてスキルが落ちたので、スキルが落ちたのっていうのはブリンクスキルですね。ハーリーの2スキルの移動スキル、もしくはファーサーの移動スキルが落ちてからちゃんと入るっていうだけだったんですけども、それが徹底していたのでスキルがその後フルコンボで食らってしまったと。
はい、さあアイテムビルドとスコアが出ておりますが、真ん中にあるのがマッチ時間、そして今試合のデータ出ております。
ただ総ダメージで言ったら圧倒してますね。
これ圧倒ですね、はい、10万ダメージほど圧倒している。
はい、
なるほど。しかしながらその分、メタルヘッド等にゾンに耐えられてしまったという見方もできるんでしょうかね。相手が少ないダメージで落としきることができていると。
そうですね。
しかしタートルは2回獲得できている、これかなり大きいですね。
そうですね。序盤の勢いの部分で言ったら圧倒してましたし、逆にレオ・マーフィーが後手に回っていたんですよ。
なるほどなるほど。その分有利を取れていたのは天セカ側。序盤の圧力お見事でございました。さあやはりレベル差をつけられ、お金差もつけられると相手の流れに行ってしまう。序盤の一番最序盤のいい流れを引き続き継続して相手の上手を取っていきたい。
そうですね。
これをしたい。さあやはり一瞬ビルドで見えたシナ選手のハーリー、マスクを積んでおりましたが、これはおそらくバグのようですね。はい、
あそこってそのゲーム内でも横に装備を出すっていうギミックってないんで、
ないですね。
手動でやってらっしゃると思うんですよ。
おそらく頑張って見やすくしていただいていると思うんですけども、今回天セカ側がマスク買ってないんですかね。
いや、これもバグだと思います。はい。というよりはセブニア選手がショックマスクに成長させてたんで、そこで、マスクは積んでますね。
僕はですね。はい。さあという以上の結果になりまして、 MVP はやはりと言っていいかヤムのゾンになりました。
とんでもないぐらい後入りの達人でしたね。
恐ろしい。ヒーローは遅れてやってくると言わんばかりのゾン。柔らかいヒーローたちがゾンの手のひらの上でなすがままにされていた。このゾンの扱いをどうするか、また先ほどと同じような構成を取るのか天セカ。そうするとやはりゾン、少し厄介になってきてしまうか。さあ少しに、マッチ2に向けて今現在 調整をしているということでございますので、少々お待ちいただければと思います。現時点で1勝を取っているのはアルターエゴ。次の試合もアルターエゴが勝ってしまうと、アルターエゴの勝ち進みが決まり、天セカは M2 終了。敗退となってしまう。さあ、なんとしても1本取り返したい。さあ、今度またシルバンナー、そして、よく見られたのがアルターエゴ、先ほど活躍したヒーローをあえてバンしていくという流れも見えるので、アルターエゴ側のバンも気になりますね。さあ、今回どういう風にしていくかというところなんですけども、申し訳ございません。皆さん、先ほどですね、やけに長すぎるコードが表記されておりましたが、表記ミスとのことで、今のコードが、1つ目のちゃんとしたコードということらしいです。はい。やはりそうですね。あんな長いコード見たことないので、今のコードが、正しいコードとなっておりまして、これが1000名様までにプレゼントされますので。はい、ということなんですけども、もう、いや、これ、天板、いや、かなり多いなと思ってたんですけども、それを上回るほどバンしたいヒーローが多すぎますね、アルタエゴ。
そうですね。
いやー、これは厄介。世界基準。
今でもしっかり時間をかけて修正している最中だと思いますので、
今の時間がペンセカ側の修正時間。非常に楽しみにしております。どういった修正を見せてくれるのか。さあ、我々もしっかりと次の試合勝ち切るぞという思いで配信に当たっていきたいと思っております。ということで、少し休憩、そして調整の時間があるということで、5分間の休憩に入りたいと思っております。5分後空けてから、マッチ2バンピックが開始されます。それでは、一旦我々はこちらで失礼いたします。 さあ皆様お待たせいたしました。ただいまよりマッチ2が開始されます。さあ和樹さん、修正していきましょう。我々も
修正されてた選手ですよ。はい、僕たちも修正していきますけども。
修正していきましょう。ということで次確実に天性が勝ってくれることでしょう。残り数秒。まだまだリラックスしている表情には見える。
はい。
さあマッチ2番ピック見ていきましょう。先攻後攻を入れ替わりまして天セカが先攻です。
さあ先ほどの試合はその奥に入ってくるキャラクターというものの対策が、しづらそうにも見えたので、そこは修正してくると思うんですけども、
さあそれを見て逆にアルタエゴどう対応してくるか。まあ、逆にブロディをバンしてきたのはアルタエゴ。さあ選手は、変更はなくマッチ1と同じ選手で出場となっております。
はい。
さあ盤からどう動いてくるか、どちらが動いてくるか。いいですね、集中している表情に見える。
ここからドラマを見せるのが我々日本の最前線ですから。
主役天性か、見せてくれ。あ、いいですね、リラックスしている表情だパッパコロ。いいぞ、見せてくれ。アルタエゴを撃破して世界を驚かせよう。さあこの選手ウディルに代わって出場しているカエシウス。さあ今現在アルタエゴではコーチからどういう指示が飛んでいるのか。
そうですね、ただドラフトピック今の行くと、かなりヒーローシルバンナ警戒してますね。
やっぱりシルバンナは使わせたくない。
はい、となるとメタルヘッドイスンシン開けられる可能性はあります。
ありますね、先にピックできそうな。
でラプラプゾーンアリス奥に入ってくる3体、ここは絶対アルタエゴを取ってくると思いますので、
世界に注意されているオブヤンのシルバンナ。さあ前半のラストバン移ります。天セカ側、今まででしたらブロディをバンしておりましたが、先にブロディはバンされております。ベラ、そしてローイなんかもバンしておりましたが、さあ何をバンしてきたかということでロジャー。
なるほど、となるとイスンシン開きますのでイスンシン取り上げてくるという可能性もあります。はい、ただベラマチルダ、メタルヘッド空いているので、少なくともそこから2体は取られるかなと。
相手の得意ヒーローは明け渡して、
ラプラプゾーンも空いてますから。
はい、攻め手が多彩だアルタエゴ。しかしながら今現在アルタエゴが警戒している天セカに対して警戒しているヒーローブロディ、そしてシルバンナ、最後の答えは何か。ここはターゲット的な番になりそうだが、
マチルダ。
マチルダ
となるとイスンシン、メタヘ、ベラ
空いてますね。
はい、
天セカ何を優先する。選択肢は多い。その中で自分たちの色を出す、勝ち切るために必要な一つのピース。メタルヘッド。先ほど相手にトライ、かなり厄介であったメタルヘッドを、
かなりヘイトも稼ぎやすいですし、機動力もあります、生存能力も高いですし、で一応ファイターロールなのでロームも速いんですよね。はい、
さあ今大会 OP 枠に入っておりますメタルヘッド、そしてやはり空いているベラ。さあ今回ロジャーもバンされているということで、セリボイが何を選ぶか。
ただここで行くとヤム選手がベラは使ってくると思いますね。
そうですね。
はい、
考えている。イズンシンを先に取ってきたい。やはり これはもう取られても仕方ないという2体を取られましたか、天セが。
ですし、レオ・マーフィー選手じゃない、セリボイ選手かは、もう本当に予選から一貫してイ・スンシン・ロジャーで、1試合ハーリーですかね、主軸で使ってきていて、
あとは別の試合でもリントを使っているところありましたね。はい。基本的にはしかしながらイ・スンシン・ロジャー、
そうですね。
買い手です。ここで来たか。そしてラプラプ。はやぶさラプラプを取ってきた。やはりこれはグループステージでの2戦目のはやぶさの活躍が思い起こされますね、我々。
今回メタルヘッドも取れてますんで、その相手がインベとしてジャングル入ってくるのであれば対策カウンターもできますし、逆にこちらから仕掛けることもできますと。で、イ・スンシンとはやぶさのマッチアップであれば、はやぶさに分はあると思いますし、ジャパニーズ忍者を見せつけましょう。
先ほどもね、集団でブッシュに隠れた隠れ身の術も見せていったジャパニーズ忍者スタイル。そしてアルタエゴはシューをピック。このシューはレオ・マーフィーダンクシューとなるか。
そうですね、火力でシューを通るっていうのはあまりインドネシアでは使われていなくて、はい、
今大会もシューをピックしているのはアルタエゴ、レオ・マーフィーですね、今のところ。後半の番に移ります。神楽番をしてきましたか、やはり。
アルタエゴはオブヤン選手、そしてコロ選手、非常に警戒してますね。はい。
かなり警戒度が高い。これは嬉しくもあり、難しくもある。さあ、そして、どうする。天セか。まだ残り2体番ができます。
今でいくとサイドレーナーサポートが空いているんですけども、カイシウス選手がちょっと未知数すぎて、
情報がない。
はい、なんで今でここでローイを落とすかどうか。先にアリス落としましたね。
はい。レーンとしてアリス、ゾーンアリスの選択肢はあった中でアリスを落としてきたと。さあ、アルタエゴ。現在オブヤン、そしてコロ、ターゲット版のようなしている。
ゾンの取り扱い気になりますけども、ただ今回、そのはやぶさなので、ゾンの圧力というのはハーリーよりかは耐えやすいと思うんですよ。
相手のサポート枠、レーン枠、どちらを重要視するか、アルタエゴ。まだ見えてないところがある。ハリス。サイドのハリスを警戒してきたということでしょうか。さあ、少し意外な番にも思えてがアルタエゴ。
ただここでゾーン消さないとアルタエゴはゾーンは取り上げてくるとは思うんですよ。
そうですね。ローイートもどう見るか、天セか。取られたくないところ。カエシウスの情報がないと見て、そこは無視していくか。
ヤム選手がベラを使ってくるのであれば、パイ選手はラプラップもしくはクラウドっていうラインナップが多かったので、はい、
なんですけども、やっぱりゾーンですか。さあ、以上で全ての番が出揃った。続きましてアルタエゴの1ピック、そしてその後テンセカの2ピック、ラストアルタエゴが1ピックの流れになります。ここでアルタエゴを優先してくるのはサポートかもしくはレーンか。アリス、
おそらくアルタエゴとしては、そうです、アルタエゴもそうですし、テンセカもそうなんですけども、サポートメイジは後取りしたいとは思うんですよ。前張り要因が少ないのがアルタエゴ側なので、少し柔らかいんですよ。
そこをどう見てくるか、アルタエゴでしたが、カレード。今大会、カレード、アルタエゴは初登場になりそうですね。
はい。
さあ、ここで意表ついてくるか、それとも隠していたか、カレード。テンセカ、ラスト2ピック。
C を増やしたいですね。カレードの2スキルでかなり攻撃も吸われてしまいますし。
入られてしまうと。先ほどのメタルヘッドのような扱いされて、この後に入り込まれてしまうのは避けたい。 コミラセシリオン血のワルツ、レッツダンスできましたか、天セカ。これは隠し玉か。さあみんなアルターエゴが顔を向けている、コーチに顔を向けている。このピックはどういうことだと、どう対応していくかと。
これ本当に日本とインドネシアとかでのセシリオンの評価が本当に違いすぎて、
真逆と言っていいほど、
はい、セシリオンどちらかというと中盤からレイトにかけてのキャラクターなので、序盤から叩かれやすいんですよ。
そうですね。
はい、ただセシカーミラでセットで取ってますんで、セブニアをオブヤンライン、セーブオブを世界に見せつけられるチャンスだ
と。これは楽しみ。今現在見えるのはコロがカーミラを使いそうか、セブニアがメタルヘッドとなりそうか、ラストピックはファーサとなりました。これは非常に楽しみですよ皆さん。このピックでアルタエゴに勝ったところを想像してください。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、コロカーミラシナー、ハヤブサ、パッパ、ラプラプ、セブニア、メタルヘッドオブヤン、セシリオン以上のラインナップになるか。そして対するアルタエゴ、ファーサカレード、シュイ、スンシン、ベラ。いやー、わからない。読めない。どういう動きをしてくる、ワクワクさせてくれる。次に負けてしまうと M2 の敗退が決まってしまう。松井さん、これどういう狙いで序盤どういう動きを見せてきそうですかね、セシリオン・カーミラ。
そうですね、ただセシリオン・カーミラのいいところというのは、セシリオンとカーミラの専用スキルがあるんですけど、専用スキルを使うタイミングでカーミラの1スキル、2スキルの冷却上がるんですよ。
なるほどなるほど。
実質4回スキルが使えますんで、そこも踏まえて、でこのラインなんかは日本でもよく2人使っていましたし、序盤は少し耐える展開になりそうかなとも思うんですけども、
ちょっと後半の方にかけて、逆に前半有利を取れるといけるか。さあ注目の試合見ていただきましょう。試合スタートです。セブニア・カーミラにピックしてますね。
そうですね、セブニア・カーミラ。でコロメタ兵少し気になりますね、このマッチアップ。はい、
これはタンクデバイスサイドで起用。面白い形、意外を見せてくれるか。さあ開始符のファーサの連動も気になってくる。そして初登場パイのカレード。
やはりレオ・マーフィーの圧力が激しいですね。
レオ・マーフィー、レオ・マーフィー、
これなんです、やりづらいです。おっとベロ、
ここの位置でさあ品を荒らしてきた。ここは前ブリンクを張ってます。トブラッド献上。いやここ囲みたい囲みたい、なんとしてもワンキルを取り切りたい。いやもうしっかりキルを取ったのはメタルヘッド。しかしながら少し押されてしまっているぞ。
かなり前傾姿勢ですね。トップルートもカレードが裏処理挟んでいると、でセリボーイのファンは止められないと思うので、
やはりもう序盤が少しパワー的な時間では弱いというところを見越して、もうかなりゴリゴリガリガリ削ってきてます。さあシナなんとか取りたい、ギリ取り切る。レオ・マーフィーから逃げ切りたい。しっかりセブニア・カーミラ、そしてオブヤン見ている。このロッジ裏を取っていくか、もうかなり相手に仕掛けていくレオ・マーフィー、そしてヤム。
これちょっとやりづらいですね。
やってほしくない、やめて
く
くれと言わんばかり。まだセシリオンダメージが出ない。カーミリはなんとかクリムゾンフラワーでダメージ出していきたい。ここですかさず4体が駆けつけて2キルを獲得している。
パドル移してほしいですね。どうだパパ、
やだ、キルを取る。仕事にミスター仕事に。さあパイ、ここはクイックサンドで耐えている。人数が取れているのはタートルも取ったの忍者。さあこれもキルを取れ、キルを取れ。シャドウキルで
今落とし切ったと思ってしまいましたね。ちょっともったいなかったけども、
ギリギリのところに逃げ切ったのは見事と言うべきか。さあいけるぞ。序盤さほぼ互角の戦い、そしてお金さもほぼほぼついていない状況。
パパありがとう。
ラッパー最高な音色。さあ残り80秒で逃げていく。
カーミラいい回収。ただこ
しっかり逃げることができるが、オブヤンにフォーカスされてセシリオンがしっかりキルを取り切る。もう流撃が変わってしまうと仕方ないか。
しっかりフラッシュのトリック決めてこられたんで、あれは反応できないですね。
いや、いい試合を見せている。このレオ・マーフィーのジャングルインベートをなんとか対応したい。どう取っていく？フォーカスをした。これは一体浮いてしまったところに反転した。いや、しかしボットではしっかり人数差有利をかけてメタルヘッドをキルしてきた。
セリボーイとのちょっとレベル差が開き始めてるので、そこは怖いんですけども、ただキルも取れているので。
はい。さあ、レベル差を徐々に詰めていきたい。やはり邪魔されている分、レベルが少し空いてきてしまっている。
そうですね、今、敵陣には入れてないので。
これも入れないですね、我々今の時間帯。なかなか苦しい時間帯が続くが、耐えに耐えた先に待ち受けている見える景色があるでしょうですが、なんとかこのレオ・マーフィーのシュー、そしてファーサー、圧力に耐えていただきたい。さあ、前に入っているところ、ワイルドキャストでヤムを投げていった。さあ、オブヤン、コウモリの共鳴でレオ・マーフィーにダメージ、そして回復している。ここでセブリアが入っていく。なんとか逆にファーサーが仕掛けていく。ここの地点、いや、入ってきたのはでかい。キルは取れるでしょう。さあ、タート周り、ここにいるのがパッパです。パッパがいるんです。さあ、相手に取られることなく邪魔をすることに成功している。さあ、1on1、ベラとメタルヘッド追いかけっこ、お互い速い逃げる。足のスピードとブリンクを駆使しているのはベラだ。囲む形になりそうだが、しかし逆に囲まれているのはこれ。
いいですね。
なんて逃げることができるんだ。誰も追いつけないのではないか、このベラに。相手が触っているのは分かっていることでしょう。
ただここ今先にアルタイゴ側が5人揃っていますんで、タートルは明け渡す形になりそうですね。
前半当たりたくないですかね。さあ、それを明け渡す形。いや、パッパが入ってきた。ワンチャンスティールという狙ったところ。さあ、分断されているのは天セカ側だ。1対2対。さあ、落とされて3対。さあ、狙いはパッパはタートル。
そうですね、ちょっと手は出したくなかったかなと思ったんですけど、今ボトルートでこの選手が、タワープッシュをしていたんですよ。
そうですね。
はい。
ボットタワーが降り切ったというところで。さあ、見るや否や相手の弱みにつけ込むアルタエゴ。好きに動きはさせないぞと。主導権はおっと火炎弾危ない。さあ、パイカレード圧力を転ん出している。今回火力メタヘなので柔らかさがある。さあ、次60秒までタートルが湧く時間約4000、5000ゴールドが空いてしまっておりますけど、まだここ許容範囲と言っていいでしょうかね。
バネられちゃってますね。ここも手出さないで無事に待機しやすいですね。
いやらしいですね。隠れているというところから忍耐力もかかりそうですが、さあ、オブヤンのバインドは入っているんですけども、まだ火力が出ていない。さあ、残り20秒ほどで入る。いや、しないヤムに逆に縦横無尽にされてしまっているが、アレクトファイナルブロー。さあ、シナはどこにいる？シャドウキルで。いやー、ここ後入ってきていた。さあ、そしてエアストライク。相手に圧力をかけている。いや、一寸心の入り。さあ、バフを荒らされてしまっている。なんとか耐えたい。まだ耐える時間帯でいたい。カレードがタートルが湧いた瞬間に触っている。こうするかのように一寸心ファーサー。これは一寸心が取り切ってしまうか。しかもなんとレオ・マーフィッシュ、しっかり相手の武士を見ている。頃にダメージバースト。CC チェインからの一撃。さあ、セリボーイがもうこの前の位置まで来ている。ベラもやってきた。シナ影を使って逃げ切る。さあ、アレクトファイナルのオブヤン狙われてしまっているか。カーミラダメージが出ている。逃げ切ることが出てない。ベラのブリンク中央無
これでソロキルですか。
これはきついか。
ただアルタエゴとしては奥に入ってこれるのがベラしかいないので、はい、 ここ耐え切って、セシリオンがボルトロットを、完成する時間帯まで耐えたいと思います。今、ボルトロット入りましたんで、一発の火力はかなり出ると思います。おっと、メタルヒット。
素晴らしい。これは投げ込んだ。イモータルを吐かせることにも成功してキルも回収。さあ、ラプラプが、パパラプラプが裏処理をしっかりしていたことによって、トップ側はまだ押されてはいない。
そうですね、はい。
さあ、今現在の金さビルドを見ていただきましょう。さあ、次50秒でロードが湧く時間帯。まだまだ時間的には耐えたいところ。早場さのまだ9レベル。李承信が13レベル。いや、しっかりと集団フォーカスすることには成功している。今度はベラを逃がさなかった。しかしこの後気をつけたい。相手が来る、相手が来る。 CC スタン入っているところ。さあ、影からしっかりと
相手を入りましたね。
いいですね、素晴らしい
対応力。少し時間をかけたいですね。はい。
さあ、時間をかけていきたい。ゆっくりゆっくり相手に動きたい動きをさせず、自分たちはレート持っていきたい。さあ、そこにシュウがいる。さあ、ロードが間もなく湧く時間帯。いや、まだ前には出づらいので、ロードを触りに行く判断をするか、アルタイゴ。天セカ側はまだボットの1タワー、ファーストタワーを追っているのみ。逆にアルタエゴは6本折り切っております。さあ、そこでレオ・マーフィーがいるのは見ている。そしてロードをやっているのは分かっている。
ただ、これはロードを上げる判断ですね。一旦スタックを貯めようとしていますね、セシリオンの。
セシリオンの育ち、そしてハヤブサ島の育ちを優先している。さあ、キル差はそこまでありません。チームキルは7キル、そしてアルタエゴが10キル。しかし育ち差はどうか。
積極的にその相手のジャングルに入ってこれてるというのがでかいですね。
そこがうまい試合展開を持っていく、やはりこのレオ・マーフィーの試合の作り方。ボットからロードが来る。どう対応していく。そしてアルタエゴは何を狙ってくる。ロードとともに仕掛けてくるか、それとも逆の残っているタワーを折り切っていくか。
全部の連でもタイミング合わせてますね。
ミニオンを一斉に押そうとする動き。さあ、セリボーイがもうビルドを揃えつつある。さあ、まずボットをパッパが処理していきたいところ。やはりベラが前入ってくるか。しっかりスタンを当てられている。さあ、コロとしっかりミニオンを処理してロードの処理に当たっている。ボットを集中しているのはアルタエゴ。これは引かせることには成功。
大きいですね。今カメラのアルティメットも入れていたので、
さあ、ブラッドカースのノーロイで、
はい、その後食らってしまってはというところを見て、引きの判断を取らせましたね。
ダメージ量が、
ただシュウこれ狙ってますよ。
さあ、瞬間移動を切って、いや、しかしながら逆にキャッチャーのリリース投げていったのはメタルヘッド。さあ、キルを取られてしまっているのがカーミラ。そこをこうするからように、さあ、ギリギリ回収していったレオ・マーフィーのシュウを切る。しかしベラがしっかり押している。交換としては 1,2 交換プラスアルファトップのタワーを取られてしまったと。シュウ狙ってましたね。さあ、ハヤブサ大丈夫か。ここはなんとか逃げ切ることに成功。
ミニオン処理も込みで今ウルト吐きましたんで、相手も今、アルタエゴ側もレオ・マーフィーが今落ちています。シュウが落ちているので大きく攻めてはこないと思うんですよね。はい、
前をしっかり視界を取れるヒーローがいないと。セシリオンドミナントを先に積むと。さあ、育ちの部分ではどうだ。スタックはどれぐらい溜まっている。このセブニアのカーミラ、そしてオブヤンのセシリオン、シナジーを生かすことができるか。試合時間は13分に差し掛かりそうなところ。お金差では1万以上のゴールド差がついております。もっと育つパワースパイクが強力な時間帯に持っていくことができるか。さあ、残り60秒。次にロードが
入るの怖いですね、ちょっと。
さあ、防流撃で入ってきてしまっているが、また硬さはあるか。さあ、スタン入って投げ込むことができる。これはしっかり切りたい。ヤムが来るぞ、ヤムが来るぞ。ベラが中に入ってくる。しっかりラプラプのスタンが入っている。なんとかピールすることに成功。
素晴らしいカウンター。
いや、狙ってますね。見てますね。
レオマーフィー今、ウルトの蹴る位置を少しミスってしまって、天使が側に蹴ってしまったんで、そのまま本体も追撃してしまったと。いいです。でも今、正直この形のようなミス待ちになってしまうんですよ。はい。
しっかり対応することには成功したと、天セカ。イスンシンウルトで視界を取ってくる。残り25秒。強化ロードが湧くタイミング。
ベラの入り方うまいと、ヤムの入りがうまいですね、先ほどから。この位置わかんないんですよ、ここに入られてしまうと。
まさかそこにいるかというところ。はい、さあ、ファームをして稼ぎたい。まだまだまだまだ強い時間帯はこの後やってくる。それを信じて。ロードが湧いた。さあ、まだアルタエゴは触っていかない。影が入っているけども、
このベラのビルドがですね、ほぼ防具なんですよ。
はやぶさでは取り切ることができない。
そうですね。
やはりそうなってくると、セシリオンの魔法ダメージというところが重要になってきそうではあるが、ここは早い強化ロードを取り切っていく。距離を縮めてくるのはアルタエゴ。一気に反転していく。さあ、ラプラプあったがしっかりピールをしていきたいが、カレードレジグサンドストも入って、まずは落とされているのはメタルヘッドだ。さあ、セリボーイにだいぶダメージが出ているが、固まってしまって影のダメージがあまり入っていない。落とされるのははやぶさ忍者2体落とされている。さあ、ここでロードが湧いてしまった。5対3プラスアルファ的にはロードがある。メタルヘッドの復帰もギリギリか。パッパが落とされてしまいそうなダメージが入ってしまっている。これは一人でもかけてしまうとエンドイット。ミッドのパワーがおられてしまっている。ここで返せる。血のワルツを使うがしかし、それでも相手のダメージ量、パワーがダメ。ここでミニオンがダメージを出してロードも一緒に来てしまった。これが世界の壁か。見事勝利を2連勝で飾ったのはアルタエゴ e スポーツ。おめでとうございます。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、ここで M2 敗退です。
これが世界との壁ですね。
一気に試合を持っていった圧力とパワー、そして試合の作り方、これを見ても一級品。しかしながらここに2度挑戦し、自分たちの持っている力を全て使い、そしてチャレンジングをしていった日本代表、健闘を送りたいと思います。まずはお疲れ様でした。日本代表ありがとうございます。鈴木さん、
はい、
こちらの2試合を振り返ってみていかがでしたでしょうか。
そうですね、やはり相手のジャングル侵入というところ、先に手を出されてしまった経験の差も大きかったと思いますね。相手のジャングルに入って序盤で有利を取れていたとしても、結局タンク本来のヘイトを稼いでスキルを打たせて、後入りで他のキャラクターが火力を出すという、2試合とも同じような形なんですよね。はい。なんで相手がこう来たら、天セカがこういう仕掛けできたらこう対応するというような、集団戦の連動もそうですし、経験値かなり出ていたと思いますね。
そうですね、
はい、
これが世界の王者の連動、試合の作り方、いや非常に肌で感じる結果となったと思います。逆にするならばこれを吸収して一回り大きくなって日本に帰ってくるのではないでしょうか、天セカ。
ただ最後の最後までチャレンジする姿勢というのをやめなかった。
それは
素晴らしいですね。はい。
世界に勝つぞという思いで最後の最後までチャレンジをして見せてくれました。さあ、ご視聴者の皆様、先ほどもより下のプレゼントコードが変更しております。こちらのコード、新しいコードとなっておりまして、先着1000名様にプレゼントが贈られます。エンブレムパックですとか、トライアルスキンカードというものが贈られるようになっておりますので、概要欄の入手方法をご覧いただいて、プレゼントコードを入力をお願いいたします。先着1000名様までとなっております。いやー、しかし、正直を言うと、和吉さん、悔しいですね。
そうですね。
これは、しかしながら世界ベスト8です。
そうです。
世界ベスト8、MPL 非開催国では唯一のベスト8に駒を進めた。これは一つ、日本代表としての結果を残したのではないでしょうか。さあ、選手たち、元気な姿で、
そうですね。また気をつけて帰ってきていただきたいですね。
帰ってきていただきたいですね。まだまだ M2 は終わりませんが、日本代表10セカンドゲーミングフロスとの戦いは一度これにて終了となりました。ぜひアルター英語には10セカンドゲーミングフロストの分まで頑張って優勝をつかみ取っていただきたいと思います。さあ、やはり層が厚いウディルを出さなくてもこういった戦い方ができると。
というよりは、今回、アーマト選手が参加できず、アーマト選手のリザーブとして、ヤム選手が入ってきた。でスタイルは違うんですよ。
はい、そうですね。
アーマト選手というのは、どちらかというと自分のレーンをしっかり潰すところにまず長けている選手だったので、入り方もあるというか、引き出しが多い、本当に。
試合を作れる選手。いや、もっともっと皆さん、モバイルレジェンド、日本でも盛り上がっていきましょうよ。世界ベスト8です、日本代表が。皆さん、もちろん天セカ、こうやってしっかりとした活躍を見せた。しかしながら皆さん、天セカ一強ではもちろんダメだと思います。この天セカに勝つチームがもっともっと日本で生まれてくるようになれば、さらに世界を驚かせる結果になると思いますし、もっともっと日本のシーンが盛り上がってくる、そう思いますので、今度は天セカ、打倒天セカ狙われる立場になると思います。さあ、どんな盛り上がりを見せて、今後日本のモバレの大会等がどういう風に動いていくかも我々非常に楽しみですね。さあ、この後、かなり第1試合目が、開始から押してしまいましたので、従来であれば2試合目、トダック VS エボス SG が15時15分からという開始予定ではあったんですけども、ちょっと時間の調整があるか、どうなるかは、また画面の方をご覧いただきながら、スケジュールの方を確認していただきたいと思います。次の試合はトダック VS エボス SG、シンガポール代表母国開催。そして M1 ではテンスカを破ってベスト3に入りましたトダック。その次の試合、第3試合がブーミーズグールズ VS ブレン e スポーツ。こちらの方がグループそれぞれ1位通過のチームとなっております。そして最終試合がオメガ e スポーツ VS RRQ と。こちらも1位通過同士の試合となっております。
どうしてもやっぱり振り返ってみると、この舞台というものに飲まれてしまっていた部分というのは少なからずあると思うんですよ。
なるほど。
そんな中でも、
うん
その場数慣れしていた最高峰のチームたちを一度破って我々上がってきてますから、
そうですね、
はい、全く何も残せなかったわけではないんですよ。
いや、むしろですよ、
はい、
プロチームに勝てた、そしてベスト8に残れた、
はい、
とんでもねえことでゲス、これ
逆に言ったら、ここで天セカが仮に優勝してしまったとなった時に海外顔は立たんですよね。
立たんですね。
はい。
いや、逆にだから必死でしたでしょうね。
はい、マクロコントロールだとか、
うん
ドラフトピックの研究だとか、メタの開発だとか、
はい、
選手たちでやってる。
そうです。全部自分たち。
すごすぎますよ。どんだけの労力なんですかね。
いやー、そこはもう、以前もオビアン選手インタビューの時におっしゃってましたけども、
はい、
休憩時間が休憩ではないと。次の戦いに向けた考え、そして相手を研究する時間に全力を費やしているので、大会期間中はもうモバレのことしか考えられませんと。やっぱ選手たちでそれをやらなければいけないというところのデメリット、そういうところにあるのでしょう。さあ、まずは精一杯戦っていただいた皆様、本当にありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。日本代表として胸を張って気をつけて帰ってください。そしてこの日本代表たちが1月30日に MCL の中で我々がですね、対戦で当たる可能性があると。はい、MCL のゲームに、代表チームが登場するという1月30日にイベントもありますので、ぜひとも視聴者の皆様、それにも参加していただければと思います。そして24日までは M2 のイベント開催中、ゲーム内イベントクエストをクリアして M2 コインを獲得したり、あと限定のスキン、エモート、製造、フレームなんかを手に入れる機会もございますので、ぜひ皆様そこも楽しみくださいと。さあ、こちらが結果となっております。やはりダメージ出力は天セカ側が勝っている。
とんでもない気持ちでは負けてなかったですね。むしろ勝ち越したと思いますね、このダメージ出力。
そうですね、
はい、
相手にダメージを出させていないということで、素晴らしい。さあ、こちらが改めましてのデータでございます。さあ、こちら上のデータは、右が天セカですか。失礼しました。右がアルタ英語で左がテスカ。そして下の方がそれぞれの、データとなっておりますね。ダメージディーラー。セシリオンが一番ダメージは出せてはいた。いや、しかしながらダメージディーラー。右側のデータは少し違うデータになってますね。ヤムが MVP ですか。いやー、この2試合ヤムの活躍が目まぐるしかった。もちろんレオマーフィー相手のジャングルを荒らすというところをやってましたが、要所要所で仕事をしていたこのヤム。
いや、正直びっくりでしたね。
こういう選手がまだ世界にはいる。
全くこう選手によってプレースタイルが違うなというのが分かりました。はい。そのレーンから囲って集団に合流して、自分の位置取りをするタイプと、全く遠いところで視界に映らないところから入ってくるタイプ。このヤム選手の入り方、素晴らしかったですね。集団に参加するわけでもなく、プッシュするというわけでもないんですけども、大事な当たりというか、当たられたくないタイミングに入ってくる。
天セカで言うならば、ちょっと系統がパパに似ているかのような仕事に、まさしく見せつけてくれた。これがアーマットの代わりとは思えない。素晴らしい。さあ、しかしながら テンセが今現在世界からかなり注目されて、SNS でもだいぶフォロワー数がガンガン増えているということでございますので、もしかしたら、今回のつながりとかもあって、テンセか、そして日本のチームとなんか海外の交流ができたり、M1 が終わってたから結構、ブヤンさんと、あと和樹さんも向こうの選手と一緒にプレイしたりとか、
そうですね、はい。
いうこともあったりしたんですよね。そういう環境がどんどん増えて、日本チームが向こうと一緒にもっともっと大会に参加できたり、そして日本内での大会ももっと盛り上がっていくといいですね。
そうですね。国内での経験が僕たちやはり著しく低い。
向こうに比べると。
どうしてもいろんな情勢とかもあるとは思うんですけど、どんどん盛り上げていきたいと思ってます。
そうですね。
はい。
どんどん盛り上げていきましょう。そして視聴者の皆様ももっともっと盛り上がりたいという思いがこの M2 を見て湧き上がっていると思いますので、我々ももちろん、そしてプレイヤー視聴者の皆様もぜひとも今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。さあ、この後次の試合、トラック VS エボスシンガポール、試合が行われることになっております。我々キャスター陣は日本代表の試合がすべて終了いたしましたので、こちらの配信で終了となってしまいます。あずきさん、最後に本日というかM2 を振り返ってみて、ちょっとコメント、総評などいただけたら、そして前に向けたコメントをいただけたら嬉しいなと思っておりますが、いかがでしょうか。
そうですね、やはりその選手たちが、今回代表として決まるまでの経緯、そして、現地に入ってからの生活隔離期間などかを得て、ここの舞台に立ってもらっている、そしてプレーオフまで進んでいただいている、ですし、僕多分このメンバーじゃなかったら成し得なかったのかなとも思っています。はい、日本の最前線はやっぱりこの10セカンドゲーミングフォレスト。
間違いないでしょう。ぜひとも今後の活躍、そして、願うことならば日本国内でのさらなる盛り上がりを我々も祈っております。ということで M2 キャスター日本代表を務めましたのは私山下勝弘。
Intinya sih emang udah terbiasa di lower bracket, jadi nggak ada kerasa ketakutan buat di lower bracket.
です。
ありがとうございました。皆様ありがとうございました。M2 はまだまだ日曜日まで続きますので、ぜひ最後までご視聴ください。それでは我々はこちらで失礼いたします。さようなら。
ありがとうございました。
Why did he say, okay, I don't want to play, I'm chill, you know, I'm just going to relax?
Biar bikin kaget yang lain aja sih. Karena makanya mainin Cassius bukan Udil.
We want to shock everybody, so we play with Cassius, not Udil.
Okay. I want to talk about Yam. Obviously, he's MVP of the game. He was your fighter, Uzong, as well as Benedetta. Just destroyed 10 Seconds Gaming. They didn't know what to do against him. What do you guys feed him? You know, from the group stages to now, so powerful, so much difference in his gameplay.
Lebih ke banyak discuss aja, jadinya lebih percaya diri sih Yamnya.
We have a lot more of discussion after the group stage, so Yam is now more confident of his gameplay.
Okay. And moving forward, you know, obviously you guys believe you can win the whole thing, right? Yes. You can win the whole thing. Who do you want to face next? You have either Omega or RRQ Hoshi. It depends on how their match turns out, but you're going to face one of these teams. Who would you prefer to face? Who's easier to beat to you?
Omega, soalnya biar yang di bawah-bawah biar kita yang bantai, yang atas biar RRQ yang bantai.
So for us it's Omega because our plan is upper bracket, so RRQ will go fight in our upper bracket, then we fight from lower bracket.
So Indonesia dominance, yeah, one up, one down. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I like that storyline. You know, we'll see if that's going to be dominance MPL ID, right? You know, just destroying everybody up and down. But okay, so Omega, that's your hope to play. But you think RRQ is going to be in the final?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys going to be in the final. All right. Anything else you want to say to your fans? One last question before we throw it to the break.
Tetap dukung aja sih, Ci. Itu.
Keep supporting us.
Alright, keep supporting Alter Ego, guys, as they move through that lower bracket for that grand final position. Alright, guys, it's been great talking to Pi here, and we'll be dropping to a short break in just a few moments, guys. Stay with us, and we'll be right back with more M2 Mobile Legends action.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Serve.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Serve.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about this hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which she will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential. To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining the fight here at M2's World Championship for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I'm Lysander, once again back here at the discourse session with my experts. We have Quartervar now, as well as LaFell replacing our last two analysts, and of course, Joaquin Gomez, my co-host, going to be joining us here today.
I was going to say not the expert, but just the co-host today.
No, I don't claim it like that.
Exactly. If you just join us wherever you're watching from around the world, like we said earlier, we are expecting over 40 million people to be watching all the action happening right here at M2 World Championship 2020. And I do want to give a certain shout out to you if you're watching live from Cathay Cinemas here in Singapore.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. Grab all the popcorn you can, because the next match that we have for you, aside from it being an age-old rivalry, there is a long history between these two teams. It's Todak against Evos SG. But before that, I hear our good friend LaFell has grown attached to a certain bag that's also one of our partner brands here today. Want to say hello to Tumi. Thank you so much for coming on board. They have just launched their brand new Tahoe series, which I think LaFell will now very sensually model for us. Do you have it with us, LaFell?
Hello, everyone, and yes, if you want a sensual bag, let me just tell you, Joaquin.
Go for it,
Let me
LaFell.
just tell you, Lisandra and Quartervar.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I appreciate that you just brushed it off. I love this bag, you know, because this bag has a lot of opportunities for me. Like, I can pun it a lot, you know. Just I'm not gonna do it now, just because I'm gonna embarrass myself later, not now. But this bag is so good for all of you gaming heads, because for me personally, I've been playing rank, right, all over in Singapore, and the thing is, I'm good, but I don't know how to tell people I'm good. So I just tell them, hey guys, you guys don't worry, I got a Tumi bag, and then they're like, so what? And I'm like, I'll be carrying all of you because you guys get in my bag.
Ah, there we go. We waited a while for that punchline. We
And
got
to
that.
be clear, LaFell, you're not paid extra for this, right?
No, he's not.
Not paid extra?
Maybe. So, Tumi,
Not
if you're
paid
watching, hire LaFell to be your brand
He
spokesperson.
does seem
yes,
like a very
yes.
enthusiastic spokesperson.
No, I'm actually very quiet. I'm very introverted, but I'm very humble. That is the best thing about me. Like, I've met all of you guys here, and I think I'm the most humblest.
I'm sure. I'm very sure. Lysander, let's focus on the game at hand right now.
I mean, he says he's the humblest, but Quartervar hasn't even had a chance to
Exactly.
speak, you know. Quietest and the humblest, but, you know.
No.
You can't say that.
No, because he's not as humble as me, that's why he doesn't speak. He feels like he's better than us, so he kept quiet.
Yeah, I'm extremely arrogant.
There you go.
Yeah.
Awkward smiles ensues.
Albert smiles. All right, so back at the case at hand, Singapore versus Malaysia is the matchup today. And Mr. LaFell, you are outnumbered. 3 Singaporeans on this panel right now, and you're only Malaysian. But I understand you identify as a Johorian.
Yes, I identify as a Johorian as well as a Filipino.
Okay.
What? You know
Yes.
what? I'm pretty sure the comment section, all our Malaysian friends right now will be roasting LaFell for actually acknowledging that you want to save yourself as we speak.
Yeah,
He lives off this hate.
No, the thing is, I spent moments with our Filipino casters, and the more I spend time with them, the more I realize I'm Filipino myself. Towards the point, I feel like LaFell is not my full name. My full name is LaFell TZ.
All right. I don't know how to respond to that, so I'm just going to segue. I'm just going to segue away from that and thank the boys and girls behind the scenes. Actually, we almost forgot about them because LaFell's joke almost made us go off the
That's
rails.
LaFell
But I
for
really
you.
want to thank the people, the production crew, as well as the boys and girls. They have been working so hard to ensure this program runs smoothly in spite of COVID. You know, it's been really difficult, but I think everyone's been pulling through really well. Everyone's been making sure that we, have safe distancing. We wear our masks where we're not on camera. All that, I think I was very surprised. Like, honestly, I thought, Singapore's pretty safe. We barely get cases compared to the rest of the world. I thought, hey, it's pretty safe. I came here. I did not expect the amount of checkpoints at every corner. I did not expect, there's this really strict path, no mingling, no mixing crowds. I think that was really, I think that was really cool. Almost felt regimental.
In a very quick summary of Lysander's phrases, we've all come together to work hard to give you all the action for M2 World Championship 2020, because we know you want to be here. We know you want to scream and cheer for your favorite team, but of course, with all these regulations in place, we do our best to give it to you in a whole other way. That's it, gentlemen. Analysts on the panel today for our discourse session. Todak against Evos SG. Now, I've done a bit of research and I realized these two teams, they have a bit of history with each other. But I do want to get this first question out of the way. Are you surprised that either of them are actually in the lower bracket, Lafel?
No.
Whoa, wow. Okay, direct answer. Why so? Why so?
Yeah, so I have a lot of points of why I feel so, but I feel like Cote d'Ivoire really want to talk, so how about you take it?
Personally, I feel like traditionally, Singapore and Malaysia teams don't earn the top dogs in the competition, but this EVOS is a whole new monster. This year, I guess because their Indonesian counterpart isn't part of it, the Indonesia side is like merging energies with the Singapore side. So as you can see, they even brought Zace down because, World Championship coach from last time won, previously with EVOS Legends, but now with a totally new different roster. And because of that, I think they're really putting all their eggs in this basket right here. Yeah, so I would say I was quite surprised to see that EVOS, and I mean, you could see how close EVOS and RRQ were in terms of standards, but this EVOS is a total different monster than any other Singapore Malaysia team that you would have previously seen in M1.
And if you guys are wondering who Zace is, for those newcomers that are not familiar with the scene, likewise, I know the brand EVOS. EVOS is massive in Mobile Legends, but the name Zace, you know, talking to the cast as the analyst, you'll be hearing the word Zace being like passed around like Luke Skywalker is returning or something, you know, that kind of thing. It's like almost a legendary name, and the fact that he's coaching EVOS SG is such a big deal. I wanna pick your brain a little bit. You're a coach yourself. Tell us what kind of impact a coach has on a pro team, because isn't it just practicing? How much does a coach really do? I think that's something the viewers back home that are not familiar with the pro scene might stand to benefit from this kind of information. So yeah, how much can a coach influence this?
Honestly, I would say it's very important to have good players along with a good coach. If you have both, then the piece would be pretty much covered. But of course, there are other things like sports psychologist, or like an assistant coach, a positional coach, things like that.
Okay.
But I mean, if there's just one coach, this coach can generally give the team a better direction to go into in terms of training, as well as in terms of problem solving for them. Perhaps maybe they're 0-1 down in the series. The coach will be the one stepping in with the change in drafts, change in strategies, change in direction, so the team actually can have a way to claw back into the game. Because most of the time, the players in the game itself, they're so occupied, like in that focusing on the game. When they lose the game, they're like, wait, why did we lose that game again? But the coach will be able to give them the concrete answer from a third-party perspective.
Okay.
Very important.
That makes a lot of sense. You get lost in a heat of battle. But right now, I think we do have our head-to-head stats.
Exactly.
Pop out on screen.
Let's bring it up right now on the board for you watching wherever you are around the world. Let's have a look. Todak against EVOS SG.
All right, so numbers, boys. Tell us what these numbers mean on the screen so that us not mathematically inclined folks can better appreciate.
Games played is just really, they have gone through the same amount of, I would say even the level of competition is pretty similar. So Toda went against Omega, the strongest in the group. EVOS went against RRQ. So both of Omega and RRQ are like contenders for this. Then they also have a slightly weaker team in the group, which is DreamHack and Infinity KH for both of their groups. And then in playoffs, they were playing against teams that are also not top dogs, so they get to hide a lot of their strategies.
Yeah, and over here, I really want to highlight that the numbers, they don't really separate them that much. Games played, 7. Teams damage per minute, 2,500, 2,600. Average game score, roughly the same, 36. Lord slain, 0.9, 0.6. Total slain per game, 1.3 and 1.9. This shows how both of these teams are actually more similar than we think. So both of these teams are not better than other teams.
Yeah, see, this is one of those big brain statements where we're just kind of processing what Lafel just said. But I understood it actually, surprisingly enough. I kind of understood it. But I do have a question for the both of you. Maybe a quarterback can go first. As a coach, and I don't mean to do this to you, what did Todak do right against Infinity and DreamHack?
I would say generally in terms of individual skill, Todak were a lot more prepared. I guess because they were a lot more experienced as well. I think there are 3 players coming from their M1 roster. So because of experience, it's not only in the game itself. It has to do with the preparation time coming up to the actual championship. So maybe perhaps there is 1 year between M1 and M2. Only the most experienced players who have experienced defeat or have experienced the highest of highs will be able to, settle down straight after one World Championship to start preparing for the next. So I think that is actually one of the advantages they have against both of the other two teams in the bracket. So because of that, it was really especially against DreamHack and Infinity Cage, like the experience really put them ahead.
Lavelle?
Yeah, for me, before that, I do have to ask you guys a question. Are you guys comfortable?
Oh boy, here we go.
Are you comfortable?
Why not? Why not?
Depends on the question.
Because I have a story to tell all of you, alright? So, the thing is, I know Toda, alright? They are very, very good kids, but this is the thing that they do. They are the comeback kids. And you know what they do? They lose on purpose. All of those losses, every time they looked like they were doing down, they were actually doing the greater good for the entire esports scene. Because winning one-sidedly, it's not fun. It's not fun, right? But we agree, right? So they're like, we will lose first, look like the hero, and then win later. Because this is the thing about Toda, okay?
Yeah.
When they look like they're losing, they're actually winning. And when they look like they're winning, they're actually losing.
Okay.
Wait. I think that was wrong.
You have like 5 seconds to correct yourself, Lavelle. Go for it.
You know when computers are lagging and the dots.
Yeah, I know. That's all of us. That's all of us, and even you watching this right now. So you want to correct yourself again?
Yeah. I think I should have came more prepared. When they look like they're losing, and then that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
When they're winning, they're still winning.
Yeah, the thing is, I tried to think of something clever,
Yeah.
but then I remember I'm not, so I just stopped it there.
Here's
Play
a-
it safe.
I mean, you just made them out to be drama queens, like, let's not win too hard. Let's show a little bit of difficulty, and
In Malaysia, if you watch TV3, TV9, a lot of dramas. That's where the influence comes from.
Or what's the Malaysian term for an anime comeback? Is that like a term, a Malay term for it? Bahasa?
Yeah. Kartun datang balik.
Okay, Joakim understood. I don't speak Malay, so I don't know. He laughed really hard, so I'm going to think it's a good joke.
Oh my goodness.
All right. On that great note, let's look at the player head-to-head here, and let's try and redeem some of this analyst panel. We got Seoul versus Formaze, and that's the matchup that production has chosen for us.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on this?
If I may, I will talk about this first. So, both of these players are similar and different at the same time. The similarity is that they're both playing roughly the same role, which is the experience lane. And the other similarity is that both of these players, even though the KDA doesn't look good, they are not KDA players. They are the kind of players that will actually do all sorts of plays to make sure that their team will win. So even if they die, they make sure something will happen during their death that influences the team's victory. Now, the differences is very contrasting, where Seoul is super experienced. He has been in this game for a very long time. Formaze, he is the rookie. He has never played an offline stage kind of situation. So being on stage might be the difference maker here.
Yeah, and no, speaking of which, I think what you mentioned about these guys are the playmakers, right? Same with how we saw Leo Murphy earlier on in the previous series. He was dying a lot. It looked like he was fooling around. He was actually baiting the enemy team, spamming recall, and getting himself jumped on, and then his team just collapses on him afterwards. So we might be looking at a similar playstyle from these two guys. Like you mentioned, Seoul, I've been following them since I think one of the tournaments I did in 2019. Seoul has been there.
Soul has been solid.
And the team has changed around him, but he stays around. So definitely one of the, I wouldn't say founding fathers, but definitely one of the OGs of Singapore Mobile Legends.
I think that's the relevant term to use now, OG, as compared to founding fathers.
I mean, if you don't want to use founding father, you can say founded brother.
Yeah, maybe.
But you need the alliteration, you need the F and F.
Oh.
It flows better. Founding brothers doesn't sound right.
I have it.
Okay.
Founding father.
All right, moving on.
That was very close to getting us cut off the air.
Gonna move on to my next question to Quadova. Actually, now Quadova, I need to ask you this only because it's Singapore, it's home ground. Is there extra motivation? Is there extra pressure on Evo's SG to fly the flag high today?
No, in fact, I think it's an advantage because the rest of the teams actually they had to go through a 14-day quarantine.
Yeah.
Whereas EVOS actually did not have to, so they definitely have a lot of energy coming to the tournament. First, they're completely fresh, whereas the other teams are coming in from quarantine. Quarantine is really a very tiring process if you tried it before. Yeah. So like as we saw the head-to-head matchup earlier about the Formace versus Soul. There's actually the other way around on the other side lane where X-Ray is fighting Pokemon. So X-Ray is actually the veteran, whereas Pokemon is the rookie from EVOS SG side. So I would say it's quite a mirror matchup. It's really this match, and even the mid tree has a lot of experience stacked up.
Yep.
So it's E1, Chiku for the mid tree, as well as JPL Potato for EVOS side. Yeah. So all this is like whether the experienced players will step up or whether the rookies will step up.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like EVOS SG being in Singapore is actually a very good advantage when they lose because they can just go home.
Okay, yeah.
So losing doesn't feel that bad,
But
you know?
there are a lot more people from Singapore that's going to be watching. This is the first time it's on national TV.
Yep.
This is the first time it's going to be in cinema. So you lose in 4K HD, man. It's not a good situation to be in. So there's more of that pressure, you know, Singapore pride. They're the only Singapore team left, you know, with RSG being unfortunately knocked out in the group. So we want to see EVOS move forward. You know, all the people watching at home for the first time. You know, even my mom, you know, she heard about this Mobile Legends event. She tunes in.
Yeah.
You know, you want to tell her like, okay, mom, the Singapore team made it through the first round.
Yeah,
I want to be able to say that.
Yeah.
You know. So for those of you guys that want to know the stakes of this battle, it is a best of 3 that decides their tournament life. You know, whoever loses here goes home. I think that needs to be reiterated again. Whether you're going home now or going home on a plane, it's still going home. Yeah. So Singapore versus Malaysia, age-old tradition. We fight over food. We fight over but usually food. We fight over a lot of things. But now we're gonna fight over mobile.
All right, Lefel's gonna make a statement now.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, we're talking about fighting. Camera, if you could focus on me.
Here we go.
You already focus on me. I'm the only Malaysian here, and this is my mic. Why do all of you guys have the M2 mic? Why am I the only one?
Okay, you know what? Here you go. Here you go, Lefel. Here you go. Put it in. Put it in. There you go. Let me be the friendly person. Yes, let me be the friendly person here. You know, this is where we are. We're still brothers, by the way. Us Singaporeans and us Malaysians.
You know, but knowing you the past few days, I wouldn't be surprised if you'd actually took it out before the broadcast started to just make this joke.
No. It's in the to me. It's in the to me bag.
I knew it.
Yes, to bring.
I knew it.
Yeah. Thank you to me.
He set this up just to make that joke. I knew it.
We're about 10 minutes away to game time. Quarterfinal question for you. Between EVOS and Todak, who do you think will win this round?
I predict a 2-0 on the side of EVOS, so they're gonna take the win over Todak.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. But as a Singaporean, you are biased, so I want to hear Malaysian side.
So in order to make sure that everything is evened out, I think that it will be a 2-0 as well on the side of EVOS. EVOS will win straight out. I don't think Todak can do anything.
Okay,
That's a twist.
Okay, so guys, for those of you that don't know, Lefel is... Lefel here practices black magic, so whatever he says, whatever he predicts, the opposite happens. So having just said what he just said, he has... Let me translate for you guys. He has said that EVOS is going to lose 2-0, and they have nothing they can do about it.
Thank you very much.
Todak will have everything to do about it.
Thank you very much, Lisandra. Yeah, I really appreciate that you tell that, because a lot of people don't know. Whatever I say, the opposite happens. You know, like I thought people would catch on when I say I'm a quiet guy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Says the one holding a microphone.
Sarcasm is lost on a lot of people. But looking at the predictions, it looks like we have a pretty one-sided prediction here from the talent.
Wow.
Okay, a lot of people are saying EVOS are favored here.
82.5%. Oh my goodness.
Everyone loves Singapore. What can I say?
All right, yeah, Singapore. Woohoo! Uniquely Singapore.
Yay.
There you go.
This is gonna be the most interesting round so far that we had. Now, don't forget, also later on at 4:15, it's Burmese Ghouls against Brand Esports, and at 6:45, Omega Esports against RRQ Hoshi. But right now, the match we are all focused on, Todak against EVOS SG. You've seen the player head-to-head. You've seen the player lineup as well, and I'm pretty sure we might get predictions on where they might lane in just a bit.
EVOS just walked over, and they look super confident. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'd be sad if they lost.
Yeah, it'd be sad. Yeah. Okay, that didn't sound like a jinx. That was good. Okay, I'll take it. But I think the opening ceremony. I just want to just segue in here. Like, I think it's wonderfully done. Like, it feels so cool. I don't know if it translates well on the screen, but whatever we watch here, just feels so awesome, you know, with the camera, and then they make them look like superstars. They walk out in their jackets. Some of them don't even put on the sleeves. You know, the cool guys. They just wear it over their shoulders. They don't put on the sleeves, and they just walk in. It's like, I'm the man. Yeah,
so you have no complaints about it?
No complaints. What complaints?
Like, I mean, I think it's missing something.
What is?
You announcing the players?
No, I mean, like, you know, casters, hosts, coaches. We should have walked this.
Yeah, okay, true. We should have a walk-in.
We should have a walk-in.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take it out of production, but for now, before we get our butts kicked, let's talk about the expert stuff. Let's talk heroes.
Sure.
I mean, we didn't really get a chance to talk heroes. Any particular standout heroes we might be looking at here for this matchup? What are some key, signature stuff that we might see banned a lot or picked?
There's a lot of things that I think Quartervoy wants to say, so how about you say it?
I mean, you're the expert.
No.
Go for it, Quartervoy.
In NFL, you're not allowed to speak. All right, Quartervoy. Silence. All right.
Okay, I guess both teams have. EVOS has a way more predictable drafting pattern, whereas Todak is more of like, oh, I pick what I want. I just pick what I want.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drama queen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want that drama maybe. But yeah, so for pocket picks, I would say for the side of EVOS, something that we'll be expecting a lot of would be JPL Cho, if it's not banned out, Pokemon on his Harif, Potato on his Brody or Isashin, or even his Hayabusa, back from the days, you know. Aeon, he has been doing extremely well, Kagura. Then for the side of Todak, however, they have actually hidden some picks. So Chiku's Hellcat, Chiku's Harley, he has only, I think, used it in once. One game. And then for the side of Todak, who knows? Maybe they have something prepared, because in their match against DreamHack, it did not seem like they're going all out until they lost the first game.
Yeah, and I the thing about EVOS SG, like, super serious, I'm being serious here, like, looking at that draft, it almost looks like they are really on top of the draft, where they use Yisenshin a lot, and Yisenshin is one of the highest win-rated heroes in M2. They use the Cho, which we can see that RRQ keeps banning the Cho, and then people are like, why do they keep banning the Cho? And then EVOS showed, like, this is why you ban Cho. Cho is so good as a tank. And the side of Todak, again, like he said, it's very unpredictable.
Now, we've spoken a lot about what teams should do. I'm going to ask a question to you guys. What should teams avoid doing, or the mistakes in the game? Go for it. Quartervoy, you want to start first?
Sure. Alright, so I think for the side of EVOS, they have it in the bag as long as they just play the game traditionally and they don't overthink or overcomplicate things. Because honestly, in terms of individual skill, all of them are pretty even matched up. But I would say maybe the Hyper Carry has a better edge in terms of hero pool, mechanics, awareness, positioning. So the tank as well has a little bit more leadership, communication. So because in that sense, I would say as long as they do their traditional game, EVOS will come out on top. So they should not try to do anything special. Whereas on the side of Todak, they should not do things normally, because they can't win head to head.
And for me, it's very simple. I think that they should not die.
Alright, I get it. You know what? Wolf stole your joke in the previous panel.
Oh my!
He already said this. Yeah. That's why we say we don't waste content in rehearsals, man. Alright, so anyway, it looks like the game is going to be starting in a few more moments. Joakim, anything else for us?
Well, if you want to actually win some exclusive giveaways, all thanks to our friends over at Razer and M2, you might want to go check out all the things that are available for you below right now. I see the Razer Black Shark. We're going to hand you over to our casters in just a while as we sit back, relax, and enjoy Todak against EVOS SG for M2 World Championship.
Singapore team is to, you know, make the M2 trophy stay here in Singapore.
There's a little bit of time we're here. They finally get the towers down, and it's a 3-man life. And there you go, EVOS SG final.
Yeah, it's definitely an honor to represent Singapore again in M2 as we did in M1. Although it was not a good run in M1 for us, we're looking to do a lot better this time around.
Soul is a good buddy of mine, and right now this is his final tournament, and that's the storyline for him. This is his last hurrah, and this is going to be his chance to get the championship before he leaves the scene.
Of course, the Swordfishes, being the Malaysian favorites, right? They have definitely proved a lot
back in M1, but M2 is a different ball game. Can they finally find that form to be able to be consistent to do it all the way throughout the entirety of the M2 run?
And now the fight has begun. The wrath has begun. E1 has been caught. Fatal Links getting 3. This is huge. Blazing to it.
Saya kita orang still buat sama macam M1 dulu. Still jangan pandang rendah dekat enemy and buat sebaik mungkin lah. Maybe kita orang kebanyakan game kita orang menang di fasa late game. Sebab bila fasa late game tu kita orang lebih tahu apa nak dibuat and langkah jaga-jaga tu mesti kami mewakili Malaysia and kami juga akan buat yang terbaik lah. Even M2 ni dekat korang punya country. So kita orang mewakili Malaysia akan buat sampai baik lah.
They have a very good chemistry around them. But for this M2, I'm not really sure because there are some changes on the roster, so some different roles here and there.
Saya tahu korang kalah dekat MPL MYSG. So dekat M2 ni macam saya cakap, kalau kita ada rezeki, kita akan jumpa lah.
If you underestimate us this time, you guys will regret it.
Hashtag Todak Laga M2.
Because, bro!
Special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seat engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
How's everybody doing? We would also like to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. How do you do? Welcome back for the second series of the day. My name is Leo, joined here by Contra, Gideon Q, and Butters. We will be your broadcasters for this next matchup. It is an MPL MYSG rematch. We've seen this day in, day out. MYSG's very own EVOS SG versus Todak. Butters, these two gentlemen, as soon as this match got started, right at the countdown, it's like a fire lit up in their eyes.
It's clearly one of the matchups that was fated. It was fate that put them together. This might sound cheesy, but this is destiny.
He's laughing because he agrees.
I mean,
He does!
I don't want to say that
Or
it
it's
is
not wrong at all. I mean, you just look at exactly how the brackets went like, and you know, unfortunately, you gotta say goodbye to either the Malaysian side or the Singaporean side, which, you know, it's hard to pick between the two.
Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, I would hate to see either one of these teams have to go. They all come from the MPL MYSG, and we've seen them time and time again battle each other. Ideally, it would have been nice to see them, you know, in the upper brackets, but unfortunately, their groups were pretty tough.
Yeah, and I think it's poetic, right? That as we announce the split of Malaysia and Singapore in their own respective MPLs, one of them have to knock each other out in the lower bracket.
They have a
here
last dance.
at M2.
They have a last dance.
Exactly, that's what it is. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take the time to introduce to you guys the first 5 coming in from each of these teams. Once more, it's going to be Todak versus EVOS SG. First up, it's the 5 from
Malaysia, Team Todak. Iwan, Chiku, X-Ray, Stu, Manatee, Homage, and Moon. Team Todak.
From Malaysia, Todak.
EVOS SG from Singapore. Matthew. JPL. Pokemon. Soul. Potato. And Aeon. EVOS SG.
From Singapore, EVOS SG.
I'll do you one better. Actually, how about we introduce all members active right here at M2 for Todak and EVOS SG. On screen right now, this is Christina Nang, our officiating marshal for this next best of 3.
huge responsibility on this young woman's shoulders as we wait to introduce as well our coaches for both teams. On stage, we have here from Todak, that's Coach Ashi, and of course, EVOS SG's very own Zace, who, by the way, is a returning coach from M1, taking up the title of M1 from EVOS Legends.
It seems like he's going to always be with EVOS no matter where you look at it. He carries the brand. He's catered one team to M1. Can he pull it for M2? Can he do it again?
Yeah, and of course, they definitely need no introduction as he's been here time and time again for all these big tournaments. But for Ashi, you know, he's definitely got a tough task here to be able to topple their nemesis back in MYSG, and it's in the form of EVOS. And when we look into his track record here, recently they've, of course, claimed the championship title out there and having that undefeated run. But as we talk about it, they don't really have the cleanest of plays coming in with their matches.
As you know, spotty as their matches might be, one thing I can say about Coach Ashi is after being given the responsibility to build up this team, right, with the help of Manatee and take it again to the Season 6 championship for MYSG, there's a lot on the line here. And again, there's some pride involved. Butters, how would you feel if you made a team yourself with the help of your very close friend and y'all took him from basically ground zero up into the top of the pillar?
I would feel very proud because seeing them right now, they're at the biggest stage in MLBB, and all your sacrifices, all the efforts, it worked your way.
I mean, honestly, this is going to be looking real tough here, but I don't even know what to say here. So let's look over to the playoff brackets.
Yep, we just witnessed an elimination here at the playoffs. We said goodbye to 10S Gaming Frost from Japan as the boys from Indonesia, the bad boys of Alter Ego, refused to turn the other cheek. They just went ahead and swept them. Now we're about to witness Todak versus EVOS SG, and later on in the evening we'll be witnessing the upper bracket matchups of Burmese Ghouls versus Brenny Sports and Omega versus RRQ. Now, real quick before we jump into the other half of the day, let's mellow out and let's just immerse ourselves in the air here, because again, this is a fated matchup. I love calling it that, and I want to poke at your sentiments, because one of these teams, obviously a Malaysian team in Todak, and the other, EVOS SG, it's bittersweet that it's your country versus the country you're currently in. Gideon, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, I think honestly, to me, it's no big deal. We've been neighbors for a very long time. I think the one thing that bugs me a little bit more is the fact that Matthew is going to be the sixth man for that team. Co-caster now turned into a player. Boy, have the times changed.
Definitely have changed. The last time we remember sharing a desk with him, and now he's really doing every single work in the backstage, of course, motivating his players to be getting that trophy back at it for EVOS. But when we look in towards the side of Todak, of course, there's a lot to talk about because we've seen Stu as well as X-Ray interchangeable in their roles.
Oh yeah, and I think that's one of the things that allowed for the groups to be a little more interesting, because again, we're most often expecting X-Ray to be in that role, but since Stu had a few games himself, now in the playoffs, we can expect for them to ride this wave, being the swordfishes that they are now. Gideon, help us understand why exactly is it so important for X-Ray to be there?
Okay, so X-Ray has been with the team for a vast majority of the regular season. It's just a matter of synergy in comparison to Stu, who actually was helping from behind the scenes as their analysis guy, trying to kind of break down the problems and solve the situations.
All right, but since it's him now, I think we can expect for that dynamic to shine through. That championship dynamic from Season 6 now on screens, ladies and gentlemen. Your first five for EVOS SG. That's going to be Pokemon, JPL, Eon, Potato, and Soul. Butters, for a lot of these players, nay, if all of them, it's going to be what do you call the last ride. It's the last dance and the last ride. How do you think this affects their mentality?
They're more, I'm not going to say pressured. They're more determined. They have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. If they win, they go out with a bang. If they lose, that's probably it for them. But you know what? Just the pride of Singapore here riding on their backs. They have a lot of responsibility coming into this game.
I like that. I think we'd add more onto that. You also have the pride of your coach. Again, Zace, an M1 championship to your coach. He took EVOS Legends all the way from 2019's World Championship. How do you think that's going to be affecting these players, given that they have their country waiting on them, they have their coach expecting so much of them, and now they're in the lower bracket? It could all just vanish.
Well, I could just definitely reflect back to Season 4 when EVOS took their very first title in MYSG, because that time Zace was there as well. And Ashi was also behind there, also getting the team on their best form itself. And it was only by a slight margin win that EVOS SG has been able to lift that trophy. But now that we look at Archie's side, you know, like he's pulling a couple of all these sort of strategies in towards the group stage, and it did work well, but we see them struggling to make their way in, especially on a very on-form side of DreamHack, who could have possibly be here sitting instead.
Actually, that was a close one. Ladies and gentlemen, throw back real quick to the group stages. But right here, right now, we are about a minute and 15 seconds away from the draft. Real quick, before the action gets even more heated, let me remind you guys of the in-game event happening, all about M2. That's right. If you complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins, exchange these coins for M2 exclusive rewards, all right? If you just open your game and you start hearing immortal heroes playing, that's right. That's what we're talking about. It could include the rewards such as the special avatar border, the exclusive skin. We're talking about Clint's Shadow Omen skin. You can get the M2 battle emote and that sacred statue. And if you just really want that skin right now, want to play with it, all you got to do is spend 899 diamonds. You can do all of this up until the 24th of January. Once more, up until the 24th of January, the very last day of playoffs. We're about 20 seconds away real quick before the ban and pick phase begins. I want to ask you, Butters, what can we expect here in terms of heroes to respect?
It's kind of hard to say for EVOS SG because they've been bringing a lot of new strategies for their side. They have the 4-mage setup. But I think for Potato, you have to ban out that Eason Shin. You really have to ban out that Eason Shin. It's doing wonders for them. For the side of Todak, they might not be the most consistent team coming into the group stages, but when given the right heroes to be aggressive, they are gonna go for the win.
Oh, you got it right.
I mean, they say for the win here, but I think EVOS SG, some of their players are extremely hard to start banning out. JPL, for an example, an absolute monster when it comes to his role. He knows what he is doing. However, you can limit him by preparing for specific heroes and forcing him on it. Things like Farsa, things that require doesn't require too much of a playmaking capability like Jawhead or even Cho.
And speaking of playmaking abilities, right? Playmaking, decision-making, all of these. We used to think that Moon was a peel-type tank, and because of his performance on the Atlas through the group stage, it got banned out by EVOS SG. Contra, do you think that's worth it?
I definitely think that at certain scenarios like this, it's pretty much worth it to actually set those bans right in. Yishun Shin, something that has been frequently being picked by EVOS SG, knows for the fact that, hey, this can actually disrupt us in towards game number 1. We don't want to see any of that. And furthermore, they also doubled down on another marksman ban in the form of Brody. And, well, what do you guys think about EVOS SG? What should they respond with?
Well, I think EVOS SG at this point in time, they can see, okay, you want to get rid of the Yishin Shin. They probably want to start forcing, particularly Potato to go on an assassin type hero like Hayabusa. Skills really late in towards the game. Takes a little too long there, but I don't know. I think they're going to be looking for. A little bit more.
But then again, Gideon, there's this thing about Potato that he can play mages as well. He can go for the Harley, he can go for those early to mid-game heroes that have certain impact coming into the game early. Now, they can put Pokemon into the marksman road. We've seen him use the Claude with Avarice, and I don't think he's gonna shy away from using a 1-1 and other marksman heroes, or probably carries, into the side lane.
Okay, Butters, you're essentially treading very, very unfamiliar territory. So far, from the side lane, from the gold lane, what's accepted and what's familiar with a lot of people would be, yes, the Claude and the 1-1. Anyone else like the Granger or the carry still raise some eyebrows. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, I hope to see that too. EVOS SG is not one team to back down from those kinds of challenges. We've talked about them. They like complex win conditions. And if you're going to talk about complex win conditions, if they're going to pick a carry and they're going to pick a Moskov or they pick any marksman out there, it's on them. They like that.
But you really don't want to be like a 10 seconds giving Frost sort of complexity, you know?
Yeah,
and I see there's a lot of all these thoughts on Gideon's side, so yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look at the draft in particular because, I mean, this is going to be a very big tell. Natalia, Selena, next ban coming in from EVA SG, Lapu Lapu, as well as Brody, Yishin Chin, and Atlas. I mean, as you can tell, Jawhead is out in the open. Matilda's out in the open. Esmeralda is out in the open.
Benedetta even.
Yeah.
All right, so essentially what this draft said for the first part, 3 bans saying it's not about what we don't want to see. It's about what we want to take out so we can actually play well.
I think it's even more than that. I think it's not just about, oh, what we can play well. It's just saying, hey, you're going to have a lot of effective picks, and we're going to force you to make you choose which kind of style you have to create a linear type composition. Something that we can foresee, something that we can deal with.
That's right. This is a sort of the force power pick advantage coming in towards the red side here. Every single time EVOS SG goes on towards the red side, and as much as they pick that Esmeralda, like you said, you got so many things out there, like we talked about the Jawhead, that's always the first pick material. Benedetta, even Yuzong, you name it, it's all available.
Essentially what these two teams are doing is they're playing with fire, right? Like they don't mind aiming bazookas at each other. That's what's going to happen in this game so far.
Absolutely, and I'm expecting EVOS SG to pick a Cho. A Jawhead could be a factor as well. But for Pokemon here, this could be a Benedetta. Yes, it's going to be a Benedetta.
Butters is just on fire right now. Did you wake up and have a revelation?
I just had coffee.
That's the same. That's almost even better sometimes. Even better.
Oh, I definitely understand the feeling here. And yeah, I think I was leaning a little bit more towards Jawhead instead of the Cho, mainly because, again, both are unideal when you're up against an Esmeralda, of all things. I mean, she steals away your shields, Shunpo, smart missiles, both pretty much ineffective against her. But now Todak has going to get her the 2 picks for themselves. No Lapu Lapu, which means for Maze might actually be able to get Yuzong on his side. Or arguably, Todak could even lock in the Matilda as well as the Yuzong, both synergizing very nicely with each other.
Yeah, great that you point that out because we did not really talk too much about the Matilda in that sort of sense, but they are instead going in for the Hayabusa as Formaze confidently locks it in with that Sylvana. It's a very different side that we're seeing here from Toda.
You know what? I get it though. This is fine. This is safe and all because if ever, this Sylvana is a flex pick, right? Like it could go on Moon, it could go on E1, although we haven't seen it from E1 as much, but this Hayabusa definitely is for Chiku. This is definitely for Chiku. Something that might still show up, I'm guessing since X-Ray already has the Esmeralda, is maybe, just maybe, Beleric makes a coming.
I'm getting a bit of a thing here for the side of Todak that they have the Esmeralda and the Hayabusa. So that means their spike is gonna come by the time we hit mid-game. So I think for Todak, they're probably aiming to go for a Farsa. And if they go for a carry, they go for a carry. What did I just say?
Unfamiliar territory.
No, this is definitely understandable. You don't want to play Claude into the Esmeralda. It's just the classic old counter builds since Esmeralda has come out, making Claude pretty much useless when the Blazing Duet comes out. So carry your next best option. And I think, you know, Todak doing some really good drafting. They said, hey, instead of taking a Matilda, we're going to be taking a Sylvana. High pick potential. And that poses the question to EVOS SG. If you pick Matilda now and let your carry options don't go through, we can start banning them out in the second phase.
Yeah, I really do like the idea that's coming into play, relying back to this very old school power pick. The longer the game gets, you just have to worry about this carry. If you can't lay your hands on her, that's going to be a tough spell for the side of Todak. But now heading in towards phase number 2, you definitely see the Yuzong being banned away. But Todak here, they got to find ways to aim at EVOS SG.
Yep, and the way Todak has to play this is very, very important. They have to make EVOS SG pay for that carry. Already, they are by that Yuzong ban. There was definitely room for EVOS SG to even pick up the Yuzong and force him to pick it. But right now, this carry is super expensive. As nice as it is to say, oh, we're just gonna kite the Esmeralda, and by the late game, as soon as I have items to shred her down, if she misses her Falling Star Moon, like, she's dead, all right? I think definitely Evo says she has to consider that and make sure that this carry stays safe in the gold lane. But when it comes to missing pieces of the puzzle, right now, Todak still needs here a solid tank if it's not already Sylvana. And for Evo's SG, they definitely need a good mid-support hero.
Evo's SG, I just feel that they still want to go for the Kagura and Aeon. They prioritized it more than a Farsa. They prioritized it more than a Chang'o. And Evo's SG here might want to ban a Cho. Yes, this is good because
that's the tank Cho, I'm guessing.
It is going to be the side lane Cho or the XP lane Cho because you would want someone on your team that can reach the carry.
Yeah,
that's a good way to put it. Right here.
Yeah, no, extremely. That's why EVOS SG locked in the Jawhead, where basically carry essentially is useless. We saw this in Season 4 and Season 5. You don't want history to repeat themselves. And Zay is bringing a lot of his expertise, knowing that, saying, hey, JPL, take Jawhead. We don't want to give them the Cho. If he goes into the side, lane, at least Cho is manageable. Jawhead is impossible.
So we have it on our side. It's essentially getting your weakness and using it against the opponent, right?
Exactly.
Interesting. Why are they building it around this third pick carry? Now that is definitely something to watch out for. Will Evo's SG have that paying dividends for them? Last ban here by Todak is the Rafaela. Interesting.
You can see that both of these coaches really know what they're aiming for. The Rafaela got banned so that the carry doesn't have the extra movement speed.
To chase people down.
Kite people. You know, just escape from the clutches here of probably the Hayabusa or the Esmeralda. Now, they're really just playing with each other's draft. They're not going for that same template where you just ban the strong heroes of the meta.
Yeah, and I'm not just banning out the strong heroes of the meta. It's more of just like attacking them. It's like in chess when you're forking your opponent. You have to make them choose one or the other. You're going to threaten their position and look to build up on your own. And honestly, I think Tora may have made a little bit of a... Okay, this might be a bit out there, but I don't think Rafaela in any of these situations is going to be relevant, especially when Matilda was on the table, which is more effective for EVOS SG's side with Hayabusa on their team.
Yeah, it's dashes, it's shields. I guess Matilda was an overall better answer. I'm not sure what Coach Ashi was thinking, but right now, that's going to be the Tigreal locked in. Oh, that's an E1 special.
Yeah, but I'm honestly not a big fan of the Tigreal as much as they are very comfortable with SR pick. Now, the reason why they actually ban out the Atlas is for this to appear, and they have been familiar in dealing with that Tigreal much earlier on. And the win rates for Tigreal is a little bit concerning, if you ask me.
I mean, not just that. I mean, like, at the end of the day, E1 was going to get a hard tank, and they could have picked the Tigreal so much earlier into their draft if they wanted to, and I think EVOS was expecting something along the line. So you have to give credit to both coaches, really experienced in their draft. I still don't agree with the Rafaela because they could have easily just banned out the Matilda and said, hey, we're still going to get the Tigreal at the end of the day.
Wait! These two teams are actually just one-upping each other, all right? This is essentially Ashi and Zace playing a game of chess with a boxing match next to it.
I actually have an explanation of what Gideon said. Like, a lot of heroes were open when we reached the first pick phase. Then you kind of get lost in the pool of heroes that you just want to keep on picking those strong heroes that you like.
Yeah.
Then you just lose sight of the structure of your draft.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, Contra said it already, and of course, Gideon, it could have come in earlier, the Tigreal, they didn't mind. But the fact that I think EVOS SG trapped them into the Tigreal just makes...
There were a lot of strong heroes.
Yeah, EVOS SG kind of won this draft, I gotta say. Despite it being super risky having two marksmen.
Yeah, and I just love how they are just stacking all these picks all the way through, and now we got our picks all locked in. We're going towards game one in this best of 3.
Well, I would say that no draft is too particularly favored here. There's definitely, it's going to come down to execution because both drafts want to do the exact same thing. They want to scale towards the late game, and essentially, they have a 50-50 on either side. It's who can pull it off better.
I agree. They don't have this template that they have the stronger heroes. It's just that we want to play these heroes, and we want to fight as early as possible.
Yeah, and then now we've also seen a little bit of the stickers coming out from Todok's side, just giving a little bit of a respect towards EVOS, knowing that this is other side's last run, but the Bethesda already suffering a couple of these blows and now being pinned out against the wall, so still level 1, hasn't really received much of an EXP.
I think he's been harassed quite a bit, but now Aeon wants to do the exact same thing towards that mid side. Purple buff is going to be contested for a little bit here. The Cosmic Langs just the way to stop, but Aeon might get caught out. He dashes back in towards his team, and now this could be the response that they're looking for. Moon on the run. Smart Missiles not going to connect just yet as Formaze manages to clear the buff in time.
Shodo playing with fire, but he will be able to make it out alive, and yeah, things still looking to be on the clear. Both sides just challenging each other, trying to open up some possibilities, and well, Butters, I can see it.
As we're seeing here, a lot of these teams take the silence very seriously. They have different takes on it. If they put a marksman there, some put tanks to go with them, to take care of them, and some don't.
Looks like the dive might occur here on this side. Chiku has been pressured. E1 as well, taking quite a bit. Formaze needs to try and defend this, but he is the Hayabusa. He can't afford to be wasting his time down on bot side for too long. EVOS, they call it off.
And great moves coming across the map. And we do see Moon now getting a little bit of attention coming from Eon, but nothing much could possibly be expended. With the turtle coming up next, I definitely think that EVOS would set a little bit more manpower towards the top side of the river, but a little bit of back and forth, not really amounting all too much. Todak still has a slight lead in that sense.
I think we need to talk about Formaze. Of all people, used to go into the side lane, now playing Hayabusa here. Oh wait, hold on, Moon. He might take a little bit too much damage here as he's on the run, trying to get away from Aeon as well as get all hit by the falling star. Moon coming in from X-Ray here, trying to buy a lot of time, but nobody seems to be going down just yet. Soul, he's managed to get on out of there. Hayabusa can't do too much with the wave still around. Again, a pretty good engage coming in from Todak's side. However, still a pretty sweaty game overall.
A flicker for a flicker. That's just what they wanted. That's perfect. Moon there with the nice diversion.
Yeah, and he flickered on towards the mid side instead of the jungle, but here comes the contest as well, and the turtle taken from the side of Todak.
Ooh, I mean, the Sacred Hammer already starting the fight off good, but they're on the chase to get X-Ray, and I think he's going to be struggling out here. No, they have their eyes set on bigger things, going for the purple buff instead, and in towards the back line here. Down on bottom side, Soul trying to just cut the waves, making Chiku just forcing him to be busy.
He has this certain freedom of just doing things just because he knows that there was a turtle fight that happened. And now Todak with the Evo stickers shouting Evos, Evos, Evos.
I say that it's pretty impressive to see a lot of that same one coming out, but we do have a pick and Chiku is down.
Aeon already finding a great opportunity there, but then where else would they look to attack the map? Hold on, the fight's already begun as Moon trying to go for a big pick onto Soul. However, the rest of the team, that's going to be stopped. Implosion by E1 catching off Aeon as he goes down. The rest of Todak says, no, we don't need to extend this fight. Potato is on his way.
Great work coming from that sort of angle, and now they're going to be looking to perhaps look for another way to just hijack some of all these members. And Moon, he's off of position.
JPL already got a great ejector. The spiral isn't going to be enough to keep him safe there, but my goodness, ugh.
And that's fine, because if you don't get the steal on the buff, at least you got information. And that information led into Moon's pickoff.
I mean, it's not even just about the pickoffs at this point. Like, where do they want to macro here? As they go up and towards the top side, they've already got the OK Shadow Kill onto Pokemon. Could this initiate a dive?
Oh, perhaps so, and we can already see more members from the side of EVOS SG now hunting out for Formaze. He's already read the book. He knows that they're coming, and with that, JPL is already in prime position. He spots out Formaze, but he goes in, injects him all the way back, and Aeon tries to go for it, but oh boy, just tricking them all.
Oh, wait, hold on. The back flag X-Ray falling. Star Moon on top of Aeon. He's still alive, but they got their eyes set onto JPL. They need to finish off their targets. JPL taking a large amount of damage from the shields coming in from X-Rays. The rest of the team rotates up. Nobody dies just yet after one of the biggest flanks we've seen thus far. Soul, wait, hold on. Soul, he's trying to make the play to turn this around. He's getting calling Pokemon, but he's already with the final blow. Can he take them out. No, he cannot. He is done, tired, but he has pushed them away.
He protected the objectives, and I think that's what Seoul was aiming for. They weren't really in prime position because the Hayabusa wasn't there. And right now for EVOS SG, they will feed it to Potato.
Just a well-coordinated choreography right here, and you can see the way that they have timed it to perfection. They absolutely avoided all that lethality coming in from the side of Toad, but now they're collapsing on top of EVOS.
Oh, X-Ray has been ejected all the way onto the other side towards the River Crab. E1, no way to really defend him. The OK Shadow kill has been expanded, and I think, you know, this game has been just an act of, like, you use your ultimate, I look to dive you under turret.
They're forcing the 1-1 here, or Pokemon, to have a bit of a dilemma in between farming or going for the fight. While Chiku, he's been just farming all the time. He even got the bottom turret.
Yeah, indeed, he's trying to get himself way ahead in terms of levels so that he could set up for future fights instead, but you can definitely see that EVOS' side, they're so objective-driven that they've already opened up the top side. They've already got the turtle after that push and pull, and now Moon's looking to actually go in for the catch against Aeon, but JPL, he's coming from the back.
I mean, E1, he's just stopping JPL in his tracks. He's not gonna let him make the play.
And considering that JPL here really wants to go for those ejectors, but hold that thought right now. They're having a fight.
Blazing Duet coming through on towards Aeon. He finds that one pin, but Potato is going to be the next to fall off the OK Shadow kill. Quad Shadows to pull him back. Pokemon does get the corrosive side in middle of the fight. JPL, he's holding it out. Formaze, the next to fall with the help of Soul and Pokemon. They've traded 1 for 2. It's not looking good.
Yeah, and of course, it definitely backfired on that sort of attempt, and now Toad definitely pulled back their favor, and they're not looking too far off in terms of goal differentials. We'll be looking at some of the itemizations coming in towards this 7.5 minutes.
I think that would be really good, just to kind of get an idea of where, where the power spikes are coming from.
Looking at it, Potato is almost up with his endless battle. That will give him the certain amount of duel that he needs. Moon has the concentrated energy up for him, and Chiku has the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff 7 minutes into the game.
Oh, that's big. That's some big item power spikes, but it looks like the fight might occur right around Turtle's side. The Circle Eagle trying to get E1 out of position. They're trying to take him out, but it's tough. Turtle has been slain as they pull on backwards. That's going to be Bloodlust Axe, as well as the endless battle on Soul and Potato, respectively. Aeon still trying to look to make the play here, and there we go.
Boy.
It's huge. Chiku in the back line with a Blazing Duet. He managed to stack up that Art of Thievery all the way full, and now Pokemon has to try and look for a return kill. They don't find any.
And you just look at how Toad also puts enough pressure to be able to open things further. They're already going for tier 2.
They always have this move that they always take the better part of the trade. EVOS SG, yes, they're reacting, but I feel in a sense they're overreacting because they're leaving some of their lanes.
I think more importantly, it's just the priority of the targets. Like, E1 is getting hard to kill, and now the ejector coming onto Soul throws back the wrong target. A little unfortunate indeed, but it looks like X-Ray managed to have enough distance. Pokemon getting out of that Divine Justice. Thank goodness, because it would have been bad if you got caught out. E1 and Sacred Hammer right on top of JPL, but the fight again, nobody really wants to commit to this full engagement. No one is willing to take the risk.
And of course, you'll be looking towards the side. EVOS, oh my goodness, it's a big ejector flipping X-Ray over, but it will be a full fist fight here. Enters the mid side, circling Eagle will be crashing in towards the middle, but 3 members go down for EVOS.
Yep, that's a huge loss.
These two teams know each other really well. It's like they're reading a book. EVOS SG knows where Todak is coming from, while Todak can just pinpoint where EVOS SG is.
This is so nasty because right now Todak, as you mentioned, Butters, this very much feels like muscle memory to them, and it looks like Todak really stepping up their game, realizing this feels like home ground. We've done this before, we've fought you many times, we know your habits, we know how to make the moves.
Now that EVOS SG's going to be behind, it's going to be even tougher for Potato to be activated in towards that sort of the hyper carry that they want it to be. Just look at the items here. Yes, after that turtle, they did get the endless battle and such, but It's so hard to even stand still at that sort of spot to be able to go in for those pickups. And Todak walks away scot-free many of these times.
But you really can't count out EVO's SG because, you know, as they say, 2 marksmen are better than 1. As they say.
That's true. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That is good advice for a lot of people. But coming here 4K behind, like, how are they gonna catch up from this? Pokemon, he's going to start the, not really gonna start, but he's gonna poke him out a little bit.
Well, speaking of pokes here, there's going to be a little bit of tickle towards the Lord. Formay's already tanking many of the hits, as Soul has already scouted out that they are on a push and pull as they have baited the rest of the Tigers here into perhaps a den that they have already set up as a bait.
Very reactive here, EVO's SG. They're being forced to just go to where Todak is, and look at this!
Oh no, they've already caught him out. The Blazing Duet once again off of the combination of the implosion, but it's not gonna be on the final. Falling Star Move catches 4 people. Potato, he's just trying to bail out of there. Aeon, he needs to pull them back in. Todak, they find another 2-for-1 trade.
And we are hearing the players screaming at the back. They're really hyped for this, and they really just want to get the win. The Lord is now open for Todak, and I think this is going to be uncontested.
The Malaysian side definitely ecstatic about this news, as you can definitely see they are in the driver's seat right now, and they are forcing the side of EVO's SG to go a lot more defensive on that Benedetta.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice anymore. I think they've lost so many trades. It's 7K ahead, and now, JPL tries to go in, but it gets hit by the Blazing Duet as well as the Imperial Justice. No options. I can literally hear Chiku shouting in the background. They are very happy with the position that they are in.
That was a tank, by the way. That was a jawhead tank. Oh my goodness, the damage output from Chico is just way too high.
Wait, let's see his oh my goodness, you're absolutely right. He isn't itemizing towards it. He's trying to get a little bit greedy here.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely going to bite them even much further here. But X-Ray, they're just moving right past this hurts. And with the Lord coming up top, they are opening the bomb side as well.
Yeah, I mean, the inhibitors now being pressured by currently by Todak here. They want to get that tier 2 as well, but again, not exactly getting too much off of it just yet. No way to crack it open until the Lord shows up.
But you know what? They don't, EVO's SG, they don't have the wave clear as much. They only have Electro Final Blow, and that's it.
Oh, the dive's being set up.
Blazing Duet already chunking onto 4. Again, Chiku is just so far ahead. Circling Eagle from Aeon may not be enough to initiate, but again, EVO's members are dying one by one, and Soul trying to clear that wave, and it's not enough. Oh!
What?
The eye for an eye. He's making some moves, but it ain't gonna be enough as he can't get the last creep here. Well done, Todak. Take game 1.
What a first game.
Masterful showing. They're just telling us that they know this team all so well. Oh my goodness.
Amazing showing here by the Swordfishes from Malaysia. Todak reminding us once more why they are the Season 6 champions. Wow, this dance, as much as we hyped it, did not disappoint.
Indeed, and we've already seen it. The Swordfishes landing straight towards the heart of the Lions now. You can already see the signs of concern coming from the local heroes. And honestly, they haven't really committed too big of a fault in terms of drafting, but the executions itself were far from perfect.
The draft, I must say, in hindsight, looked a little extra. It looked a little extra, but they won because of how well they were able to execute it prior to the game. But in game, it looked a little too dangerous, Butters.
We discussed this earlier. They just like the complex win situations, and that bit them in the end of game number 1.
Well, I think it's not just about you know, complex win conditions here, because both sides wanted to do the exact same thing. They wanted their carries to scale into the game. They wanted them to be in a position of power, and the problem is just priority on who you are targeting here, because in a lot of these situations, Esmeralda, yeah, naturally she's going to get strong. However, getting those picks and especially buying enough space for Chiku down on that bottom side really ended up hurting them a lot more, because EVOS, they were targeting E1 for a large majority of these fights.
Yeah, I really got to point out that he really landed those great, perfect implosions right there, and on top of that, you could easily have the Esmeralda to go in with the layers.
Yep, say what you will about Tigreal being all bland, but if it works, it works.
I take that back, right?
Right? If it works, it works.
I mean, thinking about it, like 1-1 and the carry, they don't really have the best utilities to help the team. But then again, if you look at the Hayabusa, it just puts a lot of pressure on the map.
We're going to ask our analysts exactly what kind of pressure the Hayabusa put on and maybe what else went down, giving Todak the win here. But before we do that, we would like to thank our sponsors, always making this all possible, our partners in esports. And again, M2 is all powered by Moonton. All right, so with that being said, I think we're going to be hearing from LaFell and Wolf in just a bit. Again, the brains behind the situation. Analysts, tell us what's going down.
Well, it's all about greed not being that good, at least for me, LaFell. My name is Wolf, and I'm with LaFell, your analyst. Going to be talking about that particular match, and this guy's happy.
No, I'm very sad. I want the EVOS to win.
Can you let them see how sad you are?
I'm just so sad. But anyway, whoa. Let's talk about the game, right? Let's talk about changes.
Yeah.
Like, let me talk about Toda for a while because they have been saving strats. Toda has been saving strats or they have evolved because the thing is, 4Mace is usually the experienced lane, but a big change. 4Mace is the jungler, and now Chiku is at the gold lane, and then X-Ray was moved to the experienced lane. And we can definitely see the changes is huge. 4Mace, throughout group stages, he played very, very aggressively. And that's what we saw in this game where he was the jungler. He committed to all of those ganks. Whether he got the kill or not, it doesn't matter as long as he engaged. And then Chiku, he just farmed. And it's almost like they have completely understood the term power spike because once Chiku got his items, and then all of them just decided, you know what, we want a team fight now. And then when the team fighted, the burst AoE damage was too much.
No, you know what? I completely agree. Before this, I was thinking the main word that I'm going to use is power spike because that is one thing that they have understood so well. But before we talk about that, I want to ask, is this bit of change coming out from Todak really gave them this victory in relation to the fact that this is an El Clasico, a mini El Clasico between these teams?
I would say it is an El Clasico where both of these teams are always going up against big challenges in all of these tournaments. Now the thing is, yes, it is a huge change because Chiku as a jungler, he likes to farm, which is not the thing that you want to see in a jungler. And 4Mace, he is so aggressive and putting him at jungler makes a whole lot of difference.
So in preparation, Todak, they kind of changed it a little bit. They threw in a curveball and EVOS SG weren't prepared for this. Todak did it because they know and understand EVOS SG from way back. But looking at the items that we have right now, I think that the only thing that I want to point out here is that Todak, they didn't have to, I mean, it's not required for them to have so many items. They only need to stack up on one specific hero, and that is the Claude. But then again, Hayabusa, 4Mace, so much value out of the items that he can get because that's the nature of the Hayabusa, and the way he played it was perfect against EVOS SG. Now I want you to mind what SG only had in them because they are so greedy. If you're looking at both Pokemon as well as Potato, they don't have much.
Yep, and right now, while we still are looking at the screen, I want everyone to pay attention on the Tower Lord, Turtle Orange buff, and Purple buff stats, where we can see that EVOS SG, they were able to get 2 turtles, while Toda, they had 1. But then you see, Toda got 1 Lord, EVOS got none, and the orange as well as purple buff is... Orange buff is more towards Toda, and what this shows us is that even though in the early and mid stages of the game, it seems relatively even because Toda, again, they were waiting for their power spike, and once they hit, we can definitely see the changes in tower. It was eminent.
Yeah, you know what? The understanding coming out from Todak about their own power spikes compared to EVOS SG was good. Why am I saying that? Because they understand that they have a certain power spike that really trumps the side of SG. Now, for Chiku, our MVP of the match, he played so well in this particular game. I think that you also mentioned this, a little bit of chains onto Chiku. Really impressive usage of the Claude because of the fact that he knows when he can fight. Normally, the greedy lineups, like you're gonna have a jungler plus a marksman in the side lanes, it's very difficult to time when you can get into the fights. But Chiku understands that in particular skirmishes, when he knows that there's really not much lockdown on the side of EVOS SG, he can be there and use his ultimate. and then he was able to just destroy everyone in the team fight. I think that it's also because of the fact that Tiger was playing very good in this game.
I love Chiku being the MVP over here because he showcased what his role has to do. Chiku played extremely disciplined. He farmed, he farmed, he farmed. Once he felt like, I'm very strong, let me get into the fight. You guys start something and I'm gonna go in. Now, even though Chiku is the MVP, I do have to say that for me, he's playing the jungler role. He deserved a mention as well because he really enables the entire team where Quad Shadow goes in, Ogi Shadow kill. Where's that kills? No, not really, but he chunked down their HP low enough, giving a lot of space for everyone else, and we definitely see how that impacted the game.
For sure. You know, as a closing note, Lavelle, I think that the very greedy lineup or composition coming out from EVOS SG did not work because they didn't have team fight in the mid-game stages of the mid stages of the game. But in the latter portions, maybe they will be stronger. Unfortunately, that was abused by Todak, and they have exposed it. That is why they have won that particular match. And
and this is just the first game. This is a best of 3. EVOS SG could still win the next one and then bring us to a third game, or Toda, if they play just like they played in the first game, this might be a clean 2-0.
You know what? Let's find out as we bring it now back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Lafell and Wolf, our analysts, breaking it down again. It came down to the destination. EVOS SG knew where they were going, but Todak said exactly how do you get there and stop them right at their footsteps. Right now, we would like to thank Tumi for being a partner in esports for M2, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
An established distributor of many consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fujiwater, Acheong Ice Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
We want to remind you guys that you can catch the live streaming of this mega event, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore on MiWatch for free, starting from January 18th to the 24th, all right? So there's going to be 12 total teams. Some of them already went home. 9 countries represented, including EVOS SG, who right now is at the cusp of elimination. They need your love, all right? They are from beautiful Singapore, and all of these teams are competing for $300,000 US. Again, once more, if you're from Singapore, your country needs you right now. The Lions Pride, EVOS SG, support him in the playoffs. This might be their very last game. As well, did you know that there is an official live screening event for M2 in Singapore at Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP. You'll be able to catch all the M2 action on a big cinema screen, and what's more is you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and the lucky draw. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP. Back to the action right here. Let's round out what the analysts said. It's a very greedy plan by EVOS SG, 2 marksmen, and I think it was one of the keys from the discourse earlier. EVOS SG will win if they just don't make their lives harder for themselves. They don't have to make those kinds of weird choices. And Butters, you seem to have sentiments.
If it was a Yi Sun Shin mid, it could have worked. But carry isn't as fast as clearing the way the monsters or the creeps on the jungle as a Yi Sun Shin. So that really costed them. The progression is slow for the marksman on the jungle side, but you make it a bit more slower just because you pick the carry.
Well, I definitely think that I would agree that the wave clearing aspect of it definitely did hinder them a lot more than it should. I definitely think they should have thought about that to incorporate it into their draft a little bit more. But I think what's more shocking than anything else is the fact that Formace taking this jungle Hayabusa role. I have not seen him play that before, even in MYSG. This is the first time he is showing something new, something fresh.
Yep, more on this 4-maze change in a bit. We're a minute away from the draft. Real quick, we would like to let y'all know that we are pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on the 30th of January. There's a new upgrading system called Blessing, a new little commander, a new map. All synergies are going to be revamped, and you get a free trial of advanced skins. Once more, Battle Night happening on January 30th. Oh, and by the way, if you log in, you get a free permanent skin. Back to the point here, Formies picking up Hayabusa, putting it in the jungle. Again, Gideon has never seen this.
Neither have I.
Their whole MPL. I was going to ask you, Contra, you've seen their games before. What's up with that?
Well, I definitely think that they have plotted this for a very long time because they know this is a familiar opponent, so they have to change things up by a mile. And with that, of course, they caught every single one of these members of EVOS SG off guard. And who knows, game number 2 here, will they be doing something of sorts again? We'll definitely have to move in towards the picks and bans to find out more.
Yeah, I'm looking at the picks and bans here. I don't think too much is going to change, other than the fact that EVOS is going to be on the blue side, and they're going to be starting off the bans. Atlas, out of the question. Brody for the side of Todak.
EVOS SG here getting forced a bit. Like the pattern earlier was when EVOS SG was on the second pick, was ban out the Yisun Shin, then work from there. Now they have the first pick, so probably Todak is thinking, if you give them the Yisun Shin, we get 2 in exchange. 2 power picks in exchange for that Yisun Shin.
And I think Todak is better like this. Todak is happy to be able to take these 2 good picks and make a great lineup, while EVOS SG, as we saw from earlier, have these tendencies to just get a little over their heads.
I mean, it's better for Todak, yes, because they're driving. They're taking control of the drafting phase. At this early point, like, it's only the second ban for their side, so they can just think about what's going to happen, and they're not banning out the Yisun Shin. They really want EVOS SG to just think, we need to take it now.
And I think that's kind of the problem with the red side here, where it's just you're kind of forced to be getting rid of these priority picks that you don't want to deal with, and then you have to either save you know, the second or third to unnecessarily, what Zay's tried to do in the previous game, open everything up to see what you can get, go up for grabs, start digging through the litter and put something together, while Todak on the other side is saying, no, we want to stick to standards, we want to make sure that we have a couple for ourselves.
Yeah, and this is the equivalent of going in for a handshake and someone asks for a hug. It's just awkward. Like you're both playing on
very much.
You're playing on different wavelengths, and you both understand where you're going, but it's just
Yeah, and speaking of which, you know, like the standard bans are finally coming right in for this out. Todak, like they know. They expect that Yisun Shin to pop up. If they don't ban it right now, and Pokemon's going to be the one going in first, and they will opt for that Benedetta for the second time coming.
Then Todak has access to the Jawhead. They can go for Cho as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair, that's fair. I mean, you know, EVOS has been having high priorities on this Benedetta, and I think that's where, you know, the predictability starts to come in here, where it's like they haven't really changed this up in a while. I mean, you know, Sol is very comfortable on this. He has performed, he does his job very efficiently, but Todak can now say, hey, we could pick up the Jawhead for ourselves, and we don't necessarily have to fight the Benedetta.
I mean, they can just go for Lamp right now and just even it up.
That is definitely another option that you can look at, but now that there's so many more priorities, it's better that they go in for things that is reliable, and Hayabusa has worked well. They're gonna make them think once again.
Okay, now, if game 1, EVOS SG was the one to pull the trigger first, proverbially, right? Poetically, metaphorically speaking, now it's Todak who's saying the same thing, like, all right, we are not going to cover our bases, we're just gonna show you guys straight up what we're trying to do, and this is, again, I don't know, is there something about red side in this matchup wherein if you're on red side, you kind of just jump the gun?
I don't know. Maybe this might actually work into Todak's favor. I haven't done the draft math enough to kind of get a better idea because of the patch, but you know, with Todak's side, they're getting the Hayabusa and the Wanwan. This tells me that they want to force the situation, and they're saying, hey, it's okay. I have the Wanwan. Your Benedetta not going to get that kill pressure that you're looking for, and worst comes to worst, if you have something as strong as a Cho, as a Roger, that's fine. I could select a sport that could defend my Wanwan if necessary.
I really think that this show or this 1-1 pick, Todak was thinking that Evo's SG would just pick up that show. And there's that. Plus, since the Hayabusa was picked early on, as you can see on the drafting right now, a lot of the possible junglers have been banned out already. So, it's Todak maybe just saying we don't want to miss out on the best junglers in the meta, so let's just get one right now because we won with it. 4Mace is good with it. Just stick with it.
I guess, but another possible approach from this is maybe Coach Ashi is thinking he's reverse engineering the whole draft. It's possible.
It's possible.
Well, because what he's gonna do here is okay. Here's the damage. Here's the end game, and then it's all about just making my day. Just go ahead, try to break it.
Contrast's face was in disbelief. Reverse engineering?
No, like, it's such a great way of putting things. Like, wow. In retrospect, I definitely agree that they are breaking things apart and showing you, okay, these are the parts that we're gonna use right now, and we're gonna form something great out of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think more importantly, we just have to keep our eyes on here because again, Sylvana has been the pickup for Todak's side, which means what are they lacking from either side? Number one, they've got a couple of flex options here. So the Roger usually goes into the jungle, but considering what we've seen so far, I don't think it's too far off to think that EVOS might throw him into the offlane if they deem necessary.
Yep. And knowing EVOS SG, they're capable. They're very capable. And if we're looking at chokes here, I think EVOS SG wants to make sure that E1 doesn't have a great day. They take out the signature Tigreal. They start the whole draft off by taking out the Atlas. So they have a huge target set on Todak's tank.
I might say EVO's SG, I'm seeing right now, they could just pick the Kagura and it would make sense. Like, you can reach the 1-1, you can just burst out the 1-1. You don't even have to care about 1-1's innate Purify, innate Cleanse. You can just burst it. You can just burst her out. Take her out of the equation. You don't need to stun
with Flame Shot.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, and you have enough burst for that. But if you go to the side of Todak, they're set up for a possible Chango or Farsa pick onto the mid lane.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very well for Farsa to come right in as well. Remember this, that we also have things like Loyi that could actually come in, but not too sure whether that will be the most optimal choice in this way.
Okay, now you mentioned Luo Yi. She is up, and I doubt EVOS SG will be going ahead and banning that. Yeah, because they still have to attack other lanes. And now let's speculate. If this was a Luo Yi, and Moon picks up the Luo Yi, and it's E1 on the Sylvana, that's so many angles of attacks. Yeah, the Quad Shadow. You've got the jumps, you've got the range on the Imperial Justice.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think either or would be very suitable for Todak's side. It gives you, I mean, both giving you two different tools and two different options that they can work with at the end of the day. But I think, you know, EVOS right now, they're going to be lacking quite a bit of wave clear. Todak reply, hey, you want to duel? Let's fight.
Well, of course, they're always going to be up for that sort of challenge. Now, going down the rabbit hole right here, will Lapu actually... Nah, not even going there right now.
I love these drafts where Lapu just goes, you know what?
I think Lapu is a worthy pick just because there's a 1-1 there. He can harass 1-1 in a sense.
He can win the laning.
He can win the lane.
Yeah.
But I kind of like and not like the Thamus pick here for the side of Todak just because there's a Roger there. Even if you build up on the health side of things, the Roger will take advantage of that.
Yeah, Roger probably can kite this out, but yes, there we go.
Kagura.
They've been missing out the magic damage for a long time and a lot of wave clear, so they are opting to go for the Harith as well as the Kagura. Like Butters mentioned, the Kagura, very normal pick, but I was trying to figure out where do you go into the offlane at this point of time, considering that Todak, they're still missing a little bit of their own magic damage. They have the Sylvana, but she isn't going to be your dedicated magic damage dealer.
Then again, this could have been the Farsa if they did not ban it out.
True. Well, you're still out there.
Yeah,
he's still out there.
We're still considering that.
And
Changa?
Would you agree with me if the mid laner of Todak here, I think he's one of the most stationary mages here in M2?
Moon.
Moon.
Gotta say
What do you
so.
mean by stationary,
Like,
first
he
of all?
likes to go. He likes to go for these backline mages.
Okay,
and
yeah,
he likes
okay.
to stay in the lane.
That makes a lot more sense. When I thought stationary is like he likes to
It's like,
stay still. It's like, wait a
like,
minute,
in
what?
by staying still, that sort of sense. But now that you pointed out, it makes sort of sense. Baxia, though.
Let me explain myself, please. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, no, but with this lineup, I don't think Moon should be staying put. If anything, Moon should be looking for ways to activate this Sylvana, because if this is correct, if I'm reading this right, it's going to be Moon on the Sylvana as a mage in mid, and then that's going to be E1 with the Baksha, and I think this is going to benefit Todak so much given how well E1 plays from history as a healing tank.
I mean, it's, no, I totally agree with you there. And I think, you know, Todak, their composition is really about getting those picks, and they're going to have some really fast rotations with that Baxia. They're going to have some kill secure instead of just pick-off potential with that Sylvana and the Imperial Justice. EVOS SG, they're going to have to play a really tight game.
You know what? When you asked Gideon to agree with you, he was agreeing with you all the way now.
He has to.
He has to.
He's got to be, right?
He's been agreeing with you all the way.
I'm contractually obligated to agree with Leo.
He totally agrees.
Yes, but as the game begins, let's see who else will be agreeing with us. Will it be the Singaporeans or will Malaysia sweep? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2, EVOS SG versus Todak.
Thank you for the introduction, and now we're going to be seeing whether or not can EVOS SG find momentum to be able to equalize before opting to find that reverse sweep opportunity. With the two-man setup up top, we'll be seeing E1 receiving a little bit too much more damage. But I really do like that very, very aggressive move coming from Todak because they're already in the jungle.
They want to try and be as aggressive as possible, but looking down, Todak, I mean, X-Ray, he's got to be careful. He might get caught out here. He jumps on over, but he's still, I mean, Soul could run him down, but he's not entirely sure. Oh no, he takes the risk. He picks up the rune, he gets over the wall, and that's when Soul is going to call it off.
And that's probably going to cost him the region. But on top lane, there is a fight happening here between Pokemon and Pokemon Chico and Pokemon Chico. And to be honest, looking at it, EVOS is doing what Todak did on game number 1.
Yeah, and not only that, Chico has managed to steal the River Crab to get himself up ahead as well. So, gonna be taking a little bit of time for the side of EVOS to, you know, ramp up in that sort of sense. Now that they did lose a couple of camps in that way, but there's a lot of focus up here with all 3 members up top.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just contesting for that River Crab, level 4 is really important for both sides here. Everyone's very dependent on their ultimate. I mean, for Maze, as you can see, he's hit that level 4, he's on Hayabusa. Moon trying to make something happen here. JPL gets a 3-hit Jikundo. Joe's Potato now getting caught from the backside. Baxia has done a good job. JPL next on the chopping block, and a double kill coming in from Todak. Really good moves from E1.
You can just see the Malaysian side really blazing things up. And now, speaking of which, Soul running for his life. Nothing much can be said or done from the side of EVOS, and Todak already crashing in to look for a turtle.
Quadrant Inferno and Vengeance really hurting Soul there. He might be forced to go home, but with that certain harass power, they got the turtle.
Yeah, and Pokemon, he's already used his ult as well as the same as goes to Chiku. That 1v1 really resulting in a draw for now as the rest of EVOS SG looking to try and get the advantage back.
Now, a lot of all these members of EVOS still need to find a way to take their time to ramp up, but, you know, for the Kagura, she hasn't been able to get herself in towards those sort of positions where, you know, can set up a perfect yin-yang. And JPL, instead of playing that very, very in-your-face Cho, this round he's been a little bit passive.
Yeah. When you're a Kagura, I think you should be a bit low-key about things. Like, not show yourself around the map so you can set the place.
Now, speaking of low-key, JPL is not going to be... Oh, he gets a 3-hit on the Jikundo and the Way of the Dragon in time to turn over that fight, trading 1-for-1 for what looked to be like a perfect catch coming in from Todak's side, but that's not all. Formay is managing to catch off Aeon into the back line. Rookie of the MPL, MYSG split himself. He is making moves, and the game sense on him is Hayabusa, the enabler for the team. Formay's one more time, goes in with the quad channel just to harass, and they look to take more gold.
He needs to get away, but JPL getting called out by that stun, and Todak with a successful disengage. Oh, look at that, eye for an eye.
Perfectly timed here so far as Soul. He's going to take quite a bit of damage as the Tortoise Puissance is put on top of him. E1 just running him down the entire way, and Soul, he does not want to do anything about it.
2,000 goal lead in favor of Todak right now, and we can definitely see that for the moment. Pokemon can still hold on all by himself. He's already got the Reaper already in hand, but what could they possibly perhaps get out of this one?
I'm not entirely sure, but JPL is going to be kicking E1 once again. They're trying to punish him, but he does get the Revitalize down in time to minimize that damage. Moon already on that rotation, and Wanwan is here to say hello to everybody else. Are they going to go for the redive? Hara popping down the Xammin Force. E1 making a decision to turn around, but it's not going to be enough as Chiku pays the price. He gets the Corrosive Scythe, but that ain't going to be enough to save him.
Potato here. He's not going for his orange buff, so that means they really just want to stop that 1-1 or Chico from getting his items. He has the Corrosion Sight, the Swift Boots. Well, for Formaze, he is, I think, going for the Endless Battle first, with the Angry Tomahawk in mind. Moon with a concentrated energy. That's fast.
Oh no, EVOS now trying to contest for their own orange buff as they get kicked out of the way. JPL making sure that X-Ray can't maximize on it, but he's trying to push them off. It's not looking good on the other side. Pokemon is trying to do his own work. Finally, X-Ray goes down. Pokemon needs to rejoin the team, but he's going to die at the end of it for Maze, right at the cusp of damage. My God.
We just saw an amazing move coming from the side of Todak, and they have been able to just shut down Pokemon, having the big distraction over on the side, and just look, X-Ray really pulled every attention that he can get.
I mean, I have to admit, Formaze on this Hayabusa is really starting to enable the team. I think he's kind of found his spot where he's super comfortable.
Oh boy.
And this is the adjustment that Todak took to just cover up whatever happened in the group stages. The group stages was a bit stressful for them. Even Dream Max almost got the win over them. But right now, for Todak, this is probably their best performance in a series for the M2.
Yeah, and it's honestly really awkward here for EVOS SG. Once again, they are put behind by 4K, and they're getting muscled out of the jungle. Pokemon once again dropping down in the Xammin Force to try to minimize the damage, but now he has to dodge away from E1. But the backline is going to get dove under. Movement finds an opportunity. They try to defend it as JPL kicks him away, but the crossbow tank from Chiku doing a really good job to ensure the damage. They are too low to help him out. Soul is nowhere to be found. He's trying to cut the waves, but it might cost him in his death here. Final blow going on top. E1 once again going to be the target of contention. He jumps on over. Potato, does he have enough damage? Yes, he does. Finally, they find something in return, trading 1 for 1 once more.
That's just a boxer that they have taken down, and there's even more underlying problems right now, as you can easily see that X-Ray has been doing so much work across the map, and they have established all these control and tech points for Todak to easily pick them off from. Now, 7-4, and honestly, in terms of goal, it's still pretty much all right. One good team fight could still propel EVOS SG back in towards a certain position. But with this, EVOS SG needs to find that opening, and with that, here comes Moons.
And it's not looking good here because, again, the angle is just a little off.
Potato.
Finally, he catches Potato with the Imperial Justice. Nothing they can do. Pokemon, he hasn't popped down the Xammin Force just yet. Now he does to try to turn this fight around. JPL trying to make that rotation, but before Miss says, absolutely not. I will cut you off. You will not be able to regroup.
And looking at it, look at the bottom lane here, or the bottom jungle here for the side of EVOS SG. They're not giving any priority to this buff. This orange buff is what Potato needs to just have that certain edge, to just deal more damage, but they're not giving anything. And the minions just take down the turret onto the bot lane. What's happening here?
Yeah, they're losing all across the board here. There's nothing much that they can do. I mean, even Soul trying to force the play here, but E1 trying to let Imperial Justice landing onto Soul. He tries to get out with the final blow. It ain't going to be enough. They take him out with ease, as nobody on the side of EVOS SG is going to be strong enough, especially with the 6K gold lead in Todak's favor.
You can see things are crumbling left, right, and center for EVOS SG. No time for them to even catch a little bit of a breath right now. Well, Flame Shot as much as you want, there's not going to be a buff because X-Ray has already yoinked every single one of it. And Todak is just getting this set up just in case, you know, they might just actually send somebody to go for a check.
Todak is reminding us how good the Thams is. A lot of teams haven't been picking this Thams. But right now, Todak is just telling us, go pick Thams more. This is a good pick right now. You don't have to go for Benedetta. You don't have to go for Lapu-Lapu only. You can still pick the Thams.
Yeah, I mean, considering the amount of punishments that Todak have been able to put onto EVOS SG, it's really starting to look good. For Maze can handle this himself, and the same goes to Moon. And E1, he just has to cover up the holes and plug it up. And the fact that he's on Boxia, those rotations just make it even faster.
And I just love the fact that they only have 4 members in the front, and they could just let Chiku do his thing until the time is right for the challenge. Oisha kill already being popped up. Salmon Force as well from Pokemon trying to walk away, but he will still be slain out there.
Yeah, the vengeance coming up from X-Ray. He pops on his ult. He's really surviving everything, and now on top of the rejuvenate, JPL kicks him out with Way of the Dragon, but they leave Soul in the back line, in the front line to get taken out, as the rest of the team can't really do too much. But at the very least, they got X-Ray and Chiku now on the push. Potato, he can't win this 1v1, especially with the orange buff on top of him.
And there is going to be a Jit Kundo. Moon almost getting called out, but luckily JPL didn't have Way of the Dragon.
Way of the Dragon coming through. JPL is going to be going down. Salmon Force being popped out. Oh, crossbow on tag. Chiku, this is the moment that they've been waiting for. Todak are looking to upset the analysts, upset the predictions here. They are literally 9 kills ahead as they are putting EVOS SG under their feet.
The Malaysian side just absolutely crushing it. Just look at how they are so confident, diving straight into the base itself. And speaking of which, Soul does what he can with the final blow. Finally gets a shutdown on towards Moon, but here's another danger for them. The Lord now being attempted by Todak.
Soul trying to save their campaign right now. This is their last dance into this scene. But right now, let us see. The Lord goes to the side of Todak.
Yep, and they're going to push into the fight. Oh, wait a minute. And Formaze has been caught out. He goes down first. Evos look to turn the fight. They've got 3 under their belt, making it 4. And Evos SG have finally turned this around. But Chiku is still up ahead. He has his ultimate. He pops the crossbow on tag. He takes out 1. He can't get a second one to try and turn this up. But no, he doesn't. He gets hit by everything else. And that is going to be all. Aeon decides to defend the base. EVOS finally turn it around for a fight, but they need 2 more.
Definitely a saving grace right there. They definitely have to take him out no matter what. And with the Lord coming right in, this is not even the Luminous one that we're talking about, and it's already hurting them so much. But hey, there's still going to be an opportunity for an upset.
Moon!
Oh my goodness! Can we get a look at the items? We need to see the items.
We need to see the items right now. And looking at it, he has the Athena shield and the glowing wand. He has the extra burn. He has the extra magic power to take down Soul. And Soul, looking at it, he doesn't have magic-resistant items on his side.
Yeah, you can see him. He's building into the Athena shield. He just doesn't have it just yet. And not to mention, Moon has the concentrated energy, which probably explains why he's been lasting a lot longer than he should.
Yeah, and of course, having to give this one for free. EVOS SG has to turtle right in, with Chiku finally rejoining the rest of Todak right now. Just trying to split off for that setup, heading it towards either the left or the right side of the map on the moment. But looks to be that EVOS needs to find that opening catch once again, but Formace has not been able to give them any sort of a chance.
Well, EVOS, it's not like they don't have the chance, it's just that Todak has the lead in all aspects in the game right now. If you want to punish them when they get the Lord, they have full control of the map. So when you go into a brush, there is always a chance that someone from Todak is there and just waiting to initiate on you.
Yeah, and right now, Todak, they just want to choke EVOS SG out. They have to wait about 99 seconds until the Lord comes back up. And in that time, EVOS needs to close down on that gap. Todak going to hit that 42k mark. They're going to get their item spikes. And EVOS, they are not too far behind. 5K gold deficit. They just can't get caught. Moon, he finds a great opportunity to jump on top of them. Pokemon, he's going to be dropping the Savage Buster in hopes to turn this round where Dragon comes out with the okay shadow kill. This is a little too much. Formaze takes the quad channel back, but Chiku has done more than enough damage to make this one. He goes forward, crossbow of tag, taking out the last two members. Soul can't do too much as Pokemon tries to turn it around. G2 is huge. Todak win the fight, and they're looking to clear this game out, but Soul, he is the only last remaining member. Can he hold on?
Electo being used up to try to do whatever he can, but they're also opening up the mid side as well. Try as he may. Blade up this very purchase, but doesn't matter though. Oh, Shadow Kill being used up, but there's still another wave incoming. Here comes a flame shot, and Aeon needs to save this situation.
Aeon, he comes back in already with the umbrella open. Oh my god! Soul single-handedly saving the game. That could have been it. That could have been their run.
Chiku was almost gonna go down at the hands of Pokemon. Ewan went in with his first kill, bumped into Pokemon, and that gave enough time for Chiku to go for his own stun. The crucial plays that these players do, this is definitely an El Clasico for the MYSG side.
This is just a beautiful game and just a real show of mechanics from all members. Just the desperation coming out of EVOS SG. They refuse to let this game slip out of their hands.
Speaking of which, this might just be the decider of the Lord. Now, of course, with Todak just waiting at the edge, just hoping that EVOS SG pulls the trigger right now. Flame shots being sent out to just check the bushes, but with that, you can definitely see they are already sending them in.
JPL gets caught out once more. He tries to go and make a play. Oh, he actually does survive. The Shunpo might have just saved him a little bit, bought him a little bit more time, but now Ewan looking for a secondary pick to try and weaken EVOS SG even more. JPL, unfortunately, literally 1 second away from his flicker to get on out of there. This is going to be a Luminous Lord going over to Todak's side. Soul, he's going to get the information, but don't get caught out. Not like this. He goes for the eye for an eye to buy out of time and final blow as well. But Chiku, he's already got the procs. He manages to get the crossbow of tag. That's going to be it. Formaze finds it. This is it. Todak will be able to clear up shop of EVOS SG, and now it's Potato's turn. He needs to make this happen. Moon! He gets caught! This is it! Todak has showed their dominance over the Singaporean teams, and this is going to be the last and final move you will ever see in strong fashion. Todak, GG, well played!
Todak advances to the tournament. EVOS SG, this is the end of the line. This is the end of the road for their side.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zace, Coach Zace of EVOS SG, as hard as he worked, and the rest of the team, as well as they had a showing all across M2, the World Championship of 2020 for Mobile Legends. The pride of Singapore, it has to end right here. It's bittersweet, but at the hands of the MPL MYSG champions, I don't think we could have had any more a poetic ending.
If there was anybody that EVOS SG could possibly lose to, at least it was to their Malaysian counterparts. Todak, this has been an absolutely beautiful game, a great show of skill, but also some of the most heartbreaking things to watch for the entirety of MYSG.
At the very least, for their final run, they have met a formidable side, and with that, all respect given to the hometown heroes.
What impresses me, Contra, about this whole matchup, right, is it went on maybe 2 or 3 minutes longer than our usual, than our average, which is explained by the newest change in the jungle, right? Like how things are just so much better. They come off of cooldown so much faster, and I'm guessing that's why this whole make my day type of draft by Coach Ashi showing very early on the Hayabusa on Formaze and Chiku's 1-1, how it worked and how it was worth it. I am still in disbelief as to how a draft like this came through, and I'm pretty sure our analysts will help us understand. But ladies and gentlemen, once more, if it hasn't sunken in, the Singaporean representatives have all been eliminated, and our heart goes out to the beautiful nation of Singapore. But hey, the Malaysian champions here. They're off to their own MPL very, very soon, both countries, and what a way to start off day number 1 in the playoffs. Lafell and Wolf, break it down for us. Tell us exactly what went down here. After this elimination, what can we expect? The rest of the day is not done yet. Analysts, help us understand.
You know what? There's a lot of things to talk about, particularly in this rivalry that we have just seen. There's so many things that happen, and we have to break it down. Fortunately for you guys, we're here. My name is Wolf. I'm with Lafell. A very interesting match that happened between the Malaysian squad and the Singaporean squad. What do we make of it?
All right, so first off, I'm going to talk directly with the casters where they did say, like, the draft from Ashi was really good, where they got a Hayabusa as well as the 1-1. And right now, we can definitely see that Team Toda, they understand completely the game that they want to play. Whereas usually we see, like, okay, people are going to take the very, very safe picks. They're going to take the tank first, and then they're going to take the off laner first. Rarely do we see, like, okay, we want our gold lane, we want our jungler. Usually people keep that later on as more of a surprise pick or more as a counter pick. But the thing is, Team Toda, they completely understand because they have played against EVOS for so many times. So they're like, you know what, with this team, as long as we get the Hayabusa on 4 mains and Chiku, a high priority marksman like a Claude, like a 1-1, we can win the game.
I think that this is off of the fact that they understand that they needed to win the lanes first before they can engage against their competition. I think that they have so much emphasis on that, because they drafted the 1-1 first after the Benedetta was picked up. This is them telling us that they wanted to win their lanes.
Yep, and right now let's look at the highlights to see what happened in the game. And in this kind of situation, honestly, I really just want to look at all of the skirmishes, all of the fights, and what 4-Mace really did. Because usually 4-Mace is the side laner, either be the experience lane or the gold lane. But throughout this fight, we can definitely see that 4-Mace, with or without his teammates, he goes completely ham. He goes directly with the quad shadow, and the thing is, he makes sure that he does something. He doesn't need a kill. As long as the pressure is there, giving a lot of space for his team, that's enough.
I love the fact that 4-Mace is doing everything he can and maximizing the hero so that he can make the space for his team. The fact that Chico was very comfortably farming up top, even after winning his lane, by the way, he was able to just farm it up, and 4-Mace was there almost all the time to save him.
And then we're going to pause over here, and this is what I want to show. One of the things that made Toda so strong after the 4-Mace and Chiku change, right? Let's look at X-Ray over here as the Tamus, where him using Tamus, he was extremely aggressive. This is the Tamus that we usually see, where he conquers this part of the map, where he really stays in the enemy's jungle, right? And the thing is, it's not just X-Ray being super aggressive with the Tamus, E1 with the Baxia, and earlier with the Tigreal. Him as a tank, he always protects his team. He always engages on to something. Moon looking so much more comfortable in the Sylvana, being more proactive. Chiku farming, doing what he has to do, and then 4-Mace putting the pressure in the entire map. Everyone has a role. Everyone has their responsibility, and everyone does it right. So we will continue this clip as we're talking about this moment.
No, I completely agree. I think that E1 at a certain point really just looks for the backliners, and sometimes particularly against the Benedetta, because he knows he's the one that can contest the Benedetta, not everyone else. And then Chico was always onto that Harith, and he knows that he can take down that Harith. When he fails, it's 4-Mace to clean up, because he does have that the shadow kill just to finish up the kills.
However, we can pause over here, where I personally feel this Lord fight was very unnecessary, because in this Lord fight we can see the circle around here where Team Toda, they've already suffered a lot of damage, a lot of HP by the hand of the Lord, and they've already secured their objective. They really don't need the fight, but probably just because, like, you know, we've been winning the team fights, we might as well take another one. And this, if they did it another 2 to 3 more times, it would have been the death of them, where they given EVOS SG a lot of chances for them to really break through. But, you know, EVOS got 1 break, but Toda made sure that they did not make any mistakes after that.
Absolutely, and what I really like about Todak is they know and understand when they can fight. Just like in game number 1, right? In game number 2, however, they had to wait for the time where the Roger isn't strong anymore. Because in the early stages, with the Kagura with him, absolutely they will win team fights. But if they wait it out, if they try kind of play passively for a little bit and then aggressively towards the ending of the match, I think that is a better understanding of the game from Todak.
Yeah, especially since 1-1 really relies on getting her itemization to make sure that she can do the crossbow attack with a lot of damage, and over here we can definitely see her getting the maniac, getting the maniac. If he had the opportunity, I'm pretty sure he will go super aggressive. He doesn't care even if he dies. He just wants that savage, right? This is the kind of player that Chiku is. He will use that flicker offensively. He will not use it defensively.
Yeah, for sure. And that is really to the benefit of Todak. He knows that he can be aggressive, just waiting for the stacks. That's the nature of the 1-1. And the fact that he was given a great game by the side of Todak when it comes to the draft, that really amazed me.
Yeah.
Because this is a first picked 1-1. They know that the only weakness of the 1-1 is if the 1-1 loses his lane. But against the Benedetta, which kind of really was answered a little bit by Evo's SG by putting the Benedetta bottom lane instead.
In my opinion, I think they took the 1-1 because looking at all of the other marksmen, they're probably like, we do not have another Claude, where we can definitely see Chiku is very good in this attack speed kind of hero where it's very, very mobile. And then once they got that item, once they get their items, they want to go really, really aggressive to the front, right? And I think, Chiku, Ashi's like, so Chiku, hero, tell me. And I was like, 1-1.
Yeah.
Can the enemy use it? Probably. Do you want them to use it? No. Well, then take it now.
Give it to me.
Give it to me.
Give this guy a 1-1.
Yeah, give this guy a 1-1. And it works. It works so well.
I think that the real scenario wherein somebody asked for something, I think it's the Hayabusa. Formace says, the coach asked, Formace, what do you feel like playing now? Hayabusa all day. And he was masterful with it.
Yeah, the thing is, will this force other teams to first ban the Hayabusa? I don't think we've ever seen the first ban Hayabusa. It's usually in the second phase. It's never in the first phase.
You know, in big tournaments like this, the M2 World Championships and any other esports titles, when it's a long tournament, like it's a long week for them, targeted bans are going to happen. And I'm sure that along the way, teams will definitely answer, or at least, prevent Todak from getting that Hayabusa. Because I want to talk about this. For Maze on this Hayabusa, I think this will be a trend. I think that Chiku will be staying in a little bit more of a farming role, while Formace on a more space creating role.
Yeah.
And definitely something that the team should be afraid of. Now, let's talk about the items that we saw from both teams. And just looking at the kills, it's really tremendously in favor of Todak because of the lead that they were able to get. One thing is interesting here from Evo's SG. They had 2 blade armor carriers. That was the Benedetta and the Cho, which, should have been great against the 1-1, but you have to take note, 1-1 have the 1-1 as well as the Hayabusa, they have invulnerabilities.
Exactly. Now, the other thing that I kind of don't like about the blade armor, right? But this is my opinion. Everyone has their own opinions. But the thing is, blade armor, it reflects 25% of the damage. Now, the thing is, 1-1 has little damage in every basic attack. It's just that with the basic attack being so fast, then it scales up. But by the time that it's fast, he's up in the sky. He's not receiving any of those damage. So it's like, while he's on the ground, he will receive small damages. But look at the item. Chiku has the Demon Hunter Sword, where it has innately lifesteal. So whatever damage he receives, he just lifesteals it back.
This is why I feel that Evo's SG will be better off with the Antique Cuirass.
Exactly, agree.
Instead of the Blade Armor. Maybe just casual Dreadnought armors, it will work. But with Blade Armors against the Hayabusa with invulnerability during the Shadow kill, as well as the 1-1 flying up high, not receiving any damage, that is the biggest question mark when I saw Evo's SG deploy the 2 Blade Armor setup.
Right, and right now we will be looking at the MVP of the game, and it will be going back to Chiku on that 1-1 again, being very, very aggressive with this marksman, flickering to the front, getting the maniac, making sure that when he has his items, that is his responsibility. This is now Chiku's game. You guys can relax. I got my items. Let me get those kills.
I love the Sea Halberd pickup coming out from 1-1. Not the most picked item for 1-1, but in this particular game where you kind of need to decrease the sustainability of your opponents through Spell Vamp or through Lifesteal, I think that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, with the Bucks here as well on their team, there was no sustainability from the side of EVOS SG. So every time they team fight, the Baxia is there and the 1-1 is there as well. Whatever damage that they took, they will not get it back.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Man, I know that you want to say more about that. Maybe last few words about that mini El Clasico that we saw.
Todak was really good. EVOS was really good. But Todak, they got a structure and that structure works.
And I think that we will get to hear from Todak pretty soon through our interview. So please, Lysander, take it away.
Hey guys, it's Lysander. You're watching the M2 Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championships. I'm here with Moon from Todak, who just took out EVOS SG 2-0. Heartbreaking for all Singaporeans like me, but it was a well-fought victory. If you watched, they were dominating from start to finish. Now I'm going to talk to Moon, find out just what exactly happened in that series. Hi Moon, thank you for taking the time to talk to me. What happened? Analysts were telling us 80% EVOS was going to win. You guys made it look easy.
Yeah, I'm not getting
2-0.
away anymore.
You want to tell us what you guys did different? You know, your coach is here as well. You can share a little bit insights if you want.
Yang berlaku is mungkin EVOS expect kita orang bawa meta hyper, but in the end of the day kita orang tukar plan tu and dorang tak expect benda tu, so mungkin kita orang memberikan satu kejutan lah untuk squad EVOS.
Okay, so what Moon said just now, we expect that EVOS SG will try to counter our hyper meta, but in the end, in the final day, we decided to change our strategy to play two cores, which is Chiku will be the side lane and and Formil will be the jungler. So we think that works well with us today, and that's why we win the match.
Okay. So switching our strategy to make keep catching EVOs off guard. Now, there's been a little bit of a joke, but also this theory among casters that a lot of teams save strats in the groups. You don't want to reveal all your strategies in the group stages because you just want to get enough points to qualify, and then you want to save all the strategies. So, have you guys been saving strats? One of these, switching maps, switching lanes is a thing. You picking up Sylvana for the first time on M2. That is saving strats. You guys got any more in your pockets?
Actually, kita tahu yang pasukan ini adalah pasukan yang bagus, yang memang yang gempak sebab mereka pernah menang champion. So apa yang saya nak kata is kita orang itulah kita orang memang dah all out dah tu. Kita orang tak ada simpan-simpan apa-apa and just do our best.
So as for EVOS, they are a very strong team. We played with them, we scrim with them. We have scrimmed with them so many times. They are a very good team and we learned a lot from them. And they were the champion for MPS Season 4. And even we are losing in the group stage, we are not hiding anything. That's all. We already pushed our limit, and what happened is not good. But we'll try to fix everything that we make last time.
Okay, so upcoming you have either Burmese Ghouls or RRQ Hoshi. Who are you hoping to face and why?
Actually, tu dah tak kisah siapa-siapa pun yang akan kalah. Kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik untuk kalahkan diorang, and kita orang akan keep langgar lah. Tak kisahlah tim mana-mana pun kita orang langgar.
So basically, we Todak, we don't mind. If anything will face us, we will try our best and we'll make sure that we will win the fight. That's all.
Okay, win the fight, and of course, you guys back home also want to join the fight. Make sure you guys vote on those predictions every match, and get your voice heard. You know, maybe type in the comments some things you want to ask the players. If they win, the people in the chat might find out and pick up your questions. Get it to me, and I'll ask them the questions so that you guys can get your answers heard. But right now, we're going to jump to a short break, and then we'll come back with more M2 Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. Stay with us.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
to Mobile Legends.
Go win. My chicken win.
A knockout.
Victory!
Huh?
We'll be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals where it will be a best of 3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the Little Wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double coming in from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco's already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the turret range and perhaps even the scorelines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute, using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double flurries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
Alright, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Brand versus Brand. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh! Whoa!
Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and courtesy, he's learned his lesson, destroyed the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's Evos SG taking on DMX DreamHack. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. He can actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be first blood headed towards Evos SG Matthew.
All right, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up, and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's going to be a little bit of these moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off
the member of DMX, and it seems like EVOS SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that lost to Curtizi, he kept the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Nhưng thay hero nên bộ với hiện bạn đây thì các skill với hàng nhảy nhảy chứ kia nhảy nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill của hero nó tăng về thay trên mà phải mấy chân còn một hai bạn này thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này thôi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó thêm cho trình skill với lọ phòng tha bây giờ combo chơi thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo nó tăng to lại trình.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, the whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap and play it.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge.
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships. I'm Lysander. Welcome back to discourse session at the United Nations of the Land of Dawn. Yes, we have a lot of flags. I finally made that joke because the first day we were here, plenty of flags. Anyway, I'm joined here as always with my team. I got Joe Kim over there.
What up?
Got Wolf as well as our new friend here, KCP. Hi, how you doing, dude?
Hello. Hi.
Welcome to the discourse.
It's nice. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. Yeah, we get a new one every single segment, guys. So we get a new one every single time. We get to make new friends, get a new insight from every single team.
It's almost like a mystery guest for every discourse session that we have here for your M2 World Championship 2020. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all over the world. Like we said, we are expecting close to 40 million viewers. And if you were to look at your screens right now, you might see yourself because we're going to flash you a short video of people watching us from all over the world. And also, if you're watching us live from Cathay Cinema, we say thank you very much for joining us today for your M2 World Championships 2020 playoff. There you go. Look at that.
All right. You know, we can't have a real audience in the studio with us, but this comes close.
I know, it comes close. Like we said earlier when we began today, we missed the crowd, we missed the screams, we missed the atmosphere. But of course, here at M2, all of us have come together with all the regulations in place to give you Mobile Legends Bang Bang in a whole new different way. Once again, it's powered by Moonton. And not forgetting our friends over at STB, IMDA, and Skoga. Thank you so much for your support, as well as to all our partners. And also, yet again, another special mention to the... do I call this a VIP guest in the middle of KZP as well as Wolf? It's the Tumi Tahoe. It's launched, and if you love the outdoors, or maybe we can say urban living. Yes, Wolf, you know what? Why don't you help me lift it up for a while? Model it. Give your best $1 million smile right now, Wolf. With the smile, not an angry face. Come on. There we go for the Tumi Tahoe. Thank you so much, Wolf.
That's right.
And we're done with the lower brackets. We're moving up to the upper brackets. And this one, both teams undefeated so far in this tournament. We have the Burmese Ghouls against Brand Esports. And we're about to dissect every single thing right here for this discourse session. Lysander.
Yeah, well, we want to take it out with, kick it off with our new guests, of course. KZP, you guys are... No, you guys unfortunately are out, but you guys can still offer us a well of experience. You know, we want to know what goes on in the players' minds, you know, when you guys are undefeated, when they have a lot of pressure on you. I know that there's a lot of your players, especially, you know, like Sing, for example. He has a streaming community, he has a large fan base. So a lot of his viewers expect a lot from him. So when you trip up on the main stage, the psychological effect is a lot more, right? It's a lot heavier. So these two teams, like Joakim said, undefeated so far, pressure is going to be immense. You should see the Myanmar fans, you should see the Brand Esports fans, the Filipino fans. They are rabid, all right? They love their teams, and with love comes an equal amount of hate.
Yeah.
You do well, you get celebrated. When you do badly, you know, the hate is unreal. So how do you guys deal with it? How are they going to deal with it?
I mean, mental issue for each player is very important. Yeah. All these players in this M2 is all seasons players. Yeah. So I think it's not about being nervous or things like that. It's about making your execution right, doing all your communication properly, and play it well. Yeah. Sometimes it's a little bit of luck here and there.
Oh, okay. A little bit of luck.
I have a question to ask though, because earlier this morning I was just scrolling through Instagram and all that, and I saw that fans over at One Esports Instagram page, they picked Burmese Ghouls as seventh place that's most likely to win this entire thing. Are the fans wrong in this context? Wolf.
Well, I think that it is important to take note that there's not much to look at when you're looking at Burmese Ghouls compared to the other big teams, I would say, big regions, but in a way that can be used to their advantage. Now, when I looked at Burmese Ghouls, the way that they are dominating in their group during the group stages, and when they also participated in tournaments outside of MPL, that's international, they were really strong. They look strong when they are winning. I don't know if I'm making sense, but when they are winning those matches, they look like they are really dominant. But once you snap and they are already losing, when they lose their mojo, they really look bad. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but they are not wrong, but with a certain reason.
Anything you want to add, KCP?
I think every team that is leading looks stronger.
Of course.
I mean, it sounds obvious, but it is true.
Stronger teams tend to come back easier, so that's the key thing.
Yeah, not cracking under pressure. I think that is the mark of a real champion. All right, so right now we have the good old numbers on screen. We have the stats that will tell us how these two teams, fare against each other. Talk us through the numbers. You guys are very familiar with these stat lines already, but what do they mean?
For Brand Esports, absolutely dominant performance with only 4 games, and they are in the upper bracket. This is only their 5th game if you think about it. But I think that if we compare the head-to-head, when it comes to team damage per minute, this is a little bit closer compared to other teams. Because if you remember our first series, it was a 600 damage per minute difference, which is very significant. But for Bren and Burmese Schools, you can even say that they might be playing the same way, the way that they are aggressive around the map.
All right, so average game score, like you said, a lot of it very similar, but average game score is favoring Brand Esports.
By a
so
lot.
they kill more. And kills convert to money, and money wins you games. So KCP, do you want to contest this stat, or is there some underlying factor we're not seeing here?
I think that even though they have higher game score, but team damage per minute is quite similar. So I guess they are not really utilizing the resources for Brand Esports. Yeah.
After looking at the numbers so far, would you say this is still a clash of the titans for M2 World Championship 2020?
Okay, that is a very tricky question, because I think that whatever it is that we're seeing right now, like the team damage per minute, it will not be that related to their performance in game, because I think that Brand Esports are more dominant, and maybe we can have a glimpse of it from the average game score, wherein the game score for Brand Esports is a little bit higher, maybe because they're dying fewer dying less against Burmese Schools.
But looking from the stats itself, it seems like Brand Esports is more disciplined. They look like they are able to play it safe.
Maintain their lead, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Also, something to note, of course, is the small sample size. There is just not enough games to really get a conclusive, because they only played 2 series.
Yeah.
And they 4-0'd it, basically. So there's very little data on how things can work out for them. So we're going to have to see how the games go. But I think where we can really take a look at is track record. With these teams, it's really about track record based on the things that they've done before. And I think Philippines really has a strong Mobile Legends following as well, because they have, outside of MPL, they have their own tournament as well, right? For them to practice on a competitive stage, I think really gives the Filipinos an edge in terms of competitive experience. And I don't mean skill, I mean playing on the main stage, playing in a crowd, the pressure, those all play big factors. I mean, as a player, you should agree.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that was quick.
That was a quick. You know what? I heard news about Burmese Schools that they are really the idols in their country, that everybody just supports them to the point where even the government helped them get here. Something like so. I don't know if I can share more about the story, but this kind of the story goes is that the support that you get not only from the crowd themselves, but also from the officials is really good, because this is what they want to really push in the next coming years, right? They want to push esports, and they start with Mobile Legends, and it really looks great.
And it's safe to say in our comments section, people over at Philippines, Myanmar, Indonesia, they are flooding away. So because we have Burmese Schools against Brand Esports coming up next, I want to say hello to our Burmese fans, Mingalaba, and also, correct me if I'm wrong, Wolf, for Filipinos, Kamustaka.
It's perfect.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very, very nice. Yeah, of course. I will tell them to be nice, but I'll be wasting my time. The chat will be very aggressive on both sides, and as on this panel, we are also at risk of hate if we support the wrong team. But there are no right answers, because we're gonna go to predictions later on after the head-to-head. Which is coming up now. So you guys have to steel yourself. I'm going to ask you some difficult questions about who realistically is going to be on top Right now, let's take a look at a head-to-head. We got Kaltizi versus Ace. So, tell me more about this. What is happening on screen here?
For me, absolutely, I know Kaltizi so well. I was able to ask this kid, I think he's about 16, 17 years old, and he said that he's already done in the Philippines when it comes to proving himself. He wants to be the best in the whole world. This is his stage. He's going to take it. He's looking forward to this. And I would dare say that he is en route. I mean, the first Savage of the M2 group stages, this guy, this kid, he walks his talk, right?
I hope I get to interview him if they win. Yeah. What about Ace? All right, we talked a lot of good stuff. What about Ace? You know, I know they're not as not popular, but publicized compared to Brand Esports. So Ace, what can you tell us about him?
I think currently for this meta, especially for M2, Ace is currently very versatile. Not only marksman he can play some assassins compared to the previous MPLIs. So we can see a lot from him, especially during the drafting phase, where some heroes can be flexed for the Ace player. So we shall see what draft that's coming up.
You know,
okay.
I kind of hate to do this to KZP, but because you're the only one that's taken on the Burmese Ghouls and you're here with us, I mean, it's sad that RSG is out, but what did you guys get wrong and what did Burmese Ghouls get right against your team? And what can we look out for in the next match against Brand Esports for Burmese Ghouls?
I think regarding the RSG versus Burmese Ghouls, basically we, during the drafting phase, we sort of like give them their comforts. Yeah, so we are unable to identify the comforts of BG. Then from there, we started to play bad as well. So that is why we lost those games.
Well, thank you very much for addressing it and being honest, though. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I think that's always been the name of the game. Don't give the good players their comforts. Don't give them the stuff that they want to play. But the more important thing now is, no, these guys, you talked about the Burmese Ghouls and Ace being a flexible player. That makes the draft hard to predict. It makes it difficult to ban because you don't know if his hero's been locked in already. Do I start banning his stuff or do I start banning his teammates? It makes things tricky. And now looking at the starting roster here for Burmese Ghouls, they are looking good.
It's Ruby DD, maybe Kid, Ace, and D. When we were studying this team, I think that the same heroes that we saw in that feature was also the ones that we saw in our stat sheet. So I think that there's really not much difference from them, but maybe because they really want to play with their comfort picks, let's say.
And of course, it's now playoffs as well, so it's very different from the groups. In the groups, like we said, we joked a little bit about saving strats, but it's also groups are because in groups you didn't play against everyone, so it can be a little bit difficult to identify who's the real best among everyone. But now that it's playoffs, you actually have to play against everybody to get to the top. It's when the boxing gloves come off. You really got to put in your all. And I've seen Burmese Ghouls, as someone that has done Mobile Legends events, I have seen Burmese Ghouls. This brand has been around for a long time. And I think that is one of the, in my experience, that is one of the important things about maintaining a strong esports squad.
So we saw the player lineup for Burmese Ghouls. Let's go to the player lineup for Brand Esports. I believe we saw it for a quick moment. We're going to flash it to you in just a while so we can analyze it together with our panels and for the Discord session as well. And there we go. It's coming to your screen right now as we speak, ladies and gentlemen at home, wherever you're watching us from. Here is the Brand Esports player lineup. Let's have a look.
Rebo, Carl TZ, Few, Lusty, and Flap TZ. There's maybe
TZs.
you're wondering the TZs, right? So I think that they got us from different esports titles, but it was
Foreign player.
Foreign player, yes. And it's already a meme in the Philippines.
Lafel was making the joke earlier.
Yeah, Lafel T. You mean Lafel TZ?
Lafel TZ, my bad. Yeah.
Lafel TZ, and it is one of the weird things here in the Philippines.
Signature for the Philippines now.
Signature now, yeah. There was another funny story about another player here, which is Rebo, which is Lafel was really laughing so much about this. Doc Rebo being he was called Doc Rebo for a certain point in time because he is a doctor, and a doctor in the Philippines is, in Mobile Legends terms, is someone who plays with another opposite gender, and he kind of carries that opposite.
Kind of like healing her, like kind of boosting. Is that the
Not
joke?
really boosting, but just playing a lot of duels with.
Okay. I think I kind of get the joke here.
I like this cultural exchange
Yeah,
session
cultural
we're
exchange.
having right now.
You win.
And that's why we have the flags in front of you.
Yeah. We get all the different cultures. I like that little joke. So next time we're going to call you a doctor. I think we're going to add one more to the repertoire. In Singapore, we have some meaner terms. Doctor is pretty respectable as a term.
Yeah. There we go.
We have a lot meaner terms where we are from. So, yeah, doctor, you can tell Mom, I'm a doctor. Oh, what do you do? I play Mobile Legends. Yeah. With a girl.
Yeah.
But you know what? No shame. If you find love in Mobile Legends, all the better for you. You are one of the gamers that have unlocked that cheat code.
Exactly.
It is definitely something to be proud of, right? Nothing to be ashamed of, guys.
We're all learning. We're all learning,
Exactly.
Lysander. That's it. Having seen the player lineups, and here are the audience predictions. This is a close one.
Oh, finally a real 50-50.
Look at how close this is. 50.4% against a 49.6%. But majority going for Burmese schools. Now, when I say majority, please open inverted commas. It is too close to call this one.
Yeah, I'm just calling it 50-50. You know what? It makes it a lot easier for us to sit on the fence. We don't really have to go against the grain here, guys. We can play it safe.
Yeah, and not risk the comment section.
Yeah, we're not going to risk any kind of entanglement with the chat.
I wonder where the talent predictions are.
Oh, talent. All right, guys, this is your chance. Go flame the talents. They're the ones that voted Brand Esports. We're on the fence. Here on the discourse discussion. On the fence, guys?
Yeah.
Or are we...
Yeah.
Overton?
Do you wanna give a prediction?
You want to be
know what?
brave?
Yeah, since he offered it, KZP, why don't you go first? Your predictions on this game.
I start first?
Because he said our turn. I was like, okay, you go first. That's so confident, this fella.
I think it really have to depend on how BG and Brand play. So for me, I know that BG is very, very strong in the first starter fight. So if they are able to capitalize it and then snowball from there, then BG may have a chance to win.
Okay.
So, but in terms of consistency, I will put my money on Brand Esports.
Okay. That's a fair answer. I was about to accuse you of being too diplomatic on the UN Council here. No, but it was a good answer. I'm going to give you that.
Then he said the M word. I'll put my money on Brand Esports.
True.
What about you, Wolf? Brand Esports as well? Your fellow countrymen?
I think that
You basically have to, right?
Yeah, I have to.
You have to. Yeah. We can call Lafel by proxy later to help you vote something else. But you're Filipino. We're not going to put you in that spot. You're voting for Brand. Got it. All right, Joakim, any baseless guesses here from you and me?
This is the match I'm kind of waiting for, actually, to be honest with you. Because they are undefeated, and I've been watching the replays of the previous rounds. They look strong. They look good. But I'm just gonna go here with Burmese Ghouls.
Okay, that's fair.
Just because we have two people saying Brand Esports, so I wanna pick the other side.
I think Burmese Ghouls are definitely a respectable team. I want to go with Brand Esports because I'm a big fan of empires. People that have built their empire up from the start and maintained it. That is something I really respect in esports. And for that reason, I'll go with Brand. But I think Burmese Ghouls are gonna put up a good fight. I think we talked about this earlier. There's going to be a 2-1 either way.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So by odds, you're gonna get most of the money from KZP.
Yeah, I mean,
Joking cashing out.
No, how about some battle points or maybe even some cards as well on Mobile Legends, please? I don't mind doing that. I need some new skins in the game. That's it though, rather. There's a voice in my head right now. I think we're going to be seeing the player predictions in the lanes in just a bit here on the screen as well, so be with us. That's it though. Once again, if you just joined us on the stream, welcome. We got plenty of giveaways coming your way. Just look below me right now. Our friends over at Razer and M2, they have organized plenty of things over at the campaign page. Please go have a look if you want you to win a prize for yourself today. That's it. Here come the predictions. Let's go. Oh, it's a pre-match intro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Game start.
Brand Esports is very flexible in terms of their strategies. They don't hold back in terms of just going for their comfort strategy, the poke strategy.
Tingin ko naman kaya naman talaga yung Indonesia eh. Parang mas lamang sila sa galaw pero feeling ko lamang kami sa meta eh. Talagang siguro magaling sila mag-ML pero kaya naman na sila talunin.
Leo Murphy has no wave clear. What an incredible...
Tingin ko wala naman yun eh. Parang wala akong pake kung sino kalaban. Basta lahat tatalunin namin.
In M2, based on MPLI, I feel like they have a strong case to make it to the top.
In the backline, he's come on towards Kim. However, he gets stunned in the process. He gets taken out, but the rest of the squad can't seem to make this happen. Even Sink himself using his ultimate was not enough. Quicksand Guard trying to block as much of that damage. L14, he manages to pull through.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ team work style တော့ aggressive နဲ့ဆန်တာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့အခုဒီမှာ hyper role ဆော်နေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်အထင်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာအတင်းကတော့အဲ့လို international ပွဲမှာတခါမှအဲ့လို champion မရဘူးလို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်ပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီတစ်ခေါက်အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ကြိုးစားအောင်ပါ champion ရအောင်
Magagaling naman sila maglaro. Kaso yung meta talaga iba eh, sobrang layo ng diferensya. Pero sa skill level parang pantay lang naman.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ပဲအတင်းမလာတာကျွန်တော်မကြောက်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့သတိထားပါ
Friend lang malakas.
PG never stop playing.
Ang masasabi ko sa mga kalaban namin, maganda-handa na kayo. Tsaka galingan nyo palalo.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to M2. We would like to give a special thank you to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerce in Singapore, or y'all can just visit secretlab.co.
That's right. Let's not forget to thank our dear partners in esports, Singtel, for providing us with ultra fast gaming experience to unlock all these lag-free performance for all of our players with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mystic in MLBB with Singtel, the Singapore's fastest 5G network. With that being said, the gentleman on my right will be Barters, Gideon, Leo, and myself, Contra. We're going in towards the upper brackets finally, and I'm pretty sure Leo as well as Barters will be really happy to cast some of these matches here because we are going to be seeing Burmese goals as well as Brenny.
If you and Gideon were happy by the last match, me and Leo are happy right now.
No doubt. High five.
High five.
Pow! Right there. You try to put us on the spot, but we're not going to hide the fact that we are proud of this next matchup, not because only Brenny Sports, a Filipino team, will be competing, but because of the caliber of competition that we'll be seeing. Right, Butters? We were at the MPLI, and Burmese Ghouls took first game.
Yeah, Burmese Ghouls, we know what they're capable of. They're a really strong team, and right now, I'm excited of the high-level matchup that this is going to be.
That's right. We're talking about a rematch of the MPLI, and these two sides in the group stages were undefeated. Let's talk us through towards that, Gideon, as you definitely have an opinion about this entirety of the run for each respective team.
I definitely have to agree. You know, Bren is looking a lot cleaner, a lot sharper than when they were from MPLI. Same can be said about the Burmese Ghouls. Although it wasn't their best run, of course, they've definitely changed over the course of time. And I think right now, especially with how the meta is, I think Bren has a slight edge over Burmese Ghouls only because we've seen a little bit more from them in terms of what they like to pick and choose. We saw some weird picks in the group stages from Bren.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be even more oddballs coming in their way. In that first match, we've already seen a popularity on the rise, and that's the Hayabusa. Any more Hayabusas that will be popping up in the jungle? Not sure.
I think for Burmese Ghouls, it is a possibility, but for Bren, I don't really see them use it as much.
Yeah, are you saying Kaltiz is over Hayabusa because his old reliable Lancelot, the very first Savage, by the way, in all of M2, and the Ling, very much reliable. I think the Hayabusa, yeah, I'll agree with Butters, might not be here.
Let's check out some of the teams that will be playing on stage right now. That being said, let's check out this video.
All the way from Myanmar, it's the Burmese Ghouls. D. Maybe. Jin. Ace. And Ruby DD. Burmese Ghouls.
From Myanmar, Burmese Ghouls.
From the Philippines, Bren Esports. Coco. View. EJ. Flat TZ. Carl TZ. Lusty. And Rebo. Bren Esports.
From the Philippines, Bren Esports.
Both sides of the team looking razor sharp, and unfortunately, the undefeated streak will have to end in these upper bracket runs. And you know, it's really hard to decide between the two. When we look at the audience votings, it's almost a 50-50. And in terms of audience, we do have that slight edge going in favor of the side of BG. And Brand Esports definitely won the hearts of the town.
I just want to say that team intros aren't really complete if you don't have someone going this.
Or this.
Or this.
The
Not
esports
complete.
boards.
It's never complete.
The classic. Who can't forget the classic esports pose? But you're absolutely right there, especially with the fans. I think there's just like some of the biggest fan bases of MLBB coming in from both of these countries, and they are just making sure their voices are heard.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen some of the comments out there. They really do love them to bits. And of course, usually LaFell will be, oh, I'm going to side here, I'm going to side there. Like, when we talk to him backstage, it's like, man, I gotta be pretty careful with this because I honestly don't know what to choose from here.
Yeah, no, Caster Curse aside, it's so hard to make a clear-cut prediction between these two teams, given that one of them is from a developing community, an environment like Burma or like Myanmar, and then you have the other, the Philippines, which is arguably maybe only second to Indonesia when it comes to the popularity of Mobile Legends. So you have these two very competitive and very much developing audiences. I understand why the numbers are just everywhere.
That's right. Let's have a look in towards the brackets to elaborate even further. And for those of you guys who may have missed some of these matches, not to worry, we got you covered. And early on, we did see Todak advance against the likes of EVOS SG. We bid goodbye towards EVOS SG as well as 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, with Alter Ego also in the waiting to see who will be falling from the upper brackets. And here we are. Burmese Goals versus Brand Esports, and later on, Omega taking on RRQ Hoshi.
Oh, I'm excited with how the upper brackets are going to go. This is going to be the first time we're seeing, again, undefeated teams dropping games. And it's going to be weird because like Wolf said, you know, like, oh, when teams are winning, they look super, super good. But the moment they drop games, that's when you see the cracks. You see the chinks in the armor.
Because nobody really shows you how to do it. But if someone shows you how, everyone just picks up. And that is one of the things that you don't want to do here. Keep it smooth sailing. Just get into the grand finals as fast as possible.
If anything, this upper bracket reminds me of an old adage wherein it's not about how many times you fall, but how many times you get up. So whoever will be falling to the lower bracket, that's some sort of resolve that people should be afraid of. Like when you're looking at strengths, right? Oh, has a great draft, very strong in the gold lane, and most likely gonna dig themselves out of the situation. That's something I'm looking forward to when it comes to these two right here, Brand Esports and the Burmese Ghouls.
That's right, and early on we did have a little bit of a banter coming in through the hostess desk itself, and we got KZP on board where they managed to talk a little bit about some of the problems that they face against Burmese Ghouls. They couldn't really pinpoint what exactly is their conflict picks, and we're going to be looking at the lineups of both sides once again to see who exactly will be playing in the stage itself. And with that, we'll head in towards the stage with Christy Ng as our head marshal. So this is going to be an important factor because we talk about how strong these both sides are in the early phase, and this coin flip decides who gets to go on blue or red.
Yeah, I think the coin flip is honestly one of the biggest parts here, but we also have to say hello to the coaches as well who shape these teams. From the Burmese Ghouls, it is going to be PVN DV, otherwise known as Panda here. And for the side of Brent, it is going to be Ducky, who was up on stage just earlier. These guys, absolute monsters in their own individual roles.
It's a battle of a panda and the duck.
Okay, we're going to be getting some of the animals on board, but we're seeing the bees being unleashed eventually. So, just a little bit of fun fact, you know, we've seen Panda played as well back in M1. So, you know, now that they finally got another sort of the roster already solidified throughout the entirety of the year, things are looking pretty good for the BG side.
I mean, honestly, I'm really excited here because previously in M1, it's like, but we weren't even at our full strength. And now it's like, yes, we are at our full strength. We are ready to go, and it is time. It is our moment, our time to win it all.
And that's what's scary about a team like Burmese Ghouls. Again, say what you will about the numbers, how skewed it is towards Bren Esports being the fan favorite. I really do think that there's something to respect here with the Burmese Ghouls. And again, how RSG just are not able to read them.
I kind of wanted to take it back to what Lysander said earlier. They're not one of the most publicized team out there. Now, with this team not being publicized as much, you know that they are getting a lot of experience from MPLI. They're getting a lot of experience into battling these kinds of international teams. So, who knows? Burmese Ghouls, they're just growing as players and growing as a team.
That's right. Let's check out some of the lineups that we'll be playing this time, because we know Brent Esports side does feel a lot of talent, but it will be the staple 5 that will be playing for Burmese Ghouls. If we got Ruby DD, maybe Kit, Ace, as well as D. So who are we looking at to be really taking on this show?
I think if anything were to happen here for the Burmese Ghouls that would upset the whole MLBB community, the whole audience of M2 as it is, it's gonna come off of Ace. And only if Ace and maybe in mid as well with Kid, it's a trio basically from the mid lane. It's gotta come from them. They are going to activate whatever is needed to take down Bren Esports.
That's right, and we also have Bren Esports here fielding Rebo, Cartesi, Few, Lusty, as well as Flapteasy. Of course, Butters, maybe you got to talk about this entirety of this star-studded roster alongside with Gideon.
If Burmese Ghouls got Ace, Bren Esports got Cartesi.
Honestly, you bring up the perfect point. You read it out of my mind. I mean, honestly, these guys are going to be contesting for some of the best core players on each of their teams. And not to mention that this is a gold medalist team. Shout out to the boys at Cebu, because these guys, they are going to be representing an entire nation.
Yep, they're definitely going to be going for gold right here. And remember, this upper bracket is going to be very different from some of the matches that we've casted previously, because there's still going to be a lifeline involved where, you know, nobody wants to get down there to be battling with some of the hardy teams like Toadap, which we saw early on. And who knows what can we come out of this sort of situation where one of them will have to just get down to there.
Yeah, before we get into the draft, I have a question real quick to pose to the table, all right? If ever it does happen like that, which team is more likely to dig themselves out of the lower bracket? Who would perform better on their back foot? Would it be Bren or would it be the Burmese Ghouls?
You know, I think it depends on one singular factor. Do they have the exclusive M2 skin?
That's right. Speaking of which, we got to complete tasks and predict the champions to win M2 coins. So make sure you guys exchange your M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards, such as the special avatar borders, the exclusive skin that we mentioned about, the battle emote, sacred statue, and we've been talking about skins. You got to flex the Clint Shadow Omen skin, and you can get it directly for only 899 diamonds.
That could have been one of the greatest segues in the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You know what would make it better?
What?
If y'all did that before the 24th.
Exactly. So boys and girls, you know what to do. But to answer your question, Leo, honestly, it's really tough. It's really tough. And I don't want to lean too much to one side or the other, because the draft is going to be such an important factor here. And until I see the draft, I can give you a solid answer.
Okay. So I just want to put it out there. There is a battle between Lusty and Maybe. Whoever can enable their jungler, who can feed the most kills to their jungler, wins.
We've already heard it on the banter early on that there's going to be a lot of priority on towards that first turtle, and Burmese Ghouls is an expert when it comes down to this sort of objective. But same goes towards Brent Esports. We see a little bit more of those numbers favoring their way. So, Leo, I'm pretty sure this might just be an interesting topic.
Yeah, no, if it comes down to these neutral objectives, these big ticket early fights, then this is not biased at all, all right? Let me just explain. Back in his very first MPL championship, Lusty was known to steal Lords and Turtles with a Grok.
With a Grok.
So I don't know if he still got it these days.
Yeah, haven't been seeing too much of Grox, but we are already in the first games. Picks and bans. We are seeing Benedetta as well as Brody. So let's get through the entirety of the bans right here.
It's a great way to start coming in from the Burmese Ghouls and as well as Brenda, getting rid of the priority picks here for each side. I mean, Brody, I have to pick and ban. Same goes to Benedetta, nothing different there. But Burmese Ghouls focusing on getting rid of the Jawhead, so the hyper efficiency is there. Does Bren want to focus on that priority and or decide, hey, let's just open up the board?
Again, what this reminds me of is how similar these two teams are, right? Say what you will about the lack of information for Burmese Ghouls and how big of a target is on Bren Esports' back. Maybe only second to Alter Ego in all of them too. But right here, right now, in the draft, I'm seeing it. They're both equal.
And I have a trivia for you guys. In the Philippines, the national animal or the national animal is the Philippine eagle. For the Burmese, it's going to be the green beefa. So this is going to be a battle of the birds, actually.
Battle of the birds?
Battle of the birds, and who can fly higher, technically.
Can a duck fly, though?
Not exactly, but who can show more prowess?
A panda can't fly either, though. Just for
true. That's actually pretty fair, you know.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be riding on the backs of these behemoths just to make sure that they're given the direction. Wherever you see that eagle, maybe if you just look real closely on its back, you'll just see a duck just pointing it in the right direction to follow the wind. And I think in these situations, that's what we should be expecting. Esmeralda, Jawhead is already gone. Benedetta is already gone. Brody, Natalia, and also Silvana coming in for the side of Brent Esports. Solid bans.
I think going into M2, like without even the group stages starting, and you asked any MLBB esports fans what are the top bans in all of the whole event, they would say, yeah, definitely it's gonna be the Benedetta, the Jawhead, the Esmeralda, the Brody, and the Natalia. But it's Silvana who has been this rising star. Everybody now has to respect this mage / tank that teams are fielding, and right now the priorities are coming into play. The Burmese Ghouls lock in Yusun Shin, arguably one of the most successful junglers / cores in all of M2, and Bren Esports answers back with the Lapu Lapu, of course, as they get it very often. And this could be a flex Cho, but I'm more likely thinking it's a tank.
It's going to be a tank because considering the ban here for the side of Bren Esports, they ban out the Silvana. They do not want this show to get caught out. We did see the prowess of Silvana in terms of going for the face checks. If she's there in the brush and she catches you, automatically you get called out by the Imperial Justice.
Wow, I mean, both teams, speaking of, yeah, the picks are very important here, but interestingly enough, both sides are actually mirroring each other in terms of the roles that they want to select. It's in a different order, yes, but they want to make sure that when they get into the second phase of the game, they're not going to be able to kind of minimize a particular role because it affects both sides.
Yep, and now second phase of banning. Here's an odd choice. Tigreal, also a slowly climbing commodity that teams should now figure out, hey, he's really good. Again, Sacred Hammer into the implosion, just demolishes team fights. I'm wondering if Bren Esports really aims to choke out the tank position.
In many ways, Tigreal is not really the best hero to catch out people, but it forces people to use the dash, a flicker, once you get caught out in the range of that implosion.
It's like a reverse purify.
Yeah, because if you think about it, if the choke gets caught out in that circle, he'll be forced to use the Shunpo. If he uses the Shunpo, then that means it's easier to catch him.
That's right. It's definitely a very important point to point out. And heading it towards the next phase of the bans, we're seeing the Farsa ban, of course, something that we do see from time to time. And about the Tigreal, we do have some incredible win rates coming in, but Kaja is definitely something that we don't always see being banned away.
All right. Bren Esports did this in the playoffs, in the group stage, now in the playoffs. They don't want to see the same thing, right? They did this in the group stage wherein they fielded a Matilda and a Kaja. It's a greedy lineup, but if you do it fast enough, it works. They don't want that being done. They don't want to taste of their own medicine.
Oh boy. I mean, Brand, they're going to be locking in the Baxia for themselves. The Toys Poison's going to be a great ability, especially when you're up against, and I'm pretty sure that he could go into the side lane to actually deal with the Yuzong itself. It's just an absolutely super annoying matchup to deal with, but Burmese Ghouls, they're probably going to finish off their comp with most likely going to be leaning maybe towards something a little bit more tanky, so my guess would probably arguably might even be the Atlas to a certain extent.
This Baksha is gonna go to Flap. Pretty sure about it.
Yep.
He's going to be controlling the lanes. They're gonna put all the damage responsibility solely to Claude. I mean, Lapu can do that as well, but you're gonna expect it to come from Few and Karltizi. It all depends on what hero Few gets.
Yeah, and now in response to that situation, they are bringing in the Lunox as well as Hilda. So let's talk about the Hilda pick right here, because we've seen a lot of beefiness coming in from the side of Brand Esports as well. Having great versatility, and now Fuel is going to go in for the last pick to complete the entirety of this lineup.
Yep, there you go. El Capitan goes ahead and picks up the Valir, able to push away the Yuzhong, able to push away the Hilda as well. And I'm getting what the Burmese Ghouls are trying to do, right? They're trying to give Karltizi a very, very hard early game. This Hilda is going to be on Karltizi by minute 0 if he could have his way, right? But I think that it's an I know you know type of situation. So right now it might even be a full-on invade by Kid and Ruby DD. Who knows?
I think we should honestly expect Burmese Ghouls to start invading almost from level 1 off the bat against Brand Esports here, and I think that orange buff is going to be highly contested by both teams, and I think, you know, the Valir is the adaptation to say, hey, if I get the Searing Torrents, I have an opportunity to push you away just enough so that my team is able to take away the buff with a single Retribution without having to really contest it and put myself in that kind of danger.
Yeah, I was looking at it right now. This is going to be very interesting. Burmese Ghouls go for their best comfortable strategy. Brand Esports, teams have been noticing that if they go for a marksman jungle, they have a hard time. But right now, they're trying to prove us wrong.
Going in towards the Land of Dawn, this is the very first game in the upper brackets, and it will be Burmese Ghouls taking on Brand Esports in Game 1.
Brand Esports, they are just going for this certain setup on the mid lane. They actually go for the 1-3-1, and they try to poke as much as possible. And looking at it, BG, they won't really back down.
I don't think they will, and again, it's going to be a contestant for mid lane. Level 2 is always going to be, you know, a little bit nicer when you go for these invades, but just keep your eyes on the directions of the buffs here.
I think this is a purple start for Brand Esports' Karltizi, and this might not be, how do I say, the best position for Brand Esports, because it's actually Flaptizi on the Baksha jumping in.
And they actually punish this. Look at that two-man Jeet Kune Do, and they are forced out. Brand Esports, they hold the line. Carl here getting a free purple buff.
Now, why did I say that it's not so good for Flaptizi? He loses the range game here. Yes, you're a Baksha. Yes, you have your 2 to help out and close the gap and clear waves. But what's going to happen is you're going to keep trying to freeze the wave and put it underneath your turret. Sure, there is this 10% damage reduction. But at some point, if you have rotations coming in from Ace like this and as well from Maybe, then actually, now come to think of it, it might be a bait because Flaptizi can just roll out of here unless they rain enough damage on him, and that's exactly what they're doing here. I think this is what Flaptizi wants.
I mean, this is all coordinated by Brand. They wanted to make sure, yeah, Baxia can hit level 2 down on the bot side so he can rotate down, rotate towards the purple buff. And now that, by now, in the EXP lane, level 4 on the Lapu Lapu, if they decide to go and invade for orange, we have an even stronger force up on towards the top side in comparison to D.
And they actually catch out Carl. But there is the trade that is going to be favoring the side of Burmese Ghouls. Rebo here forced out of his lane. He tried to help, but he wasn't there in time.
Oh boy, I mean, first blood already given over, but it could be more.
Right now, Lusty just trying to size up his man. And as we've said, the first turtle is going to be important for this game. Burmese Ghouls, they take it. The question is, how much can they push this lead?
I love the counterplay between Burmese Ghouls' heavy invade and then neutralized by how Flaptizi was kind of baiting the lower part of the map. And right now, it's Ribo who has to answer to Maybe and the laning Yuzhong on D. Now, the question is how far can Burmese Ghouls take this advantage? It'll really come down to how much they bear down on Karltizi. And Karltizi, again, I think this is the right thing to do for him. Stick to the buff, stick to farming, and then wait for the perfect time to actually come out. And yeah, just do this. Blazing the waves away and then just rotate back into the orange, back into the purple. Take your camps and then slowly but surely, maybe in the mid game, find your power spike after your second or even your first core item. I don't know.
Maybe he's here. Maybe he's here. He's trying to get Carl. Carl, will he back down? No, he won't push back to the turret. Not gonna reach. But there is going to be a punish and a step in the right direction for Bren Esports if they want to stop the aggression coming out for Burmese Ghouls.
I mean, you hate to see it, but D, he's going to try even more here.
And he tries to go for few, but Carl will be his next target, and he really tried to go for that. Really tried to get the extra HP that comes out from killing that buff. And that is going to be another kill for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Salt in the wound. You take down Carl. You get his allies as well. That was what? A 2-for-1 plus the orange. And Kid is just overstaying his welcome. They're starting to cut the lanes now. Looking low, this Matilda. Nice knock-up though. Lusty is going to be in trouble. Oh, he flickers out. Wastes it. Get destroyed by D. And Flapteezy's left alone here. It's not looking good for Bren Esports.
Flapteezy trying to defend this. Few, on the other hand, is helping him, but they will take the first turret of the game. Bren Esports here, they are falling to the pressure that is being given by the side of Burmese Ghouls. Turtle Cam now up, and Turtle is up.
Yep, I mean, what are they going to do in this point of time? It's just been a back and forth, though. I do question that Karltizi. What the heck were you trying to do there? You knew he had the execute, kind of like, you were kind of gambling there, and I don't think moves like that is going to be beneficial in the long term, but let's see how that is going to change.
Maybe getting caught out, he gets stunned. Flap really just trying to help. And as you can see, Bren Esports, they're putting a lot of their resources, putting a lot of help into just Karltizi just getting that buff. They really needed that for their side, and they're trying to make ends meet. At the end of the day, Burmese Ghouls, they still have the lead.
It's come to the point where it's just one tank you're trying to block the way, make space for Karltizi. It's actually two. That's Flapteezy and Lusty, and right now it looks like they're going for the turtle, and they're just buying time now. Flapteezy at half health. Oh! Lusty gets blown up!
Lusty can't fight that break. D going for Few. Few has the flicker, and another turtle going to the side of the Burmese Ghouls. They really know the early game, and they're punishing Bren Esports for picking a mid-game spike hero.
Oh man, they're just running them down one by one, and Bren, now that he's got to try to do something about
and
this.
Another kill! Burmese Ghouls! They just go at it! They're not letting Bren Esports breathe!
Honestly, does anybody remember what KZP said about this? Because when they said Burmese Ghouls are great at first turtle, and if they can snowball off of this, they're kind of getting those vibes here right now.
And looking at it, Carl just got his Raptor Machete 6 minutes in. That is how annoyed, that is how delayed Carl is in terms of the items.
And all it took was maybe here after picking up the blade armor, he can afford to do this. And even if he dies, I think that's worth it overall. You do have a Mount Shocker to buy some time. And right now, that's going to be Kid jumping in. Maybe once more.
And maybe he's not backing down. Even if you have the Valor, even if you have the Baksha, they are not gonna stop annoying Karltizi because this is the strategy that they went for. Maybe here is the next target. Blazing Duet will get thrown out. He doesn't have the spell. He doesn't have the skill to get over that wall. But right now, Burmese Ghouls, they're just clobbering at Bren Esports. Rebo here trying to get away. He uses Flicker. Lusty can't find the opening and can't find the perfect way of the dragon so that they can stop Burmese Ghouls from just entering their jungle.
What is happening here? Burmese Ghouls is choosing the right place at the right time to fight. They are just pincering Bren Esports almost every single fight.
What this feels like is a death by 1,000 cuts. Ooh. I know that we're at 7 minutes in, and slowly but surely, Burmese Ghouls, they're choking out Bren Esports. Now we're looking for that mid-game spike, right? We're looking for Karltizi to actually build more than just his Raptor Machete. We're looking for him to pop that Blazing Duet into 2 or 3 softies and then just call it a day, snowball into maybe a wipeout. But they're just not finding that window. It seems like Bren Esports, it's like their inner clock block, their timing is also pretty off.
And maybe here giving information to the side of Burmese Schools that they are taking the Lord. D will try to go for the enemy team here, and that is going to be Few in the middle of everything. Flap Teasy trying to control the fight. There is the Mountain Shocker hitting multiple people here, and Kid just going in with the Matilda, and they get punished once again.
4 for 1. 4 for 1. Like, come on. Bren needs to find some way to kind of even up this score somehow, some way, and at some times, because it looks like it's just, this game is slipping out of their hands.
What I tell you guys before the game even started, if there was something great to come from Burmese Goals, if they were to upset the entire MLBB audience that predicted that Bren Esports would take this easy. What were the numbers? 15, 20 to 80? That was ridiculous. It's going to come from Maybe, it's going to come from Ace, and it's going to come from Kid. And lo and behold, 307 on this young man on the Yusen Shin.
Look at the gold on Luster right now, 2.6k. Hilda has 3.7. He doesn't have enough items to just tank up the shots that are coming here from the side of Burmese Goals. He has a lot to think about. He has the Matilda, he has the Lunox, and he even has a Hilda that's at 6 stacks. That's going to hurt.
It really does, and not to mention that Few as well. Like, he's been struggling to get ahead. He really needs like at least one to two complete items to really start being able to push them back. And I think more importantly so is that D has a very good idea. He sees Few, he's going to target whoever Few is going to be nearest to, because at the end of the day, that Black Dragon form doesn't get affected by the searing torrents.
There's only so much push you can do against a big black dragon. Actually, with this skin, it's silver. But slowly but surely, Burmese Ghoul is taking control of the map. There is no more outer turrets for the Bren Esports side of things. And yeah, this is a slow choke. First Lord coming up here, and there's a very small chance for contestation.
Lord Cam shows that the Lord is now up, and Bren Esports, they are forced to stay in base. Technically, Carl Teasy right now is just getting the scraps that are reaching their base. The Lord is going to be the next target here for the side of Burmese Ghouls. They're setting it up right now. Maybe just stack it up. Ruby DD, and maybe they're going in. Flicker. He really just wanted to go for the way of the dragon, but right now Carl Teasy going in with a blazing duet. And look at the damage output. Order of Brilliance is there. Yuzhong with the monster kill. They get caught out. Flap, he's not as tanky as you think. Burmese Ghouls, they're just controlling this game.
Yeah, I definitely think Bren underestimated how much damage that that Ruby DD had in the bank. I mean, he's 1-0-7. Doesn't look like a big deal, but my goodness.
They're just trying to clear the waves. Do not let Burmese Ghouls just take your turrets as much as possible. Just hold the lanes. Now, Burmese Ghouls, they're not really going for the Lord as of now. They might just want to wait until they get the 12-minute mark so that they get the Luminous Lord, but that doesn't seem to be the case, because right now they're just going for it.
No time to waste here. Again, once you get Lord the first time around, your siege minions get enhanced. So if you're choking your opponent out, if you're taking the time to wrap around them, choke out the resources, take everything away you can from Carl Teasy. Hey, even the small camp right here, D's not cutting any corners, he's just taking everything he can, then all the more you should go for level 1 Lord. Don't waste any time.
Yeah, I mean, look at this lead. This is the biggest lead we've ever seen here at M2. It is a 13k gold deficit for Bren. There's literally nothing they can do at this point. Every single fight, Burmese Ghouls will have full control.
Ace just needs one more item for the item lock, and here's the siege. Black Dragon form is there. Brent, they know that they have to give this up. Mountain Shocker spots out every single one of them. Flap gets caught out outside the base. He uses that roll to just get out of the way, and all lanes here are pushing to the side of Burmese Ghouls. The Lord might be down, but it did its job. It took down the inhibitor turret here for the side of Bren Esports.
And relatively no cost too. No lives, nothing. Like,
no trades.
They choked in Bren Esports, they kept them in, cordoned them off in their own from behind, not even a chance for Carl Teasy. The pop, the blazing duet, and they are looking for the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, the Burmese Ghouls are not wasting any time.
Rebo is the last man standing. Burmese Ghouls take a 12-minute game versus Bren Esports. Burmese Ghouls at match point.
Wow. Wow, that has to be one of the fastest games, the biggest deficits we have ever seen, and one of the biggest flex. Whoever sees a Lunox one-shot their opponent with brilliance.
And yes, indeed, we've never ever seen that before. One of the biggest highlights here is just how they've been able to secure this high goal lead in such a short time. And the Myanmar side has drawn first blood. We got a lot to talk about to break down the entirety of this match here. And now, Red Esports put against the wall here to react with this situation. What exactly went wrong in this game one?
Something tells me that as nice as it is to just plan for Carl Teasy's power spike, as nice as it is to say, okay, even if we lose the early game, Claude is a very mobile marksman anyways, it's just too much to think that your opponent will just, okay, we can't invade as hard, or okay, they're very, very defensive in the mid game, maybe up until 8 to 9 minutes. But they're counting on the fact that the Burmese ghouls are docile. They're counting on the fact that the Burmese ghouls would not find these little moments to just invade and call Bren Esports' jungle their own home. And that's essentially what happened here. Not a minute wasted after that first Lord. The writing was on the wall. It was just a matter of pushing in through mid. And then, yeah, as y'all said, 14K gold lead. Every single fight you pick at that moment, unless you're just standing there letting your phone down, you're gonna win.
I think it's one of those situations where it's like you see it on paper, you see it in the VODs, but until you experience it, you don't know how much of a snowball that's going to be.
That's right. We're going to be passing over to our analyst desk to break it down even further. Take it away, LaFell and Wolf.
Hello everyone. So first of all, I just want to say to all my fellow Filipinos that I'm so sorry for voting on Bren. Maybe that gave a very big influence. But either way, Yuzong still super strong in the M2, and we can see that Lunox has been brought in. Now the thing is, Bren Esports is a super aggressive team, but Burmese Ghouls just seem to be much more aggressive.
That's right, LaFell TZ.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel more Filipino
Yeah,
now.
you know what? I think that this is such a good. I don't know if I'm gonna describe this perfectly well to all esports fans out there. It's a good tempo type of draft, I would say, for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, before I talk about that, I also want to say that the lineup of Bren Esports, it kind of looks disconnected to me because they want to go for this funnel everything, all the farm to Carl TZ, but there's really not much to bring that to the late game because they only have this Valier. They don't have the best wave clear unless, of course, the Claude really pops off. Now, the tempo-based lineup from Burmese Ghouls, it was played perfectly well. I love the aggressiveness from the Yuzhong when you pair it up with the Lunox. It's so massive. And then the Yisenshin just focused on objectives, and it was really so textbook for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, and right now we were looking at the itemization, but I do have to point out as well that even though, yeah, we're talking about the draft, but we have to look at what they did in game as well, where I feel like Arteezy, he made a lot of mistakes. Like overall, Bren Esports, it seems like they did not really, I would say, respect Burmese Ghouls, especially during the orange buff situation. But right now, let's look at the itemization for both of the teams, where Yisenshin, he has completed his item, so of course his damage will be very high. But Yuzong, this is the thing that I do want to talk about in the M2. We rarely see now Yuzong with a Blade of Despair, and now more with the Hunter Strike.
Yeah, it's all about just being pesky during team fights. It's all about just dealing as much valuable damage as much as possible. What I do want to take note though is this casual Deadly Blade coming out from Hilda, from Maybe. Kind of picked up early, it then paired up with the Blade Armor. It's just checkmate at that point. You don't have that massive sustain from the members of Bren Esports. Yeah. I mean, not from the back, just revitalized, as well as the lifesteal from Claude, and of course the sustain from the Lapu Lapu. And then you pair it up with not even the Durance at this point. This is how they were able to deal against the heroes of Bren Esports. A very smart itemization. And if you look at it, the timing was also perfect. They don't invest on big items, but this single item coming out from the Hilda just messed up the idea from Bren Esports.
Yep. Either way, right now we're gonna look at the MVP of the game for Team Burmese Ghoul. Is gonna go to D using that Yuzong. Again, we've talked about it. He was aggressive, and that is what we want to see, where whenever you get that advantage, you don't lose that advantage, you just keep pushing forward. And I think this really started triggering around the orange buff situation, where Team Brand Esports, they were really wanting to contest for that orange buff, but their HP was so low. It was such a bad play.
That is why I feel that this is a tempo lineup. That is why I said that. Because they are setting the tempo with this Yu Zhong. I think D really mastered this hero. He knows that he can participate in team fights, particularly in when you start with the second orange. Because the first orange or the first set of buffs, maybe you're not that strong enough. But in the second and the third and the fourth, if you just become aggressive against Karl'Tezi, and that is exactly what happened with him combining with Hilda and of course his ultimate, they were really strong at that point. I remember that kill. I was kind of shaking my head why Karl'Tezi was caught in that bad spot. But again, this is off of the fact that D on this Yu Zhong was perfect with his timings.
Yeah, and I really like looking at Burmese Gold. They look very comfortable on stage. I really can't wait for what they will do in the next game. And so far, I will look at Yu Zhong's itemization more after this. But right now, we'll be giving it back to our casters to follow up with the second game. So casters, take it away.
And thank you so much, LaFell, as well as Wolf, already pointing out some of the great stuff coming into Game 1. And also, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partners in esports for the M2 World Championship as the journey begins with the side of all of the teams here to be crowned as champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without any worries. Be sure to check out tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
We also want to say thank you to an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL. The group is proud to be a 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Aik Chong's It's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
That's right. You can also catch the live streaming of this mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore for free on MeWatch from the 18th all the way to the 24th, and a total of 12 teams from 9 different countries, that includes all the Singaporean countries, have been on board competing for that $300,000 of USD. Do you support your favorite team and witness history in action? So we've already got that one wrapped up. We're going in for our upcoming game in game number 2. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of things to work on, but yeah, that was an explosive game 1.
First things first, if you're not banning Yu Sun Shin, pick him up. I think that really does spell victory for a lot of lineups right now. And easily said, it's not just because of how versatile he is and how much damage he deals all throughout every stage of the game. I really do think that the Mountain Shocker is a big deal. Mountain Shocker helps out, and the fact that for Burmese Ghouls in game number 1, they have a Hilda that can just face check anything, and they have Mountain Shocker, like they have full just information, and information is key.
Yeah, I think it was really just a battle of Maybe and Lusty. Maybe did a lot of openings there, found a lot of openings there for the Yu Sun Shin, for Ace.
Way more proactive.
Way more proactive. Now, Lusty was trying to find his way. He was trying to get the Jit Kundos, the Wave of the Dragons, but the opportunity never showed up. He was trying his best, even using the flicker in front of the Matilda just to catch her.
Yeah.
That's not really the case. I mean, Burmese Ghouls, I'm Filipino, but I'm gonna say I'm impressed.
Yeah.
They push Bren Esports. They push Bren Esports to their limits.
Let's call a spade a spade, all right? That show on Lusty looked lost. At most points in the team fight, well, how long did that game last? Under 15 minutes, right?
Under 15 minutes.
In under 15 minutes, early, mid, late, not a single amazing Wave of the Dragon came out. Not a single aggressive Wave of the Dragon.
I think what it comes down to is really just the way that Burmese Ghouls want to play the game and how you're going to have to curb that with the draft itself. I mean, that Matilda pick actually being a lot more frustrating than they would have imagined, because this was not only aggressive, but it kind of allowed a lot of people to get into the key targets in towards that back line. So I think for the adaptation for Brent, they should be looking to shut down these early game type heroes, making sure that you kind of get Burmese ghouls at the ankles and force them to play later in towards that game, because at least then you can say, hey, first turtle, you're really good at controlling it, but you don't exactly have the characters for it either.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, there's so many things of concern right here for both sides. But Burmese Ghouls really looking absolutely strong. And even D playing on that Yuzong was absolutely phenomenal. You know what's more phenomenal? We do have great news for all of you guys out there, because today we're pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th, and there's the new upgrading system, Blessing, the little commander and map, all synergies through event, and free trial of advanced skins awaiting for you. So make sure, mark your calendars, and claim your free permanent skin.
The way that Burmese ghouls play, it's like they flood you out with problems. They have the Hilda, it's the first problem. Then the Mathilda gets the level 4. You actually just put it out there, and she becomes another problem. Then the Yi Sun Shin, then the Yu Zhong, then everyone was a problem. That's what happened.
I think more so you got to keep in mind that a lot of these fights were happening within the jungle, and I think that's the biggest point of contention here, because again, when you have something with such great AoE and you're kind of forcing them into this funnel where it's not exactly the greatest, and with slow rotations from Lapu Lapu, I mean in comparison to Yuzong, of course, it obviously looks like it's so lopsided. It's like, oh my goodness, Yuzong is there, he's already in the back line and Lapu is just catching up.
Yep, and the fact that fights are happening in these tight spaces is already a nightmare for about half of the lineup of Bren Esports, right?
Exactly.
You have the Baksha who want to pin people down and dance around you with the Poissons as much as possible. You have the Valier who at some point is like, I just can't walk through this. My spells can only reach so far. And then you have Lusty, who I just feel so much for, because without those dashes, and if, again, you're so aggressive and you're so desperate to get something in, you're flickering into a Matilda's face, those walls in the jungle really just don't do you any favors. So yeah, I think in a macro perspective, just in easier terms, Bren Esports, to win this game number 2, to force game number 3, one of the things they need to do is to make sure that they play their game. They don't walk into these troubles, these problems, as Butters put it, from Burmese Ghouls and even from themselves.
Indeed, and we're already seeing a couple of bans coming in towards phase number 1. Share me your thoughts, because I'm seeing whatever you guys pointed out. The Yi Shinshin has been a big issue. We've also seen the Matilda being axed out alongside with Benedetta as well as the Natalia. So what are you guys thinking at the moment?
Well, Burmese Ghouls wants a step in the right direction. They forced Bren to be reactive in terms of drafting. We know that Bren Esports is a team that just likes to ban out a lot of the strong meta heroes that they do not want to see in the hands of their enemies. But with that certain Yi Sun Shin, you made them react.
Yeah, and I think, you know, more importantly here, Bren is posing the question, it's like, do you want to give me Esmeralda? I don't think Burmese Ghouls are going to let that go, but the question is, what are they losing out? And that's going to be the Jawhead. That's going to be options like Cho. That's going to be the options like Selena as well. That we honestly we haven't been seeing too much, especially as the days go by.
Yeah, no, but what's dangerous about the Selena is she needs to be able to perform at such a high level that, again, we talked about this, a losing team with a Selena in their lineup is literally just vision. Right? So I guess you pick up Sylvana here, Matilda banned out. You pick up Sylvana and threaten the flex, right? You can put this onto Few, you can put this onto Lusty, at least you're wide open. And I guess right now for Bren Esports, that's one of the best ways they can use the first pick.
Yu Zhong will be the next pick here for the side of Burmese Ghouls. It worked wonders for them, and they're just gonna pick it up. Who are they gonna go for their second pick in this game? They could go for a Cho, probably a Jawhead.
Yeah, I would say Jawhead is a pretty good shout for the side of Burmese Ghouls, and this just gives them a lot more flexibility. Doesn't show too many of their cards. Bren Esports, on the other hand, my guess is that they're thinking like we could easily lock in Lapu Lapu, but they saw what happened previously, and now it's in their heads like they showed Lunox as well. That's also a pretty darn bad matchup for Lapu. Regardless, the Brilliance can get you out of a ton of situations. So off lane may not necessarily be their priority, but they just got to take it.
And they get a synergy between the tank and the mid. They have the Sylvana Farsa combination. For Burmese Ghouls, it's all about pressure. Pressure that knowing the enemy is there with the Jawhead and the Yuzhong, and pressure that comes out when you don't see the enemy.
All right, you know what this draft by Burmese Ghouls so far says to me? It's Carl Tizzy must die. This literally just says, Carl Tizzy, you're not gonna have a good day, right? You have Selena, who will just ward everything on the side of Bren Esports' jungle. You have D, who at some point will just not care and will pop the ult just to get to Carl Tizzy, as he did game number 1. And then you have the Jawhead, which will just boop, over, through the head, throw over your purple, your orange, doesn't matter. You're not gonna get this buff as early as you should. So right now, it's very clear. Sometimes your Achilles heel is just all you need, and so far it worked game 1. They just need to do it one more time.
I mean, speaking of that, I mean, Aaron, it looks like you had that moment of revelation there. What's going on with you?
Well, I'm definitely looking at how this is going to be working for the South Burmese Ghouls. Like, essentially thinking back of what Leo just said, as much as that could potentially happen, but if they manage to put Burmese Ghouls a little bit behind in the early game, as you said, the Selena is going to be a walking ward in that sort of sense.
I think more importantly, like we're looking at the bans. I think this is a little bit more of a tell as well. The Hayabusa is going to get taken out. The Lo Yi as well as the Lancelot. Lo Yi, I mean, clearly they don't necessarily need the Lo Yi for the side of Bren. They already have the Farsa.
Yeah.
So why exactly would they ban it out? They kind of want to open up the draft a little bit more to say, hey, you've got a lot of magic. You got a lot of magic damage. That's totally fine. However, I want to make sure that you don't have any diving capabilities to get into my backline and things that are just overly powerful and can dodge a lot of abilities like the Lunox, like the Hayabusa.
And right now, Burmese Ghouls have revealed their core, their jungler that's going to be Ace on the Claude, unless they pull us a Rope-a-Dope and play a marksman in the side, gold lane Claude, and then y'all pick up something like a Ling or a Roger to put in the actual jungle. Now, Bren Esports, haven't we seen this draft before? Is this not the 4-mage draft, possibly?
I mean, 1-1 is still available.
1-1. I'm seeing 1-1 as the last pick here for the side of Brent.
3 mages, that's enough?
But they could go for the Harriet as well.
Yeah.
I think it's arguable. I think both sides are very viable as long as you have the Lapu Lapu to kind of just like maintain and throw his body up front when Sylvana jumps in. It should be okay.
And just sprinkle on the physical.
Exactly,
just so it's a fair game.
For a 1-1.
There it is.
Yeah, 1-1, it's definitely the best call right here after, that sort of debate, which they could have gone either ways, right? And now, with only Ruby DD to go, what should he actually get to be able to, answer what Bren Esports have put up on the table? Because you got those really high mobility, especially when you get a Harley, and you have to deal with the crossbow tank eventually. So this Jawhead definitely has a lot to work with.
The thing about the 1-1 and Claude matchup in terms of being marksman is Claude can be put into the jungle side. So Burmese Ghouls, they might just want to go for that, or they can go to the side lane. Now, the only difference I'm seeing to be... Oh my!
Okay.
Wow.
Wait. Okay. Are we having a little bit of flashback here? A throwback back to the past? Going on a time journey, because I'm seeing a Diggy right here, the first to be played in the playoffs.
And this is one of the certain weaknesses that Bren Esports has. If someone just annoys the hell out of Cartesi, he loses his cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's mainly to punish the Sylvana more than anything else, to try and be like, oh, if Sylvana wants to actually go in, you just use the time journey and the reverse time to try and pull her back. She doesn't really have an escape mechanic afterwards when you have the reverse time on top of her. But this could honestly go either way, and I think Burmese Ghouls, very much in their playstyle, still want to snowball out of control.
Might I say, it could just be both of that, right? It could be that you punish the Sylvana, you make Lusty's life a living hell, and just the same, you go all Invasion McGee. Like, you can plant those auto alarm bombs, and you can just make sure that Cartesia again. I think that's the name of the game.
I think right now. Oh, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you guys will be able to banter that. We're already in the Land of Dawn, Game 2. And we got a lot to talk about that. Did you pick up 5 Burmese goals?
Butters, what are you thinking?
Going back to what I was saying. Now, maybe has the ages, so this might be somewhat of a Digi feed strat. But for the side of Burmese schools, it's not about control Carl TZ. It's about control Lusty.
No, the thing is, a feed Diggy strat doesn't have to be a feed Diggy strat if you're winning.
Yeah.
If you're able to get those free kills, because Diggy does deal quite a bit of damage, you don't have to think about it like that.
Yeah, what in the world happened to Rebo there? Did Rebo, wait, hold on. I'm wondering whether or not he got, no, there's no way. Even if you took smart missiles or ejector first, there's no way you'd be getting chunked out that low.
He was dueling with a high and dry fighter Jawhead.
But there's no way he would catch up to him almost ever unless he walked up too far, unless he got punished by Ruby DD, who's probably hiding in a brush.
Yeah, most likely.
Because I think in terms of items, the 1-1 doesn't get the movement speed or the boots early on, while for the Jawhead, they get that.
They go boots first.
They go boots for the side lane.
Yeah.
And now, as you can, see it, he got the boot now.
The boot.
Probably he just sold his item, just got it. He knew that he needed it the most.
I suppose. But I think these are one of those situations where you don't want to like walk up a little too far, especially when you know there's a Jawhead off lane. The moment you see high and dry, it's like, this is a dead giveaway. You shouldn't be mistaking like that. Oh, but Few using that Purifier to get on out of there. And I think, this game, it is slowly begun. Give it 2 more minutes and it's going to be a fiesta.
Oh, Turtle Cam. Turtle is now up. Rebo here still having a hard time. Ace in the area. And Ruby DD, they positioned themselves to the Turtle.
I think they're going to start it up by looking at where Kid left his traps. There's got to be some in the bush, at least entering this greater turtle area. Right now, that's going to be Carl TZ. And Flap TZ coming in. Oh, first blood drawn here by Carl TZ. Down goes maybe. But that's, I guess, what a Digi does. Anyways, Carl TZ looking low.
And finding these pickoffs on Carl like it's nothing. And Farsa goes down as well. He gets hit by the arrow. And man, oh man, Burmese schools, they're just controlling the early game.
Yep, I mean, this game really is just snowballing in the way that Burmese schools wants to, but Rebo is going to have the time to sit on top of the on the top lane and get a little bit of that gold, trying to slowly just maintain the goal lead, keeping it even, don't want to lose too much out.
Arms reach is it still right now, about 200, 300 gold, 3 minutes in. Oh no, I wonder if Rebo knows. This is huge. Lusty gets caught in by the reverse time, catching a few bombs himself. Carl TZ sitting at 1-1 with the mystery shop. Now, here you see how, despite how nice the draft is, regardless for both sides, you kind of feel that Bren Sports, they know that they're on a clock every single time. They know that they can't go as slow as they did game number 1.
They couldn't really control the early game here for the side of Burmese schools, even if they had the Claude. When Bren Esports used the Claude, they were controlled heavily by the side of Burmese schools. It just seems to me that they cannot return the favor.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough items to start pushing their agenda just yet. They need a little bit more time for a lot of their heroes here, but I think you have to give it a Flap TZ. After finding that first initial pick onto Diggy, it's looking good, but now he's going to get jumped on, and rotations are being made. Don't think it's going to be too big of a deal here. I mean, even topside, you can see Burmese Ghouls just potentially looking to gank.
And we are going to have a pause. Raptor Machete is now up for Ace. In terms of stacks, I think it's probably at 12 now. It's gonna hit 15 in just a bit. But Bren Esports, they are finding themselves in a bad spot right now.
About half a minute till the next hurdle. I think if Bren Sports maintains these rotations and plays it safe, right? Keeps Carltese safe and make sure that Rebo is relatively untouched, because I think that's what they're doing here. So far, the reason why a lot of the fights are happening away from Rebo is because they know that Rebo is an insurance policy. At some point, if they let Rebo farm up, which has been happening for now the first 4 minutes, I think when you reach the 9 to 10 minute mark after Rebo's second or third core item, you'll be fine. That's when you'll be a little more confident. But as it's going so far, without that second turtle, it's gonna look dire because all the more ace is just gonna snowball.
Yeah, I think Corrosion side is going to be needed here. There's a lot of dive potential going to the side of Burmese Ghouls. If ever one just gets like a Demon Hunter Sword, a Corrosion Staff, or the Endless Battle, this is going to favor Bren Esports. It's just a matter of will he get it? Will he get to those items?
I think, yeah, it's just a matter of time. I get what you're saying, Butters, and I would definitely agree. Other than the fact that, you know, the rest of the Burmese Ghouls, they're trying to cut that time short. They're trying to say, nah, we need to put enough pressure on the map to make you say, you have to react, you have to respond, and if you do, you might lose your life in the process.
Yeah. So it's a matter of really just staying in the early to mid game for Bren Sports, like go through the motions so that we get there properly with our items. And for Burmese Ghouls right now, they're trying to skip that whole thing, right? Like, in layman's terms, they want to go straight into marriage. Just jump in, right? Like, just put a ring on it.
Yeah.
Just put a ring on it and drop you guys to the lower bracket. Like, just overall, that's the game plan.
And that will be the Burmese Ghouls.
The Burmese Ghouls.
That's the Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was leaning more to the Burmese Ghouls rather than Brent wanted to be jumping in it a little bit too early. But it's a matter of perspective, you know? It's a matter of perspective. Now, Bren here on towards the top side, as you can see, both having their insurance policies of Ace and as well as Rebo to make sure that they can carry the team at the end of the day. But despite losing the first turtle, it's 10.8 to 10.8K.
Very close.
Bloodlust Axe is now up for D. Toughness Boots will be the boot of choice for that Claude on Ace. Turtle Cam is now up, and as you can see, Burmese Ghouls, they're ready to take it.
Oh, the doctor almost went down. Oh, that was so scary again. It happened. Oh, that's going to be a feathered airstrike. I think Ruby DD's going to bite it. Oh, that's going to be Carltese laying down the law. Close one. And still nice steal here by Ace. He's going to go for the blazing duet. Oh, no, that's Flapteasy. Flapteasy makes him pay.
Oh my goodness, that is going to be the fight that D wants. He tries to go for the counter initiate. Few on the other hand, he escapes. Carltese here trying to make the most out of this. Maybe he will go down, maybe not, and maybe he will live.
Oh my goodness, I don't know, but I've been noticing for the entire M2, how are people getting away with 1 HP more times than they should?
I mean, I don't know if it's somewhere on the map, but right now, delay damage onto Flapteasy. Okay, I have an idea of how to explain it, right? Remember how there's so many chases happening in this game so far? It's because Burst. Burst seems to be the name of the game currently in Mobile Legends. And second, why are games so fast? 13 minutes, 14 minutes? Again, because of the timers. They're just so much shorter in the jungle, and that's why heroes develop so much faster. Next, why are people getting with 1 HP? I'm guessing it's just mechanics, man. We are playing at the top of the competitive ladder. This is the highest echelon of MLBB competition. So, hey, if I'm better just this split second, then you don't get the kill.
Honestly, I just feel a little unlucky. Like Burmese Ghouls have landed all of their abilities, and Few just makes it away with literally 1 HP. And the same has gone the opposite side as well. But wait, hold on. This might be something here.
Oh, maybe getting caught out, but that is his answer to that Imperial Justice. It's going to be the reverse time. Now, onto the top lane, we're seeing Carl here try to control the lane for a bit with the Farsa, and 1-1 is relegated to the bottom lane. They're just giving him space, and he will be there, and maybe he will go down. That is going to be Deadly Magic taking his life.
Oh, this is what they've been waiting for so long. And okay, now they've got a little bit of a kill lead, but that's not all, as they want to push a little bit further, especially when it comes to these neutral objectives.
Okay, so now they have control over the jungle. D is in the area. He can use the Black Dragon form. Lusty getting hit by the arrow. And look at this Imperial Justice on Ace. Flap goes in, and that Labu Labu just goes in and tries to deal as much damage as possible, but he gets kited. He takes maybe down, but he goes down in the process. That is a 3-4-1.
I think the name of the game for Bren Esports right now is to just minimize their losses, and oh, Carl Tizzy gets caught out. I think for Bren Esports, despite them locking in that third turtle of the game, they really just still want to invest in Doc Rebo. They still want to make sure this 1-1 gets there. It's because they could have really called for 1-1. They could have said, hey, we're going to pick a fight here in Turtle. Please help out. But no, they just said, okay, you farm up. You make sure that we make it to the late game. And we'll just make sure that we win or just don't die as often. And now here's an Imperial Justice starting it off.
And he goes for the Blazing Duet just in time before he got stunned. Stunned and Lusty. He's finding these Imperial Justices on the Claude. But in terms of follow-up, we don't see it.
I mean, Lusty is just taking the opportunities as they come. Luckily, he's getting out without getting punished too far. But like, you could see on the minimap that like everybody, Rebo, Cartesi as well, even with the space escape, could not catch up to it. There was just too much distance to cover.
Oh my goodness, and we are probably seeing Burmese Goons. They are close to just getting this series win, but Bren Esports don't count them out. Rebo is still their insurance policy, and this is going to be the weakness finder for Rebo. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the weakness finder, and this is going to hurt once we hit the late game.
Yeah, and more importantly, it just allows him like, oh, I don't have a corrosive sight. That's fine. I can still run you down the moment it procs literally once or twice. It's not the most fun in the world, but as you can see, the game is slowly starting to progress in a way that Bren is actually quite happy about. All right, you're literally, what, 2K ahead of me. No big deal. As long as it's a 2K margin, one fight, we can turn it around, get our power spike, and then look to fight you later on.
Yep, and I don't think they even need to win fights. They just need to survive fights and just live to see Doc Rebo with that MD, all right? Like, this is exactly what it feels like to have a doctor in your family. It's gonna take a while. The studies, oh, don't get me started. That's a decade plus. But
husbandship too.
Yeah, exactly, right? But when you get there, oh wow, you got a doctor in the family, it's all good. But right now they have to hold strong, man. Because the first floor taken in here by Burmese Ghouls, not even 10 minutes in. Again, imagine the pressure crashing down onto your base. If they're not smart about the defense, they're getting penetrated real soon.
And they have a lot of long-range punish. See that? The time bomb, the reverse time, the abyssal trap, the abyssal arrow. There are a lot of things that Burmese Ghouls, they can use these things as a way to punish Bren Esports. If Flap goes in, they can just turn on Flap and just punish him. But then again, if you're seeing this, Few isn't really the target of the Black Dragon form in terms of D just using it.
I mean, not anymore, especially when you have Kid on the watch and as well as Ruby DD. Either or could look to try and pressure Few whenever he does start dropping that Feather Airstrike. So right now, Bren is just looking to fight at the right place at the right time. While Burmese Ghouls, they're just looking for picks, consistently sieging them under their turret. Kid, he's going to jump in and out whenever he feels like it. And with Lord knocking at their door, what choice does Bren have?
Ooh. Look at this, Lusty almost getting hit by the arrow, and this is the push that Burmese Ghouls wants to go for, and the Blazing Duet just deals so much damage. Oh! Flap is forced to go away, and Flap goes down. That is going to be the D with this phenomenal Yuzhong play, and they get the turret onto the middle lane. Will the turret on the top lane go as well? And Bren Esports, they minimize the casualties, they minimize the losses. But for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they're happy to take this slowly but surely just because they have the Claude in their hands.
If anything, it's all about Bren Esports making the best decisions, the least worst for them, right? Because already they are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and what they need to do right now is just stop the bleeding. So far, mid getting penetrated here is definitely the worst that they can have, but at least what they can hold on for here is, again, Rebo is slowly building up. He has not died yet, and if you can bait out the ults from Burmese Ghouls, maybe at least waste one Black Dragon form from D, then I guess you're on the way. We are sitting at 12 minutes.
And
we are.
Yeah, and Kid
yeah, like this, like this.
Maybe will be the target, and Flap trying to go in for Kid. Kid gets away. Abyssal Arrow gets thrown out. Rebo gets hit, but he has the ability to just cleanse himself from these disables.
And right now, I mean, the clock for Brand Esports is 6 minutes. If they can't survive for the next 6 minutes from here on out, Burmese Gold should easily take this game, because in 6 minutes time, that's going to allow Brand Esports to hit at least the 52K mark, and then the gold doesn't matter, everybody's at full items, and then you're just trying to execute better than your opponent.
And as you can see, D there trying to go for Carl Easy. He has the Winter Truncheon, and that is going to be the punish. Better airstrike in the middle of everything. Flap Easy trying to tank as much damage as possible, but there's going to be the time journey in the middle of everything. It protects people. Bren Esports falling one by one. Lusty is the next target. He dashes in back to base. Carl going in. He doesn't have the hat trick, and that is probably going to be it. Rebo trying his best. Oh, and Ace still here. Lusty trying to go for the stun, and they live to fight another day.
Yeah, but they've really crippled Bren at this point in time, and what I thought was going to be 6 minutes might have just extended to 7 at this point, and it's the clock is ticking, and I don't think they have that kind of time anymore.
3 for 3 in that last clash. Of course, I think it's still good for the Burmese Ghouls. They did take top lane and they still maintain pressure on bottom. What I'm seeing here is the fact that I think all of Bren Esports have agreed that we're not getting much mileage from Carl TZ, so you start building defense. I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't be surprised, none of us would be surprised if after his Winter Truncheon, he builds something towards the likes of another defense item, because I think they really are going to go all in onto Rebo, and that's essentially what's happening here. 1-0 and 4, Rebo just picked up his Queen's Wings, and so far they did well to just bait out the Black Dragon form. They do that maybe one more time, and maybe in a more successful area, maybe even steal for the sword right now, then we might see that 7 minutes pass by.
I might want to see Bren Esports here fight as a team, because the thing that they're doing, but hold that thought, Ruby DD gets the kill on View, and that only means Burmese Schools here have free reign of the Lord. Bren Esports, they are forced back, but D here, he is going to cut Rebo and Lusty, and Flap Easy will be their target. 2 members from the side of Bren Esports go down. Lightning Truncheon goes to Kid. And if you're a Burmese Ghoul fan, you're really happy right now that this is happening.
Yeah, this is just a huge win for Burmese Ghouls. I mean, Lusty, he can't walk in. Cartesi can look to try and make something happen, but oh no, he got hit!
Gets hit! He gets hit! Carl has a Winter Truncheon. Lusty trying to bail them out, but Rebo here can only do so much. The Abyssal Trap will bite him in the end. He will go down. View is up. They can probably defend this with a feathered airstrike. And D just trying to they're trying to cap close at the last possible moment. Crossbow of Tang. Kid goes down. D is way too tanky. Rebo's trying his best to stay alive. Burmese Ghouls take down Rebo. Flaptizi and Few they are alive and they are ready to defend. But will it be enough as Burmese Ghouls also take the Luminous Lord?
Slow golf clap for Doc Rebo. He lasted, what, 30-45 seconds more than any other 1-1 had business doing so. He popped the crossbow of Tang at the very right moment, and right now that just bought Bren Esports time to have another hero come in, respawn, so it's 4 defenders now going up against this Luminous Lord, and here comes D.
And look at this, the Lord right now is just going in. Ace with a blazing duet. It takes down a lot of people for the side of Bren Esports. View trying to go for the feathered airstrike. It will take down the Lord, but does that even matter as Burmese Ghouls head straight for the crystal and they just finish it.
Wow, what a game. What a game, and it looks like the fans were right. The extra 0.6 made all the difference for the Burmese Ghouls to take it away 2-0, not even a 2-1 against Bren Esports.
And now the Myanmar side has been able to secure the upper bracket final one more step before they hit towards the grand finals. But we will see who will join them along the ranks, because we still have another set to go between Omega as well as RRQ Hoshi. With this 2-0 victory, this is a big statement from the Burmese Ghouls.
Arguably, this is the very first upset all day today. A lot of fans will say that Brenny Sports should have taken this, if not 2-0, 2-1, right? Given how much we know of the team and how well they performed in the group stages. But right here, right now, it seems like the status quo has shifted.
I would totally agree with that, and I think, the bigger question, I know you guys would be the most disappointed if you weren't here sitting here on the caster's table, but what exactly went wrong?
I mean, Burmese Ghouls did their homework.
They did really good homework as well.
They knew that if you force Carl into the marksman jungle Claude in game number 1, they would be rotating their draft around him. And they just made those small holes bigger and bigger and bigger, and they won from that.
Yep.
For game number 2, they did not give an assassin to Carl TZ. They were forced to pick the Harley, and I think that the Diggy was such a good pick.
Yeah.
The reverse time really just stopped him from going in and out of the fight.
That's right. We've had a little bit of chat about this feeding Diggy strat that, Brent absolutely hates, and they honestly put that needle where it needs to be at.
It doesn't need to be a feeding Diggy strat. It
True.
just can be a good Diggy strat, and that's exactly what Maybe did here. Super impressive. I'm excited to see and hear what our analysts are going to say about it, because I'm pretty sure they can tell us exactly how Burmese Ghouls just changed our minds and changed the setting, the overall atmosphere of M2.
Thank you very much, casters. And yeah, there's a lot of things that we have to talk about, but it's mostly on the draft. The Diggy, as well as the Yuzong being left out again. My name is Afel, this is Wolf, and we gotta really break it down where Brand is the favorite to win. And I thought they were gonna be champions, so like, sorry again. Sorry, this is my, I promise I will vote for RRQ.
This is a double elimination bracket, so you just have to relax.
Yeah.
Just have to relax.
I'll just vote for RRQ, then we're all good.
Now, maybe don't vote anymore, perhaps. Well, kidding aside, guys, I'm a drafter myself. I love how just teams and coaches draft. And in this particular day, maybe the last, I would say, past months, Burmese Ghouls, whoever is drafting for the team, he needs to get a raise.
We gotta talk about Diggy. Why was Diggy so good in that match particularly?
I was thinking of other solutions to the Sylvana pick, as well as the fact that the Harley is just so good in this particular game. I cannot think of a solution to both of them, but Burmese Ghouls drafted perfectly. So they picked up the Jawhead first and then threw in a curveball saying that it's not going to be a Jawhead tank.
Yeah.
It is going to be the Diggy. So it answered so much. It is perfect against the Harley because of the fact that Deadly Magic is just stopped by this. And absolutely, the time journey is perfect against all the lockdown coming out from Burmese Sports.
Yeah, so we're going to look at the highlights over here. And what we're going to see is every single time, just like you said, not every single time, but basically like maybe using the Diggy, most of the times protect his own teammates. And the thing that he has in Aegis as well, making sure that they need a lot more burst if they want to take anyone down.
It was really scary for Burmese Ghouls because they're not winning per se, but I like the fact that Deep was phenomenal once again, back-to-back games, and maybe we can talk about that later. Now, in this turtle fight, it was definitely the turtle taken by Burmese Sports, but afterwards they don't get the control out of the map. Maybe that's the biggest problem there, because Burmese Ghouls, in reverse, in converse, they are getting all of those big fights. Now, I think that the most crucial fight will happen here in the mid lane. We will see it later, but I think that you have to take note about how much shielding has helped Burmese Ghouls in this particular fight. By the way, D with the confidence just to dive into the parts.
I'm actually quite surprised why his Yuzong was left out again.
Maybe we can pause here because this is a very important fight. Yeah, I think that if you have to look at the idea here, I think it's one of the concepts of appealing, or at least luring your opponents here, because Burmese Ghouls, they have attracted everybody in this part, and if you're looking at the lineup of Burmese Sports, they're really eyeing and looking towards this place. Now, if you compare that to the reaction coming out from Ace, he knows that with the Diggy in there in the middle and also Stain coming out from D, then you also have the Joy. By the way, almost everybody has shields now for the Brim Schools. Now Ace had a free pass to go around here, and this allowed him to just clean up afterwards. So what you're gonna notice is that the sustain coming out from Burmese Schools will be enough. Now for Bren Esports, they might have the Deadly Blade carrier, so they may have Durance at this point, but the biggest problem is you don't really have anti-shields. You don't have the true damage sources. You have so many anti-sustain, but not much anti-shields. And also the positioning from Burmese Schools was really immaculate in almost every skirmish that we saw in this match.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're really looking at all of these shields, because before this, during the Athena shield time, everyone used that to make sure that, okay, I'm not going to get bursted down, but because Athena shield was slightly reworked, everybody loved playing burst just because it gives you that immediate success. But the thing is, now with the Diggy, usually we're like, all right, this is gonna be a Diggy feeding strat, but it's like, no, we're not feeding. We just want shields. We want a lot of shields. And a little birdie, I would say a little woofy, told me that Bren, they really do not like the Diggy.
No, the lore of Bren Esports tells us that they hate that Diggy. Man, there came a point where the feeding Diggy strategy was used against some other team, and then afterwards, Bren just automatically first banned that hero all throughout. But that was a feeding Diggy. This time, it's completely different, and I would say this is the true form of how the Diggy should be played.
But how does that feel for them? It's like, oh, it's not doing the feeding Diggy. We're happy. They didn't do it. They still lost, so I don't know, like, I guess they'll just continue to ban the Diggy. But anyways, right now we're looking at the itemization between both of the teams. And right now, let's look at the Diggy. It's not using a lot of magic damage-based items. It's mostly using the feeding time and just focusing on the defensive. Because at least in Malaysia, there was a conflict. Like, okay, should Diggy do, like, the magic build to have fat shields, or just be as tanky as possible to be able to time your ultimate on time?
Yeah, I guess this is more all about their... I think that if you're looking at just the items, it's pretty standard. No, if you're looking at Burmese Schools, however, this is not one thing that we can see right in the screen, but I want to tell you, the timing for Burmese Schools is much better, particularly on their course, because this is the idea of having like a dual support combination wherein you have the Diggy as well as the Selena, wherein they start in the middle, they help the marksman a lot. They are the bridge that connects the Claude into his win condition. That's a very metaphorical way, but all I'm trying to say is that they have babysitters to help them farm.
And if we look at the stats as well, nine buffs for the side of Burmese School, both orange and purple, and Brandy only got 7. So it doesn't look like there was much jungle control in the early to the mid game. It's only in the later stages of the game where we can see that Ace steals the buffs from the enemy team.
You know what's very important? Look at the turret. It's 10-1. This is off of the fact that we almost forgot how big of a sieging hero the Diggy is. And how do you siege with the Diggy? You have a marksman or you have a heavy pusher, and then you also have the time bombs coming out from the Diggy. Zone out your enemies from behind. And when they do jump, just pop the time's journey and you're gonna be safe.
And then right now we can look at the stats as well. The rich guy as well as the carry is gonna go to Ace with 848 gold per second, as well as 53,000 total damage. And the sandbag will be given to Flap TZ, and Forgotten One is maybe. Again, in M2, we've seen crazy drafts. This is one of the first drafts that we've seen with no tank, and yet he has a lot of protection in terms of the shield. And in terms of the damage bringing out from Burmese School, we can definitely see that everyone is involved, where even the Diggy has a higher damage than both the Yuzong as well as the Jawhead.
You know what? You talked about how crazy the drafts are. In the past, in the group stages, there were many crazy drafts, but this one, you will attribute it to the leaning more on the genius side.
Genius, yes.
You know what? Because sometimes you get so creative, it doesn't make sense. It just looks good. It just looks gimmicky. But this one, it looks gimmicky at the start, but it made a lot of sense when you saw it during the game itself. This is a marvelous approach to drafting. I love it. I think that Burmese Schools so far have won my drafters award. But yeah, the fact that they use Diggy with Aegis, not something that I would really recommend. But in this particular game, it's just so perfect.
Yeah, and right now we're going to look at the MVP of the game is going to be given to Ace with his Claude with a KDA of 5-7. And I think he got the MVP just because of how he really played the Claude. He did not take any unnecessary chances when going for the kills. And just like how you pointed out in the highlight just now, where he saw, okay, a lot of people are going mid. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to get a free kill. And once everyone has wasted all of their skills, hey, I'm coming back.
It's easy to be baited as a Claude to just look at, like, you see 5 heroes, I'm going to go jump in and blaze and do it.
Yeah.
But this guy is so patient. Not only that, he worked with his team. I love the fact that when they were trying to push, particularly into the top lane, they popped the Blaze and do it, as well as the Aegis End Times Journey.
Yeah.
You know how many shields that will have.
That was so much. But yeah, like, you can do that. Without that, it's not blazing do it, it's blazing do not do it.
This guy. You win this time. You win this time, Lafel. Okay. Lafel TZ, you win this time.
Yes, my name is Lafel TZ. But anyways, I love the fact that Burmese Ghoul, a lot of... remind me again, the talents. Our prediction was heavily on Bren. And the viewers, it was 50-50. The viewers know more.
Yeah.
Burmese Ghoul, they might win. And speaking of which, our host, Joaquin Gomez, he got it right.
You know what they say, the viewers are always smarter than the analysts.
No, but but either way, that is it from us, because after this we do have to go to our other host, Lysander, to go to the interview with Burmese Ghoul. So without further ado, Lysander, please take it away.
Lysander, and I'm here with the winners interview once again. Burmese Ghouls doing another 2-0, the third 2-0 of today against Brand Esports. Pretty shocking to the analysts because they were thinking that it would be a closer game, but Burmese Ghouls really showed their opponents that they weren't here to mess around. And yeah, I'm here with one of their players, Ace, who is their hyper carry or mid player, and he's going to share a little bit of insights as to how they managed to defeat their opponents, Brand Esports, considered one of the favorites in this tournament. Hey Ace, how you doing? How you feeling right now? I know you seem pretty calm and controlled. You're gonna win. Okay, not scared at all. All right, but you know, a lot of people have been saying Brand Esports is one of the stronger teams in the tournament. Did you do any special homework to counter them? You know, like study their strategies, their favorite
Backup
picks?
mic can hear. Backup mic can hear. Backup mic can hear. Can hear or not? Test.
Okay.
So they made a mistake.
Oh, you're saying like everyone's saying they're really strong, so they might be a little bit overconfident.
Yeah, that's
okay. And also a lot of pressure, right? Being said the strongest, you know.
Yes.
And a lot of people said you're underdogs, and that's good for you because you have no expectations. Okay. Tell me about. Okay, so I want to talk about some of the picks. The analysts were very excited about your Diggy pick. You know, it's not very commonly seen, but you guys picked it against Brand, and the analysts tell me that Brand hates Diggy actually.
Yeah.
So did you guys pick it to mess with them or what?
I guess I think I know they hate Diggy, so that is also. But Diggy is also a very good sport. You know, like when counter a lot of stand, like hit RD, and when he die, he can still show the match to his teammates. So it's very useful.
Yeah, very good for scouting, very good for annoying people. And I want to talk about Yuzong, all right? That hero has been dominating the past few games we've watched, and somehow teams just don't ban him. Why do you think people don't ban Yuzong?
I guess like the two team both can play Yuzong. Like if we don't pick, they will pick, you know. So if they not pick the Yuzong, we will take the Yuzong.
Okay. But what if they picked Yuzong? What will you guys do?
I guess we'll take the Labu.
Okay. You guys have a counter for him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Last question. I want to ask you guys, what would you say to the Brand Esports fans? A lot of them are very sad now. Their favorite team got 0-2. Do you have any encouraging words, nice words for them? A lot of their fans have been saying you guys were fighting AI. I don't believe that. They're really strong. Do you have anything nice to say to them?
I don't know how to say, but good luck to your next match.
All right, good luck to your next match. I think that is fair. All right, who do you want to face in up next?
I guess it will be RQ.
All right, RRQ, they're the stronger team in this tournament as well, and you want to face them first before going to the final.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview, Ace. All right, guys, with that said, we are going to wrap up the third series. We're going to go for a short break, and after that, we're going to come back with the final series, RRQ versus Omega. It's going to be big.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on
And welcome to the semifinals, where right now our players will be playing a best of 3 to really find out who deserves to be in the finals.
Dive right in whenever he gets the chance to do so, and Jams land true. A double KO already being charged up. Same goes to Hassan Matthew. It's going to be a blow for Boom, but Currency still lands the final finishing touch.
But now double KO punches coming out of Ace. It's already going in. EJ doesn't have anything left. The cooldown's not done. Too low to handle. Ace comes out on top. A sliver of health.
Assassin, high and dry, and the spell is executed. So you can sure kill the opponent.
And ang recommended item ko sa kanya is Endless Battle or Deadly 7 Seas. Deadly Blade and 7 Seas.
É machado sanguinário, bota. É porque a build a gente faz na hora, né?
Immortality is really good. Can always go in and get the immortality and just get the hell out because he's so mobile with his skills. So gives you a chance at second life.
All of our players have showed their best Paquito skills. This is the finals of the Paquito Challenge, and we will see who will be the champion.
Already out, but the ultimate's been blown off coming from Burmese goals, which means Curtsy might just have advantage right here, going back for the KO, and Ace now looks for the kill, and it's a turn around. And he does open up with a KO, double KO coming out from Ace as well, but he hops right back at him, and Curtsy, he made a mistake, and this will be a GG.
Well played, Ace. Well played.
လိုက်ပြီဆိုရင်တက်ခုပြီးရတယ်တက်၄ခုဖြည့်သွားပြီခုစကေးအကုန်ပြန်ပြည့်ဆိုအញ្ញမ်းနဲ့ကျန်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီရဲ့ hero တော့ဗီဒီယိုနဲ့အញ្ញမ်းကြိုက်အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ဘာမစ်ကွာ H ပါကျွန်တော် Vito hero အញ្ញမ်းကြိုက်ပါတယ်အကုန်လုံးလည်းကြိုက်လိမ့်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ပြောနေပါတယ်ဒီရဲ့ hero က January 15မှာ6ရက်မှာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်အားလုံးပဲစောင့်ကြည့်ဖို့မေ့ပါတယ်
Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge, and now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting, and oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely, and he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it. Your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero က5v5 မှာဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်ရှာကောင်းမှာသူနဲ့ lane နဲ့ face ထင်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတတိထားမှာဘာလို့လဲသူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီကအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်ရှာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတတိထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်ရှာကောင်းတော့ဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိက 2SK ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချရပုံစံဆိုဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင် enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about this hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which she will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
everyone, and welcome to the semifinals, where right now our players will be playing a best of 3 to really find out who deserves to be in the finals.
Dive right in whenever he gets the chance to do so, and Jams land through a double KO already being charged up. Save goes towards the side of Matthew. It's going to be a blow for blow, but Currency still lands the final finishing touch.
But now double KO punches coming out of Ace. It's already going in. EJ doesn't have anything left. The cooldown's not up, done. Too low to handle. Ace comes out on top. A sliver of health.
Assassin, high and dry, and the spell is executed. So you can sure kill the opponent.
And ang recommended item ko sa kanya is Endless Battle or Deadly 7 Seas. Deadly Blade and 7 Seas.
É machado sanguinário, bota. É porque a build a gente faz na hora, né?
Immortality is really good. Can always go in and get the immortality and just get the hell out because he's so mobile with his skills. So gives you a chance at second life.
All of our players have showed their best Paquito skills. This is the finals of the Paquito Challenge, and we will see who will be the champion.
Already out, but the ultimate's been blown off coming from Burmese Goals, which means Curtsy might just have advantage right here. Going back for the KO, and Ace now looks for the kill, and it's a turn around. And he does open up with a KO, double KO coming out from Ace as well, but he hops right back at him, and Curtsy, he made a mistake, and this will be a GG.
Well played, Ace. Well played.
Paquito Hero ရန်ကြိုက်ပါတယ်။အကုန်လုံးလည်းကြိုက်လိမ့်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ညွှန်လဲပါတယ်။ဒီရဲ့ Hero က January 15မှာထွက်တဲ့ဆောင်းမှာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်အားလုံးပဲစောင့်ကြည့်ဖို့မိပါတယ်။
Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge. And now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting. And oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely, and he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it, your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero က 5v5 မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်ရှာကောင်းမှာသူနဲ့ lane နဲ့ face ထင်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတိထားမှာဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့သူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်ရှာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတိထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်ရှာကောင်းတာပါဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိကသူ့ရဲ့ skill တွေပေါ့နော်အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လိုတိုက်ပြီးချတဲ့ပုံစံဆိုဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about his hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a teamfight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those teamfights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito Challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship. We're here back at the Discourse session. And of course, I am Lysander, and we are here in the final series. But before we get into that, I want to thank the people that helped make this happen. This whole thing is brought to you by Moonton and proudly supported by Skoga, as well as IMDA and the Singapore Tourism Board. And yeah, a lot of other partners have come together to make this possible as well, including Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, Cathay Cinema, and and Secret Lab, as well as Razer, M2's official gaming gear partner. So big shout out to all those people for helping make M2 happen, all right? And I would like to introduce my panelists, Joachim, LaFell, as well as Wolf joining us. So we got the full squad here, you know, LaFell as well as Wolf, and of course, Joachim.
Exactly. So I'm just going to go a little bit deeper on our partners today before we actually get to the final game of the day. Of course, we want to talk about SCOGA. What does it stand for? Acronyms, right? It's the Singapore Cybersports and Online Gaming Association. They are an NTUC associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. So thank you very much for that. And not forgetting our friends over the Singapore Tourism Board. Now, we know during this whole pandemic, flying across to Singapore could be impossible for you. But if you've been here before, if you have any memories of Singapore, please do share it. We are seeing it as we speak, and use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible. And only cause it's you again, LaFell.
Yeah.
Do we have the bag next to you?
Oh yeah, I love the Tumi bag. You know, so what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna get myself a Tumi bag, and you know the first thing is I'm gonna name it LaFell, just so that when I meet people, it's like, hey, look, there's Tumi.
Oh my god.
God.
You know what? I've got to give you that. That was really good.
I know.
delivered that perfectly. You delivered that perfectly.
I give it a 4.
A little bit deeper. We're going to go a bit
Yes.
deeper with the bag now. It's called the Tahoe series launched by Tumi. If you love the outdoors or maybe even say urban life, they have a perfect sling, easy to carry around. Go check it out today. Our friends over at M2 will be helping you with the campaign pages and all that.
You can call it LaFell as well if you want.
Yeah. But it won't be
That's
a
a
2
4.
me then.
Yeah. But you know, still.
4 out of 10. For me.
But if you're from the Philippines, you can call it LaFell TZ. That will
LaFell
still work. That will still work.
All right. Yeah, so 2 me bag. Carry everyone to victory.
Carry
Yeah?
everyone.
That should be the tagline.
You know,
Carry your team to victory.
Speaking of victory and all that, can I just recap a few of the games that we saw earlier today?
Yeah.
Any surprises for you? Because for me, Burmese Ghouls seem to have gotten a reaction out of the both of you going, wow, Burmese Ghouls, amazing stuff. What about your thoughts?
I don't know about everyone. I was not surprised at all.
Because it was your curse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
your curse.
Yeah,
You already
I-
deployed the magic.
Yeah, I said that Brand would win, and then they didn't. So you know, I saw it coming. I mean, you guys,
Just LaFell things.
noobs. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe whatever LaFell picks, we go the opposite of that
If
direction.
you guys are making any kind of important predictions with your tokens or whatever, you
Yeah,
make sure you just go whatever LaFell says.
Yeah.
Against whatever LaFell says.
Yeah. Tell me whenever you're gonna get married. I'll say good or bad.
Oh, wow. I don't know. Would you want to know? I don't think I want to know. I don't want to have that doubt lingering over me for the rest of my life. No matter how short. I don't know. You might say, hey, you might live to a ripe, healthy age. And then I'm like, oh, no.
Okay.
Goodness. Now, we are about less than 20 minutes away to our final game of the evening. It'll be kicking off maybe, say, like in 20 minutes time, plus minus a few delays and all that. Maybe in 30 minutes. Omega Esports versus RRQ Hoshi. Are these, again, I say this, Clash of the Titans?
This is, I think this is going to be the closest. I did predict that this will be the closest one when I thought about it. That is also, I also predicted Burmese Ghouls to not win against Brand Esports, so I might be wrong as well. But yeah, I think that this is RQ versus Omega. What I really am expecting about both of these teams is that they take this methodically. So you can expect this to be slower, like more chill. The people, the teams, the players will just take this slowly as compared to other, you know.
Okay. Are you going to stand with your countrymen again? Yeah, you're going to vote for Omega?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
just to be safe. Yeah.
Yes.
Can't have you getting mobbed at the airport when you go home.
You know, I'd rather be, I'd rather receive all of your banters and trash talks here than back home.
Fair.
Fair enough.
Very clever.
We're
man.
pretty chill here anyway.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
We're pretty chill.
For me, I'm very apologetic to all my Filipino brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so let's put the curse to the test. I'm gonna vote for RRQ. I think RRQ will win 2-1, very easy. All games under 10 minutes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Right.
if you know Lefel, you catch his drift.
Oh no, it's going to be long games, isn't it? Oh my god.
Prepare for half an hour slogfest. Production is cursing your name right now.
know.
They're writing your name into the death note. They're doing a lot of things, man, with your
That's
name.
it. Speaking of banter and all that, please keep the comments coming in on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and maybe even on MeWatch. We see you. Thank you so much. And this number I've been given yesterday, and I'm pretty sure we hit almost that number already. Almost 40 million viewers worldwide for the entire day. We're down to our last game. If you've been here for every single one, champion to you. You are a champion. I wish I could give you battle points, but it's not in my power. Hopefully our friends over at M2 will do so for you. Don't forget the codes and your loot boxes. Go redeem them.
Yes, of course. And of course, keep the smack talk coming because that's what breeds the real competition. What's make the game so exciting? You know, when you guys spam XX team versus AI, you know, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny to us. We read them, guys. I'm not gonna name names, you know, I don't wanna start any fights here, but you know, call your enemy teams and call your enemy teams AIs. I like that. I like to see that kind of competition. It's not too hurtful. You didn't make any jokes about their families, just calling them a bunch of computer artificial intelligences. You know, it's not so bad. You know, artificial intelligence is still intelligence. It's better than nothing.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing, guys. So AI, keep it up, guys. Keep it up, all right? All right.
Now let's go head-to-head with our
with that,
teams.
let's go to the head-to-heads.
All right, so you know what? Let's the analysts, let's take over for this one. So basically, right now we're looking at the stats for what were the teams, gameplay, doesn't matter. So what about production? Just speed it up. You know, we're giving direct instructions to them. We're telling them what to do. You know, we've been given the.
I mean, there's nothing more you can do to piss them off more, right?
Oh yeah,
you've already like reached the maximum like negative karma with them. So
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? People always feel like they've hit their limit.
Okay, you like to push the limit.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to say it was really fun casting with you and you know analyzing.
Yeah.
I mean,
when we look back and we see your name on the blacklist,
Yeah,
we're gonna be able to say like we casted with Lefel.
It was awesome to work with you for day one. It was so awesome, Lefel.
Day one.
So you guys know we were talking about how I'm not gonna cast anymore. They put up stats and we have not talked about the stats at all.
But that's not our job. It's yours.
All right, let's do it quick.
Let's do it.
Team damage per minute, Omega, Araki, boo. And average game score, for both the teams. Okay, maybe you do.
Yeah, you know, very quickly, I want to say that team damage per minute for both of these teams are higher than most. This is probably because they are more successful with, well, technically they are indeed more successful in their games. But not only that, they were really good when it comes to team fighting. And this is the secret on why Omega Esports are always winning their matches.
And I like to look at the Turtles lane as well as the unique heroes pick. The Turtles lane shows that Omega Esports, they play a lot around the early as well as the mid game, showing just like how all the Filipino casters have talked about Omega Esports, they are very, very textbook. A, B, C, D, E. They don't diverge from their path. They know what they do, and they just keep on doing it. And the unique heroes pick for both of these teams are relatively low, where earlier we've seen teams with 22 unique hero picks and such. This is just 16 and 17. They know the heroes that they want, and they'll just continue to get it.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I think Omega Esports, if you're looking at the unique heroes picked, it's not that much. Well, because they don't play as much as well. But what I really like about this team is that sometimes there are outliers when in their experiment, but most of the time they master whatever it is that they know and they just utilize them so well.
I do have a question for you. I mentioned this earlier in the morning while referencing the teams and the top 8 teams and all that. According to a survey of 50,000 fans, and even caster Gideon Q as well, he picked RRQ Hoshi to win the entire tournament. Are they right? Is he right as well?
I voted RRQ to win, so he's wrong.
Yeah.
You
can't argue with that.
Do we need any more?
You can't argue with that. None of us built magic resist, so your black magic works 100% of the time.
Wolf, anything you want to say about this?
Yeah, you know, I would just say that if anything, RRQ, this is their best chance to win the M2 World Championship. This particular
Are you
second,
sure?
Yeah, it is. I am sure. Yeah, because of how well they have to play. They are the champions of their region, and I think that some outside of the game factors, like you know, Alter Ego not having their
okay, but we saw the stats, and RRQ, their stats are not as good as Omega, like the average KD and such. And right now, let's look at the player head-to-head between Curtizi as well as Lemon, where Lemon, he does so much for his team, And then Cortese, he doesn't need to do much for his team because his team is just so good.
I can't believe it though. It is the actual stat 21.5.
Yeah.
But I might say.
Do you think our production team are lying?
No, I'm not saying that. You said that.
Oh, okay, cool.
What I'm trying to say is that I've seen it before. He only died twice in 4 games. And this is not the first time he did it. Back in the Philippines, both Cortese and Hajizi have incredibly, ridiculously high KDA because they are so careful. They don't have the best kills. They don't have like the top average kills per game, but they do die the fewest.
So they don't make a lot of mistakes.
They don't make a
Don't
lot of
die,
mistakes.
yeah?
Don't die.
Don't die. Too easy for Cortese, right?
Yeah,
You know,
too
they-
much.
They love to live by that motto.
Yeah, La Feltizi, right?
La
Feltizi, all the TZs.
La TZ.
I do want to bring out another stat info though. So Omega still undefeated. RRQ Hoshi though, even though they're the upper bracket, they did lose to EVOS SG for a round. So the score is 2-1. What did they do wrong and what should they avoid doing for this one?
I think that this is natural for RQ to lose. It's not like they did anything wrong or they did the enemy did something right.
Someone can crop that really out of context
It's
and
just
really
natural
ruin your
for them to
career.
lose.
Natural
No.
for them to lose and cut it right there and ruin your career.
That's it. Those
All right.
5 seconds will...
Oh, I'm
Filipino
sorry.
caster declares war.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. I think that even in their MPL Indonesia run, it's not like they had the best record. In fact, their championship run was a 5-game series, right? They tend to learn from their opponents. In the Philippines, there's an expression of a download game wherein you lose game 1 and then you eventually win the 2 games afterwards. And
You download the strategy
Yeah,
from
you
the
kind of
opponent.
download the strategy from the opponent. So that could be their mojo, right?
But to be fair, it's winner's bracket, so even if you lose here, you
Yeah.
don't go out of the
Yeah.
tournament.
That's
You
right.
still have a little bit of leeway to mess around. So, like you said, download. You can spend the whole series downloading
That's
and then
right.
meet them in the grand finals. It's risky, but
risky.
it could work.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at the lineup. Kenji, Heath, Hajizi, Yelly Hayes, as well as Cortese. Over here we can see the heroes that they like to use. Benedetta and Yi Sun Shin. Both of these heroes are very, very scary. Now look at the KDA, or I would say that the kills. 24 kills for Hajizi. That's amazing. I only died twice.
The KDA machine, as we call him, because he is very careful. And I think that of all of the players in the Philippines, he is one of the most calculated Yi Sun Shin player.
Yeah,
Okay.
and over here we can see the RQ lineup, R7, Lemon, Psycho, Albert, and Vin. Now, Lemon, again, we showcased him in the player head-to-head where he has used Belleric. Well, not a lot of experienced laners use it, but he can also pick up the Lapu Lapu. And here is the thing about Lemon that I love. He is so brave to set up the fight. He's so brave to set up the kills where he can go basically throw his body around. He doesn't care if he dies as long as...
Wow.
Wow, we appreciate
There's
it.
some warm-up cheers going on in the stage
Yeah.
area. Yeah, the players are getting really riled up for this. And
Did I offend them?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're okay.
Did I offend
I
them
think
now?
you're okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But those players are getting really riled up, and I like to see that. You know, I think we had. Okay, I know. No, the thing 2-0s look clean, but I want to see some mess. You know, I want to see a bloodbath for the last one. We got 2-0s all day. I want a 2-1 today. I don't care who is it.
Yeah.
I want a 2-1 today. All right.
So,
what do you guys think? Is it
one more
possible?
time, officially and seriously right now, no jokes, predictions, Lafel.
No, seriously, I do feel like RRQ could win.
Okay.
Even though they look weak. Yeah, just clip that. They make a lot of mistakes, but they learn from their mistakes. And that's the thing that makes us good. We learn.
I'll make a page and it's titled Casters Out of Context.
Yeah.
And maybe we're done.
M2 discourse.
Out of context.
Yeah, out of context.
Yeah,
That'll be a
just have-
perfect content.
Oh man, but I think that
Let's find out what you guys think.
Yeah.
Let's find out what you guys think.
Wow.
All right, so, okay. A bit more Omega
Wow.
fans. A bit more Omega fans than RRQ. And the funny thing is, I talked to the Burmese Ghouls player. They said they want to face RRQ first. So they expect RRQ to win this as well. Burmese Ghouls. They expect them to win. And yeah, let's see. I mean,
I did not expect this.
You did not expect more Omega fans?
No, it's just that a lot of people always hype up Indonesia, you know, because they always win. They always win, no matter what. So it's like one of the first times I see that another region is beating them out.
Exactly.
I mean, I have a theory. The Brand Esports guys, they're heartbroken. They need another Filipino team to wave the flag behind. So they came over and to the Omega type of things. Like, all right, you take it for us.
Yeah.
Take that winner bracket for us, and maybe that's why we see that stat.
Now we've seen what you've said about the game. Let's see the talent predictions. Wow! Now this one, it's a landslide prediction only, by the way. 82.5% going with RRQ Hoshi and 17.5% only with Omega Esports.
The 17.5 is probably Wolf and the two Filipino casters.
I think
that's all of them, right?
And LaFell.
No, in my opinion, because we're stats guys, right? We're analysts. This just shows that talents. We just follow our friends. What do you vote? Yeah, same.
Bro, can I copy your homework?
Bro,
Yeah, sure. Just don't make it look too similar.
Now,
that is true.
Here's painting you a picture of what Lysander, Wolf, LaFell, and myself, we do during the games. We actually go to the respective platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and we do read the comments and we actually laugh out loud at some of them. So please keep leaving them. Don't go anywhere. We got a mouth-watering clash happening your way. And the moment you mentioned Filipino casters, right, I think Butters was like, what in the world? Hello. Why do you bring me in here? Hello.
But yeah,
hey, you guys are biased. You can admit it. It's your home country. You're allowed to be biased, man.
Is it wrong?
He did salute to us, so he's admitting it. All right.
I know.
All right. But yeah, what's happening now?
Don't forget, we also have our friends from Razer and M2 with a collaboration and giveaway. So please head on over to their campaign page. There you go. Look at this. The Razer Black Shark V2. Who knows, you could win it today. And don't forget, during the stream as well, you'll be seeing loads of codes for your loot box redemptions. Go for it. We're going to be handing you over to our casters and the mouth-watering clash between Omega Esports and RRQ Hoshi.
RRQ Hoshi, definitely one of the best teams out there.
Lemon's just being Lemon, you know. You just can't predict what to ban or craft against this team.
Rasanya sih senang banget ya bisa hadir di acara M2. Apalagi ini pertama kali gua karena sebelumnya gua sakit. Ya masih diberi kesempatan lah sekarang.
Ya kalian siap-siap aja buat lawan kita. Kita udah nyiapin semuanya buat M2 kali ini.
Has been pushed and pulled. Pokemon to only watch his teammates fall. R7 break through.
Omega is one of those teams from the Philippines that's been on the up and up. I'm hoping that this time around at M2, they're able to show them that they're just not the other Filipino team. You know what I'm saying?
Down, ladies and gentlemen, in comes Genji popping the Cauldron Inferno and the Vengeance as well. But Chico still secures the Lord, but at what cost? All of them go down there.
Representing Philippines, we are proud that we made it to the playoffs. We will continue to work hard and fight till the end.
Ya paling ya kita mau main-main aja, kita nggak tahu juga meta luar kayak gimana. Kita paling ya kita tergantung sama coach kita sih. Coach kita paling udah nyiapin semuanya buat ngelawan siapapun itu. Dan kita pasti siap sih lawan siapa aja.
Tingin ko hindi naman siya disadvantage kasi halos parehas lang siya. Parang same pa din siya kung ano yung ginagawa namin sa Pilipinas yung mga tournaments doon. Ang pinagkaiba lang, nasa ibang bansa kami ngayon.
Maganda na kayo, gutom na kami.
Be careful, we are ready.
Viva RRQ!
once again, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2 2020. And special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seat engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces, as well as you guys can visit secretlab.co to get your hands on towards the best gaming chairs in the world.
And let us not forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. And welcome back to the caster's desk. And we are going to have our last series of the day. It's going to be RQ Hoshi versus Omega Esports. And I can see the hype behind the players. Like, they're shouting, they're trying to get themselves in the mood, and this is going to be the one deciding who goes to the lower bracket and who proceeds to the winners semifinals.
I can't hide the fact that I'm excited. My hands are sweaty and my knees are weak. You know what comes next. By the way, my name is Leo, joined here by Contra, Gideon, and Butters. And if the last match was a nail-biter and, of course, an upset, I'm wondering what this is going to look like. Again, the King of Kings, RRQ, the champions from MPL Indonesia Season 6, facing off against the grand finalist from the Philippines MPL, Omega Esports. I'm wondering, like, how's it feeling like for you guys right now? Let's start with Gideon. I'm wondering, like, what was your predictions like, and how does this affect this first matchup between these two?
Well, honestly, when it came down to predictions, I mean, RRQ obviously looking to be, this is, you know, previously, I mean, okay, context, there was a pre-prediction and then there is a post-prediction after the game stages. All right. And I think that's some important context here, because I'm getting a lot of messages of people like, stop guessing in my MMBB games. I'm so smart. But yeah, it is pretty surprising after watching the group stages where you really get to see the meat of a lot of these teams and what mettle and what preparation has come into that, because again, it's so hard to see that before the competition.
And of course, adding to that, it's definitely going to be very interesting. We're going to be having something coming up on board, so let's check that one out for now.
All the way from the Philippines, Omega Esports. Oti. He. Kenji. Hajizi. TZ. Toshi. And Yeli Hayes. Omega Esports.
From the Philippines, Omega Esports.
From Indonesia, it's RRQ Hoshi. Psycho. Albert. Devon. R7. Vin. Risky. And Zin. RRQ Hoshi.
From Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi.
the players are ready. They are in the player booths. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this unspoken rivalry between Indonesia and the Philippines. Like, a lot of people don't really say it, but you can feel the intensity when these two countries meet in an international competition. Let's start with you, Gideon.
Well, honestly, I think this all does stem from the very first MSC. And from there, I think we got like a good level of the scalings of where everybody was at. If there was a ruler and you pulled it up, you would definitely see Indonesia on top, Philippines right underneath them. And from then on, once the standard has been set, Filipinos and Indonesians, Indo Pride and Filipinos just been wanting to crash them right off that top spot.
I think I'll agree with you when you said that it started at MSC. Again, I think that was the highest form of MLBB esports at a time before we had the M World Championship. But right now, there's something I'm looking forward to, man, and it comes to a head right here after this series. Because regarding that rivalry, that unspoken rivalry, right?
It's there.
It's in our hearts, in our minds. We just don't say it out loud as often. Yeah. We put it in the form of teams. Right? We put it in the form of teams, but yeah, I agree that it's a Filipino versus Indo thing. Here's the thing, right? As soon as this series ends, we're gonna find out who stands tall. Once more, it's a small victory. It's not over just yet. But right now, if Omega wins, boom, Filipinos up here. But if RRQ wins, I told you so. Nothing's changed. What do you think?
Oh yeah. Oh, you put me on the spot, huh? Oh, you really put me on the spot.
I'm a Filipino. I think I'm just as pressured, so this is my defense mechanism.
I definitely think that, you know, both sides have been on that level of performance, and now that, of course, the Kings of Kings have already shown a little bit signs of weakness in the group stages, there's a lot more to say when both of these guys actually collide, but of course, we got our stage already lined up.
The Marshal actually saved you on this, and we have our Marshal heading up to the stage. And it's Christina Nang. A lot of things are riding on this young woman's back. And looking at it, we have our two coaches right there. It's going to be James versus Vitog, or popularly known in the Philippines as Dale Dalos.
Yeah. Dale Dalos here is a SEA Games gold medalist coach, all right? But James here, James, we don't even need to talk about what this man has accomplished. We've already been singing his praises. But right now, I think it's just a matter of time before we find out who the first five is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be a really important start to the game here, because at least it gives us an idea of how serious, or maybe or not, they have something in store, especially from RRQ side.
Indeed, and of course, when we talk about these two teams here, as much as when you compare those super stats, you know, numbers don't really lie when you just look at Hajizi's form right now on his Yishun Shin. He's probably got the highest of all these KDAs, but Lemon, he's been boasting some crazy stats, and you just don't know what he's going to pull up next. The Beleric that he pulled up against EVOS SG have definitely won that entire series.
You know what? I have this question for later, but right now, let us see who is going to play between these two teams. Who are the first five for these players? For the side of Smart Omega, it will be Kenji, Heath, Hajizi, Yelly Hayes, and Curtizi. What do you guys think, Leo? You probably have Filipino pride up high.
No. It's not Filipino pride. It's Omega pride.
It's Omega pride.
I've been watching this team, the way they've been growing for the past, 2-something years now. And in the local MPL, right, in the Philippines, they've always had this glass ceiling up to top 4. And most recently, they just broke into the grand finals. And who's to say they're not going to take M2, right?
For the side of RQ, it's going to be R7, Lemon, Psycho, Albert, and Vin. And on that video that we had earlier, there was this statement: Lemon is doing Lemon things. What does exactly Lemon do?
Lemon just gets at you, and then he just makes your life really sour in this sort of sense, where he gets into the jungle, he tries to yoink your buff, he becomes that annoyance that you have to answer or else you have to pay the price.
Yeah, we're talking about MLBB. Lemon doesn't do that in real life. But you know what? Coming into this matchup, I want to know, what are your expectations?
Honestly, I think the expectations is very high, especially for Omega to really perform beyond expectations here, especially against RRQ. Because everybody, you know, when people just keep winning tournaments after tournaments after tournaments, especially when they're from Indonesia, you kind of get tired of it, and it's only natural that you're hoping somebody knocks them down, unless you're, you know, from outside of the regions like us. We're just like, you know, just let y'all have it, let y'all have it. We'll sit at the sidelines and watch.
It's like that meme, let them fight.
Let them fight.
And as you're seeing on the screens right now, Omega Esports really had those smiles up. And some of the players, this is their first time flying another country and playing in an international stage. Well, for the side of RRQ, they've been here, they've done that.
Oh yeah.
And they aren't called kings or kings of kings without any reason. Now, for Smart Omega, do you think that they're at a disadvantage, Leo, that this is the first time that they're gonna play in an international stage?
For Omega, definitely, I think it's gonna be something that might get to them. But just as a short answer, no, I don't think it's.
All right. It's not gonna be a disadvantage, but it's going to be an advantage if you complete the task and predict the champions to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards. That includes the M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, M2 battle emote, and M2 sacred statue, and you can get that for only 899 diamonds. And don't wait until the end or after the M2, because it's probably gonna be gone by that time.
Yeah, and of course we got a lot to talk about on this matchup here. R7 did not get to play back in M1, and that time he was known as the very best player around. Is he still the very best coming into this tournament?
I mean, you're looking at me, and I'm only going to give you a solid answer. Absolutely. R7, when have you seen R7 troll? When have you ever seen R7 choke? Never. And he is just this unwritten rule of, you expect Lemon to be the flashy one, you're expecting Psycho to always be able to be there, Albert to carry, but R7, he sits behind, he tells you, don't worry, no matter what, I got your back.
And this is the first draft of this series, Omega Esports versus RRQ Hoshi, game number 1. This is for the upper bracket. This is a best of 3. And Omega Esports, they're really taking their time with this.
Just to put things into perspective, this is Friday night Mobile Legends, all right? This is tonight's main event, and we're waiting for the first band to show up. We already heard it, and priority has already passed over to RRQ Hoshi. Guessing what Omega is getting rid of, but right as we stand here waiting for RRQ Hoshi, I'm guessing that this is something we need to deal with. But let me just put it up there. Someone's got to get rid of the Yu Shinshin.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is definitely the hot topic here, and we did have a little bit of a touch on this topic, Hajizi, with that Yu Shinshin. Maybe he wants it for himself as well, so he don't really necessarily need to have that being banned away, forcing RRQ Hoshi to do something about it.
Sorry, I don't know. In these situations where it's like saying the Yishinshin is going to be that priority band there's also that big question about Hayabusa also rising up in the stakes, and also Sylvana as well, where the meta is actively changing as these games go by. So really, the real question is, who is going to be that trendsetter first?
It's always about adapting and conquering every single challenge that you have to face in the M2 World Championships. Now, seeing this RRQ lineup, let's talk about Albert here. Albert is probably one of the most improved players in Indonesia. What do you think, Contra?
Yeah, he's definitely been that rising star that, you know, when it comes down to filling all these veteran shoes, especially from RRQ side, who's gonna replace who, you ask? And suddenly the shining star came in, stepped into the scene, blazing hot, and winning the grand finals back in Indonesia. They have definitely convinced everyone that, hey, they still have a lot to offer. And coming back in towards the World Championship itself, we talked a lot of times about the run that they had against EVOS Legends. Now, that aside, of course, they had another nemesis in the form of Alter Ego and the long-time rivalry against the Filipino teams in the form of Bren as well as Omega. There's a lot more challenges, and now there's no more
so-called underdogs in the entirety of the tournament. Things are looking pretty interesting.
You know what? You know what I think? I'm tired of this. I'm tired of people saying, "Yo, this guy is the new Albert. He's just young." Everybody keeps thinking that these young rookie players don't have anything to show, but they are the hungriest, and they will always be able to learn faster than everybody else. So let's set the standard here, where I'm waiting for a champion before you can start comparing it to everybody else. Because M2 happens once in a while. There are 2 seasons of MPLs. Come on, you gotta get tired of that. We want the best, not just another young prodigy.
You have to make a name for yourself if you really want to become the best in terms of being the best player in MLBB in the whole world. Now,
exactly.
Leo, seeing how Omega just likes to change up a lot of their roles mid-draft. They really... I have to say that Omega is probably one of the most adaptable teams in the Philippines.
Yeah.
They like to play with their draft. They do not stick with just one certain role. Every single player can play multiple roles.
I mean, this is coming straight from just how long they've been in the game, right? Like, they have a player like Hayes who started out as a tank and now is playing mid, mage support. And then you have Curtizi who started out as an offlaner in the side lanes, mostly the EXP lanes where he likes to just duel with folks, right? And then sometimes you would see him in the mid lane. It's this kind of gameplay that I think will give them the strength or the advantage, wherein it's a deadlock. But there is something that they should avoid, and that we've seen this locally. Fans of Omega will know that besides playing just with the roles, they also play with their heroes, like the choices that they've done. And I think they've lost one too many games to Brenny Sports, right? Their local rivals, because of such mistakes. I'm talking about that Digi game from MPL, from another big league in the Philippines. So just avoid that. I think that's step one.
Just be comfortable with what you're doing. Now, clearly seeing Dale and James just go at it, there's this thing that tells me that Dale Dalos will probably be this certain guy that just wants to have his team comfortable.
Hold up, probably. What do you mean by probably? Is that like a maybe? Might do it?
I'm not really sure because, as Leo said, there might be a chance that they can play with their certain heroes.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
And of course, going in towards the RQ Hoshi side of things as well, we know them as the most versatile team out there. So it's going to be a little bit tricky as well if both sides are doing pretty much a mirror or parallel in that sort of sense. So what's your take on this, Gideon? Because we've seen some pretty interesting stuff going on in the group stages.
Well, I mean, you know, after the evolution of the meta coming in from the group stages, teams have really started taking full advantage of what the meta has to offer in terms of like having solutions to initial problems. You think the ceiling is here, then you come up with a solution. That's the new ceiling, and it keeps on pushing up forward. We haven't really figured out what the top of the top of the meta is going to be. It's not like previous seasons where everything was revolved around, oh, it was about that Lunox, it was about Kaja and Cho, you know, in Season 2. But let's jump into the draft itself.
RQ Hoshi here banning out the Eason shit.
That's what it's about.
Omega Esports banning the Brody, and ceiling is the thing that you're talking about. Right now,
this is the penthouse right here.
This is the penthouse right here.
They're chilling.
They're chilling.
You know, to be fair, I do think there are solutions to the Yishin Shin, but I think there's just not enough time to perfect it thus far, and that's why a lot of teams are just, you know what? People have been playing Yishin Shin for so long, just ban it out. There's too much time and experience on it. We might as well force out something fresh.
That's right, and of course that forces all the other junglers or marksmen in particular to be picking something that's on the fresh new page. And then we've been seeing quite a number of all these Esmeralda bans for very good reasons as well, having that ease of diving into its position, and Lapu Lapu being banned away. I'm not too sure how that's going to be affecting the picks coming in towards the table.
After that Lemon Lapu Lapu performance against Evo's SG, I think you wouldn't really just you wouldn't want RQ Hoshi to have that certain hero on their side. Mathilda is banned here for the side of RQ Hoshi. Now, I really think that for them, they just don't want these heroes that have a mid-game spike to just come out here for the side of Omega Esports.
I mean, you're saying that, but I don't see the Natalia ban just yet. I don't know if RRQ Hoshi is willing to actually deal with it, or Omega. Yep, Omega decided to ban it out. Whew! I'll
probably just heard you.
I felt that as you were talking about it, it was also a split-second decision because they almost came down to the wire, right? It was like, okay, if we don't ban the Natalia here and we get rid of something like a Jawhead or Benedetta here that RRQ picks up, how can we make it back, right? Like, what's the combo with the Natalia? And that's just something that Coach Dale or Vituk here at M2 did not want to deal with. Instead, they went with the Yelly Hayes special. It's the Selena. And, of course, Mr. Fundamental's favorite hero right now is the Jawhead.
R7, on the other hand, really just goes for the Benedetta. Now, there are a lot of different understandings in how to use the Benedetta. Some use her as a damage side lane. Some use her as an off-tank. Now, in your opinion, like Gideon or Leo, let's just throw it to Leo. I've been asking you a lot of questions. I might be a burden. I'm sorry about that. Do you think that is the off-tank Benedetta more effective than the damage Benedetta?
Okay, so an example of an off-tank Benedetta would be like Flap Teasies from the group stage.
That's right. That's right.
That just refuses to die. And the damage type Benedetta is something that we may have seen from the likes of DMX whenever they got it back then, when the boys from Brazil were still around. So yeah, I'm guessing the answer is yes. There is some value in the Benedetta that just refuses to die because it plays the same role as a Lapu Lapu. Right? Like what Gideon would call the Chad Lapu Lapu. Just face off against 3 people, 4 people, not planning for it, and then winning anyways.
Okay. Excuse me, it's called Alpha Chad?
There you go. There you go. There are betas, and then there are omegas, but now that was an Alpha Chad Lapu. There you go.
Absolutely. But yeah, I want to keep up with the current draft so far because, again, we're seeing the Wan here showing up extremely early here. We don't exactly know whether it's off lane or probably in the jungle, but based on what we've seen so far, it goes into the off lane. Claude has been the next ban. Farsa has been the next ban. I wouldn't be too surprised if Loyi or Kagura is going to be the next ban for Omega, followed up by RRQ Hoshi just saying, you know what, we might as well just get rid of the Roger, right?
I agree right here, and you can see a very high mobility composition coming from the side of RRQ Hoshi. They took the lane, something that Omega Esports could also play. Of course, with that being said, we do see the bans coming to fruition. You mentioned about the Loyi, it immediately acts the way.
Right now, RQ Hoshi down to their last ban. They're probably thinking about banning another jungler, and that is going to be the Hayabusa. Hayabusa has been rising a bit. Well, is really rising in terms of picks in the playoffs. Yeah. So, a lot of players just want to go for that, and right now, Omega Esports, they need to choose their second to the last hero.
Yeah, I think the rise of Hayabusa is coming off of the fact that there's a lack of bodies, meaning Popol and Kuba doesn't see much play. There's no sun, literally no sun in M2. And yeah, again, I hope so too, right? Yeah. But again, a lot of these fights happen in tight and close spaces, and they end up in odd chases. So who does that good? Who does that well? That's Hayabusa, so I guess that's why a lot of teams have the stock built up. But right now, second to the last pick for Omega Esports is going to be the Ruby in the side lane. And then for RRQ Hoshi rounding it out, what are they missing? They need a support hero in mid. And they already have their jungler. They need another side laner.
At this point in time, I mean, they've taken away quite a number of good ones and also kind of bit themselves in the back in that situation where getting rid of the Claude might not exactly been the best. So having a go for the carry, this is a really risky move, but we'll see. The last one is going to be Kagura. Oh, actually, it's going to be the Eudora.
They rhyme though.
Yeah, I heard that wrong.
I don't blame you.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one.
Is very spicy. Going to be Benedetta on Psycho? We did see this in the group stages.
Very, very likely that he might just be on this Benedetta. Good call right there. And, you know, this is the second carry that we're seeing, the very first one being picked up by the side of EVOS SG. Now, the problem the other time is that the lack of tank, and of course, they pay the price, but it does force the Benedetta to play a little bit more defensively as well. Don't you guys think?
I would like to agree with that. However, there are it depends on certain conditions. Are they going to be playing on the top side of the map? Are they going to play on the bottom side of the map? Is Benedetta going to go with the opener where she cuts the midway first before rotating back up? There's a lot of different openings that Benedetta can do, which I think is what makes her so versatile and what makes everybody kind of want to first pick her in these situations.
RQ Hoshi, they have their draft locked. Omega Esports, they picked the Roger for their last pick. In terms of the drafting, how are you guys taking this? Let's start with you, Gideon.
I'm thinking, I'm leaning more a little bit towards RRQ because again, their composition is a lot easier to pull off. However, Omega, a lot of mechanical work going to be put into it. So that's a possibility to actually mess up. So that's why I'm leaning more towards the easier comp to pull off.
Leo?
I will go the other way. This is a fork road, and I take the Omega Esports route because their lineup looks very 2021. It looks very M2, right? It covers all the bases. You know exactly where, who is going, and it makes sense to me. So I'm saying Omega.
Yeah, and I honestly can't choose one, but if I have to pick, I'm also going with Omega side for the moment here, as I can definitely see that they have pretty much of a clear-cut way to just go in for certain picks, and for the carry to be activated, it does take a little while. We talked about the clearance speed, and well, I want to see it come online, but how soon can it come online?
So we will head on to the Celestial Palace, and gentlemen, please take the floor.
Here we go, RRQ Hoshi versus Omega Esports. Starting it off, let's figure out exactly what's going on. This pause here gives us time to understand who's laning where. Of course, Vin for sure taking the mid lane. You got R7 up top. And yeah, I think when it comes to the problem of the clear speed, there's a reason why the support here, or the roamer, let's call it the roamer, is always going to come try to visit whoever's playing that carry. I think that's going to be key here.
I mean, yeah, for sure. And I think, the big question is when you have a weaker, or sorry, not a weaker, but a susceptible side laner like carry.
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable, that's the word. Yes, perfect. And you want to have mid priority. Push in that wave, be able to rotate first, because as long as you're there first, you can set up, you can set your feet deep in those trenches so that when your opponents come to attack, you have a very fortified position, and you also know exactly where to kind of position yourself.
Yeah, let's also talk about the level 4 spikes as well when we come down to where it's a full-blown fist-fight team, and as they are contending for perhaps the first turtle, right? Like, I think it's really interesting where the Aurora stands right here, because on the opposing end, you have the Jawhead as well as the Selena, which of course poses a threat, but that one-shot potential also when 1-1 tries to go up in the air, tries to execute the ultimate, and you try to catch her as soon as you can before she can do anything else, and everyone just collapses on her. That might just be the formula for RRQ.
Which I understand now. If RRQ did not pick up the Eudora, then they would all the more just lose early and mid. Having the Eudora kind of shores up that level 4 spike, because they kind of have a dead hero in carry. A level 4 carry doesn't perform very different from a level 2 carry or a level 6 carry.
I mean, you can honestly say that for pretty much every other marksman except for Yi Shin, whose ultimate is more utility than anything else.
True, and 1-1. That's the reason why she's still relevant. As soon as you can hit crossbow Tang, you are invulnerable. So technically, you can just go pew, 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 pew. Not the same for carry. Carry is always going to be in trouble even if she hits her ult. So yeah, most definitely they are going to rely very heavily on Vin.
I don't know, because from Omega's side, this is going to be an execution problem. Can you land those abyssal arrows? Can you be aggressive early on? And I think that might be, that's going to be really, really difficult here. But Psycho did actually take the Benedetta first, so he clears out that mid wave as soon as possible, allowing Ling to kind of rotate down to get that blue. And while the rest of the team is just going to make sure, hey, I'm going to push those waves as soon as possible.
Yeah, we do see a lot of pressure going on towards the 1-1 side, and I think it's still pretty much decent that we see some clear rotations on the 2-2-1 setup coming from the side of Omega Esports. So this will be self-sustaining for the moment, and what's to say that Ling possibly will be having a lot of all these great vision. We're going to be going on under pause as we talk through things. Now, a double execute setup coming from the side of RRQ Hoshi also poses a little bit of that early threat too.
That is something to note. So yeah, now that we have a little bit more better vision on what things are looking like for both teams, this is a roaming Benedetta, so it's neither that off-tank Benedetta, nor is it like the full-on damage Benedetta. It's something in between. It's something that's looking to use parry to actually stun someone, like bait them in, so that, you know, the likes of the carry here can actually just go ham.
I mean, of course, but I think the best role to call it is the mid laner, you know, because essentially what you want the Eudora to do is actually be that initial roamer, because she can't, like, Eudora can chase, sure, but who's going to initiate those picks and chances to take them out and abuse those double executes? Eudora. She chunks them all out, puts them on 1 HP, bam, press of a button, didn't have to do anything else.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant Benedetta. Benedetta and Eudora are going to be working to keep mid in control, yes. And then
gotcha.
What I'm guessing is Benedetta is going to be using those sword intents to actually act like a backshot, to have additional mobility, right? Like, that's not fair. That is an off-kit dash. That's not in anywhere of your skills.
Yeah, and of course it'll be really annoying to deal against. And RQ side of things, it's really interesting that they found out about this formula in this game 1 to try to throw the side of Omega off. But when we talk about scaling as well, I'm just looking at most of all these one-on-one that has been playing in the entirety of the playoffs as well as the group stages. If you just give them a little bit more room towards the late game, hey man, this thing is going to shred you apart.
That's a good question now. There's a marksman on either side. You have the carry, which by the way has been a menace in every meta game she was ready for, that she was in. First phase bannable in years past. You have the 1-1, which is the current flavor of the month. Gideon, I gotta ask you, man, when it comes to the 15-20 minutes, if it does get to that point, if we go the distance, who has better scaling?
I think in these situations, people who have better scaling would definitely lean a little bit more. Actually, it's an overall thing, but hold on, let's check out. Okay, no fights going on. Okay, so when I talk about scaling, we're talking about the two main heroes that scale on either side, but you also have to kind of look at the builds that everybody else goes through. I do think RQ Hoshi scales better into the game because they have more relevant heroes in comparison to Omega, where some of them are just going to fall off completely.
Yeah. And again, we were talking about like Selena. Whenever Selena is bad, she's so bad. But on the other side, Eudora though, she has a stun and it's point and click. So yeah, it's just much better. Totally understand. Right now, there's a fight that's waiting to break out, both top and in mid. I wonder, they're gonna catch one. That's going to be. That's going to be flicker out. Heath burning it already 2 minutes in, and the first turtle is going to be started in by Psycho.
Such a great reaction coming from the side of Heath, as he has already read the situation well enough. And keep in mind that there's also going to be that link. If he sets up a perfect Tempest on towards some of these team fights, it could be a pretty huge one out there. And when we talk about these two sides, of course, it's definitely going to be hard to tell, like, okay, which one gets activated first when we talk about the marksman. Because honestly, the carry is going to take a little bit of time before getting things like the Golden Staff or the Demon Hunter Sword or stuff like that. But yeah, like back to what was being mentioned by Gideon, it's a little bit more easier to execute compared to Omega.
Yeah, and especially at the highest levels, right? You want to minimize your possibilities of making that mistake, and the more that you can minimize it, the higher chance of more consistency you can receive. Oh, here it comes.
There's going to be 4 members from RQ Hoshi coming in. And they're so aggressive. Lemon gets taken down first. Blood here drawn by Hajizi, plus the turtle. And that's going to be some revenge from Albert, taking out Mr. Fundamental himself. That's going to be 2 going over to RQ Hoshi, taking down Kenji. And are they done? The answer is yes. Omega Esports don't want more of this.
All I gotta say is, ouch. Big ouch. I mean, Omega, they saw 2 of their guys go down so fast. Hajizi is like, nah, get me out of here. I don't want any of that no more.
Yeah, R7 arrived to the scene and he's like, okay, Big Dragon coming through, and you know the case is pretty much close right there. So 2-1 at the very moment. Honestly, the small little lead that they are getting from the side of RQ Hoshi can still be contested right here in this sort of way, but Unstoppable Force has already been used up.
Ooh, defensive Electo final blow right there by Psycho, saving himself. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Omega Esports here. They're building up their confidence. They did lose that big team fight inside the Turtle Pit earlier. They are maintaining this small gap to RQ Hoshi, about 200, 300 gold. But right now, we're looking to how RQ Hoshi can kind of make that gap a little bigger. What big move will they do next? Or will will they just let Omega Esports go in and make them pay with a counter attack?
I think if I was in Omega's position, I'm starting to look for picks around buff timings, which is going to be like you're targeting Ling to make sure, hey, if Ling is on the purple buff, I want to look to try and punish him as he's trying to clear that area of the jungle. And if not, oh, he's not there, let's rotate down to bottom side until they get caught out.
Speaking of getting caught out here, Hajizi has just arrived, but instant response coming from Lemon just to flicker away.
I think both of these teams kind of have this like interesting side quest of, yeah, besides these big neutral objectives, we also want to take down these side lane marksmen. And now Heath takes quite the blow, but he's saying, sir, can I have some more? He wants to go for another fight because he does have his ult on. And oh, no! That's going to be Psycho barely getting away! Oh, and the delay damage from the trap and the slow taken in. Oh, Yelly Haze just catches him off.
You know, talk about really unlucky there, because he does use the final blow to try and negate the damage, but unfortunately it's just like literally 0.2 seconds off from the delayed damage, but the fight is already beginning. Heath is going to make the run for it.
And R7 here in half dragon form, able to push people back because he still has some Sha energy. Oh, it resets. Curtizi here putting a beat on him, and they are going for what I think is the second turtle of the game. It's taking quite a while, and Hajizi, oh, he says the coast is clear, but for how much longer?
Well, I believe that it's pretty much clear for him for the taking at the moment if we look at it, but they are focusing on towards Kanji. Instead, they do get the turtle, but a 2v1 commencing down towards the bottom side doesn't result too much, but here comes the big one.
Oh no, Vin here trying to save his life, and all from behind, in comes Hajizi. The machine is online, and so far they have gone to building enough confidence to mess with Albert, but some breathing room for the King of Kings here, their jungler. He's able to get his purple at least.
Yeah, he's got the purple. He immediately goes in for a little wander as well. Now, going for the invasion, he's still going to be chased up, so you know, Ling doing Ling things, he could easily move around.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like, oh yeah, we've got to catch on it. Oh yeah, it's Ling. Oh, that's so much fun. He just jumps away and makes a full rotation down towards our top or bottom side, and we can't catch up. Fun stuff, fun stuff. But I think RRQ at this point in time, as long as they kind of just maintain the goal differential to about 2 to 3K, it's going to be relatively fine. Omega won't be able to kind of force situations on top of RRQ Hoshi unless they get a catch.
Yeah, here you can see already, right? We're about 7 minutes into this game. How disciplined and how good these two teams are.
Oh.
Hold up! That's going to be some burst damage laid down onto Vin, but he doesn't go down without a fight. Yelly Haze destroyed. Tempest the Blades here, chasing him down. That's Albert looking for one. Psycho finds Hajizi. That's going to be a shutdown onto the Roger, and they are sitting neck and neck 4-4, but all this time, Omega Esports was just setting up a push.
Otis, Morden, Ruby has already arrived, and they're already chasing right in. Psycho caught in between, but they are trying to make an escape out of that.
Oh, R7 waiting in the bushes. Oh, using the tail of the dragon. They're trying to make Kenji pay. He does get himself a Cyclone Eye, but off camera, that's going to be Lemon taken down. It's a marksman and marksman fight, and that's Curtizi winning down bottom.
Definitely we're going to be having to look in towards itemizations as well, because at this point it's getting a lot more interesting. So Gideon, just looking at things, we've already got some big stuff coming in the way.
Yeah, honestly, we're looking at Lemon, who only just has his endless battle here, but we're looking over at Carteezy. He's already got the Demon Hunter sword on top of the boots, on top of that corrosive sight. So he's going to be pretty relevant into this game. He might not be doing the most amount of damage, but at the very least, he's slowing them down for the rest of his team to kind of catch up and take out.
And looking at Hajizi, he is, I guess, halfway through his endless battle as they go for this turtle, the very last in the game. Ooh, looking for it. There you go. They take the turtle, and just like that, it's a Mexican standoff. It's just who's going to pull the trigger first, who's going to jump in with their ults and start it strong. And I think in this situation, without R7, Omega Esports has the range advantage, especially with the reach that the Abyssal Arrow has.
Yeah, and he's all the way on the other side of the map, and they've already understand that. Oh, flicker right in!
Ejector onto one. That's going to be Vin blasted down by 4 members of Omega Esports.
That was huge. Absolutely huge.
It's just a mistake on Vin's side. He threw out the stun and realized, oh, I got nothing left. I already flickered out of the way. This doesn't mean anything. And Heath just took full advantage, flickering forward an unstoppable force. But Courtesy now going to initiate a huge fight, and that's going to be a double pick-off for Omega just to get that return kill. Look at that, 5-8, and it's only a 2K difference.
It's so clinical, these two teams, the way they play. I mean, this cliche has been mentioned. I'm pretty sure I'm beating a dead horse, but it's so chess-like, right? I'll give up my pawn, you can have a rook, but then after that I'll take a bishop. That's what this 5-8 is looking like, especially with this, you know, relatively small 3K lead.
Indeed, but for the RQ Hoshi side, they're slowly losing pieces after pieces on an unequal term. And speaking of which, they're going to be taking this buff if they don't do anything about it.
Ooh, that's going to be Psycho coming in between 4 members. He wants it. Kenji trying to look for a good hook, and he finds it. In comes Hajizi, but that's going to be a stun. Psycho pays the price. R7 says, get out of our jungle. We don't want y'all here. But Hajizi wants more. Does he have the support? Yes, he does. Oh, they're waiting. They're waiting. They say we're calling it tough.
Nah, it's not worth it at this point because, again, their main target here is Courtesy. As long as he has his ult, it's just not worth going for anybody else unless it's maybe a Yelly Haze, but Yelly Haze is barely in the fight, or even Kenji, but even Kenji has his ult still up.
That's right, and with that being said, we're looking at Omega Esports side. Now that they are so much more up ahead after a couple of all these sort of picks, they're starting to feel a lot more confident about taking every single thing that they have inside the jungle. All they can do is just wait for the right moment to strike in. We do have the Lord up available, but over here, a little bit of a slight 1v1 between Albert as well as Kenji.
Oh, it's just the battle of swords and sights, and here comes Lemon Tempest of Blades. Barely misses. Oh, he's grabbed some dashes here. He's trying to grab. Oh, there you go. Full range stun here by Yelly Haze. Gonna be using the dashes, trying to get out of there. Not enough to save Lemon. That's 1 for free. Oh, this while they were going for the Lord. Psycho goes down. Hajizi takes him. Here comes R7.
What?
Oh, wow! A dragon helps the Lord get stolen by R7. That's going to be R7 surviving. Oh, I think it's worth it already. Crossbow of Tang. 4 members down. Traded off for the Lord. Oh.
No way. No absolute way. Even though they do get the Lord, just look at the Ruby right down below. Like, this Lord doesn't mean a thing at all after getting snatched away, but at least it buys some time for RQ Hoshi.
I mean, they're up by 5 towers at this point. RQ Hoshi has not been able to kind of break through. Omega will be stopping that Lord right in its tracks. And I mean, if they had more of a wave onto mid and topside, they might have been able to get both inhibitors at the same time. And I think RQ Hoshi, this game is slowly slipping out of their hands.
I hate to say it, but stealing that Lord at that very moment is the equivalent of using a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. It held them back for what, 30 seconds tops? And they're still maintaining map pressure.
Yeah, and of course, with that, they only gain maybe very slight edges out of that by just putting their bodies at where all these sort of bullets are coming through, and they just have to do something just to have that knee-jerk response. And while at it, I guess they just have to wait for another sort of opening at this moment, which is not going to come by not until 20 minutes or so.
Speaking of 20 minutes, Gideon seems to know what timers are like. And Gideon, what's your feel, man, right now before this fight happens? Oh, it actually has started. Too late. Courtesy gets blasted by Vin. They're looking for some revenge here. Vindication. That's what Omega Esports is looking for. They take out Yelly Haze. R7 is a man on a mission. They're going to blast this turret and push Omega Esports back in. Now, that timer, man, 13 minutes in. How long until we see Lemon pop off?
I mean, honestly, let's double check the items so I have a better idea of what where is he with that. Lemon is currently at 6,000 gold. He's got 2 items, both pretty defensive. He doesn't even have the golden staff yet. I think at this point of time, he needs to get the golden staff to have that major kick of damage. So he'll probably get that at the 42,000 gold mark. So my guess is going to be the 16 or I'll give him a bit of credit if he doesn't die and and works perfectly. 15-30.
Ooh, very close. And that's Kenji flickering in. Enough to save him. Tempest of Blades. Oh, no. Albert don't want none of this. And Hajizi putting a beat on him. There's the unstoppable force from behind. Can they juggle the aggression from underneath the turret? Kenji's still alive.
No.
Lemon about to get destroyed. Hajizi gets him. Heath puts the nail in the coffin. It's a trade so far. Hajizi for Lemon. The fight continues. Kenji's looking low. That's a blast onto Heath. Vin takes him down. This turret still stands. And only RRQ can win fights that way. Going back and forth, back and forth.
And they are just forcing fights by hook or by crook. There's no other way to go about it. They don't care if they lose one member as long as they get more in return.
I'm not gonna lie, Vin's is starting to become a bit of a problem for Omega in this point. And I think that's where the executional part of it is starting to kick in, because as you can see, Yelly Haze, he's not landing as many Abyssal Arrows, and even if he does, he's probably not gonna be able to capitalize on it in comparison to Vin, who just goes in, full combos you, walks away and says, R7, go get him, boy.
Yeah, and we've already seen purchases like the Blade of the Heptaseas coming in as well, so very much interesting as we hit towards the 15-minute mark. You can see that we are having pretty much an equal level terms after so many fights. RQ Hoshi, not in the number of kills, but the goal has already been equal.
Oh yeah, barely 1,000 now, barely 1,000. RQ Hoshi, the King of Kings, have figured out this strategy. And just like that, I think Gideon is on the mark pretty much. About, what, 3 minutes away since he did say. And right now,
Albert,
Omega Esports isn't as confident with the Lord this time around.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I mean, honestly, I was off by a full 30 seconds there. Lemon just got his Winds of Nature, and that's going to be a huge, huge buy, because that means Cartesian as well as Kenji can't take full advantage of him.
Things are looking relatively difficult at the very moment. While a couple of all these Abyssal Arrows being sent out, Demon Hunter Sword being purchased by Hajizi, so a little bit more spike coming in for the Roger, which is definitely great news for Omega at this point in time.
Yep.
You see a little bit of split push being done by RQ Hoshi,
Oh yeah.
and they're still not letting their eyes off as Omega Esports still eyeing on towards the Lord.
Yep, that's the advantage that Albert has here as the Ling. He's able to push these lanes, cut him where he needs to without any punish, actually, because of Finch Poison. That's exactly what he's doing. But it looks like Omega knows he's up there. Omega wants to make the most of the situation and is trying to force a fight with RRQ. What they're trying to do is catch one off at least, and that's a good -1. A -1 goes miles in situations like this.
This is the situation that they are looking for, making sure that somebody takes good care of the side lanes, and as many of these Omega Esports members goes there, they will try to find a setup over on towards the Lord side.
Oh, wait, there's a fight. Wait, is there not a fight? No. Oh, no, they backed away. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, they catch one. That's full stuns onto Vin.
Oh. Honestly, at this point in time, it's a game of cat and mouse. Whoever gets picked off first is going to essentially win or lose the fight. But I have to point out here, it's 9-14. It's they're 3 towers ahead. They're literally 5 kills ahead as well. And it is 49.2k to 49.8k. Where is the disparity here? There is almost no disparity at all, even though in every single numbers and 2 turtles on top of all of those stats, how is Omega not ahead? RRQ has just been really proficient in their way of farming.
If I may build on that, it's a game of cat and mouse where neither is sure which they are, right? It's also a blind game of cat and mouse, and it's very important to check your bushes right now. And the one person or one team who has the advantage when it comes to the range and the vision is Omega Esports. Now Heath catches Psycho. Oh, they catch Kenji off guard in the Omega Esports side of the jungle towards the purple. That's a huge -1 for Omega. I wonder how Omega's gonna just recover from here.
That's right, a big opening that they have managed to find just by having the Benedetta pulling all the attention, and now they fixate their attention on towards Lord. Instead, they want Omega to commit. Without that Ruby, things are definitely going to look a little bit haywire in this sort of fight.
Sideways, if you ask me, sideways for Omega Esports. This time, that's a huge chunk of damage, of lifesteal, and of crowd control. And I think what Omega Esports is trying to do is reset.
I think at this point it's about finding the opportunity to get the angle, because right now look at that bottom wave. It's pushing in naturally. As long as RRQ just kind of chill and just wait, somebody is going to have to deal with that slowly building up wave. And RRQ, they don't mind doing it because they are scaling towards the late game. And Omega, they've run out of time at this point, and they have to solely believe in their own mechanics to actually win them out in these bigger fights.
That's right, and now we're hitting 18-30. With most of the members already hitting level 15, and I guess this is where it's all about completing your items at this point in time.
At M2, or at least, right? And even the playoffs specifically, when you reach the 18-20 minute mark, that's basically a marathon. Like, this is longer than usual already, and right now with Kenji back on the map, they have eyes on Albert since he is pushing down bottom. I think Omega Esports is just going to jump the gun. They're just going to go for it, saying, just start it up, start it up. Just hope that Vin isn't there and that Albert isn't ready with the retribution.
Oh, this is going to be big news here. Ruby is being pretty occupied, but they understand once again, they're going to go in for another reset, but Heath, though, playing with fire.
Oh, he got caught out. That's at least one ultimate from Vin. They have the timer. They have to make sure that inside, deep inside, they know what it looks like for the opponent, what kind of firepower they're packing. And wow, again, they're back to the game of how low can you get lured before the opponent actually jumps in, bites.
Yeah, and Lemon, although he's 60%, easily could just find his way to live steal Malefic Roar on the hands of Cortese. And yeah, very much interesting.
Just keep your eyes like, and while this boomerang game of who can get the Lord lowest before resetting, just look on the opposite side of the map here, because you can see that Ling as well as Ruby are both trying to make sure those lanes are clean. And RQ, simple macro here, just get a wave pushing on their side, because again, if Omega Esports walks out too far, you can punish. If one person goes over, you start the Lord. You put them between a rock and a hard place, and eventually somebody is gonna crack.
Yeah, and if we do look at the goal differentials, it honestly doesn't matter at this point in time, where most of the people have already completed all their items. And being up ahead means that they are shoving way harder towards the side of Omega.
Dude, check out that graph, man. Omega was just dominating the first half of the game, and then RQ Hoshi just slowly catching up. If only Omega was able to close out that game. Man, they must be kicking themselves like, oh, if only we had that Lord and it didn't get stolen just now.
That's essentially the story of the past 5 minutes. The past 5 minutes have been RRQ Hoshi just applying pressure on Omega Esports. And some part of it, I believe, is just conditioning. Like, slowly but surely, RQ Hoshi has been saying, all right, if you don't do anything about this, Albert's just going to push and penetrate your lane down bottom. And right now, again, back to the game of hot potato onto this Lord. It's a matter of allotting resources. How much are you willing to put on the line to be able to take this huge objective? Now, Psycho at half health. And now it's Lemon they send over. Oh, this is going to be a push.
Yeah, and that's my attention actually fixating on towards the lower side of the map. And with that, RQ still wants to play this Dance of Death. How are we going at it? Finally!
Oh, they're going in. This is no turning back. That's Heath getting blasted. He's still alive. R7 with the black dragon form. Tempest Ablaze in here. That's going to be a knockup on the Psycho. R7 being pushed back. That's going to be Vin taken down by Hajizi. Oh, it's looking grim. Heath destroyed from the back line by Psycho. That's going to be 2 for 1. Lemon destroyed by Hajizi. And now the Wolf, the machine, is on the chase. Psycho, oh, he needs the Cyclone Eye. Oh, he's going to get it. But inside the orange buff pit, that's going to be the Hajizi run. Taken down one last 1 for 3. Is this enough space for the Lord?
This should be plenty of space for the Lord, actually, unless Albert makes a bad steal here, which I don't think he's going to do. In most situations, Lings are just going to cut the wave, but considering the wave still has a long way to go.
Oh, no, the burst is just too much. That's what, 4 members of Omega Esports? Oh man, RQ Hoshi's very own R7 was a little too optimistic.
Yeah.
Absolutely dropped the ball right there. You can see Albert can only fly around just to see this Lord go in the hands of Omega Esports. And I'm pretty sure the Filipino fans here rejoice after that long dance. And it all started from sending Lemon right down below, and Omega Esports knows, okay, we can actually catch them out of position, and that's where that 3-for-1 trade didn't go anywhere as planned for RQ.
I think RQ at this point in time, it's just a game of cat and mouse because, again, there's nothing much they can really do about it in most of these situations if they put themselves too far out and they get caught out by Heath. And you know what? Speaking of Heath, in that last fight, he preemptively flickered forward thinking somebody would be deeper into the brush. Ends up they were standing right in front of him and he just blew his flicker for no reason. But here comes Luminous Lord.
Oh, but he got away with it anyways, right? Here we go now. Finally, the first inhibitor taken down, and it's going to be on the side of RQ Hoshi. That's going to be quite a few ults spent by RQ to take down Lord alongside that inhibitor up top as well. So it's a 2 for none, relatively clean for Omega Esports. Impressive how they're able to just center and just gather themselves once more, especially after earlier how RQ Hoshi was slowly turning the whole map blue.
Right, and now Psycho tries to cut off the way, but what a big pick!
That's going to be Hajizi running away. Immortality popped in here. Vin destroyed by Kurt to hurt TZ, and now Hajizi. That's going to be R7 taking him down. It's so far a 1-4-1, and right now Albert destroyed once more by the 1-1, and they're going in. That's a lot of damage coming in from Lemon. That's Heath. Mr. Fundamental destroyed, and right now that's another pull. Lemon survives. Oh, I think he's going to heal up because they're still ready. They're going for this half health on all members of Omega Esports. They may have been going in too deep, and I think the investment has already been spent. R7 destroyed. That's going to be 1. Oh, Heli Hayes, that's going to be 2. They're trading back and forth. 2 members left.
Good plays coming in from RQ Hoshi. Even though they had a bad situation, they just had to make sure that they understand who scales into this game. Okay, Albert dies. Who do we have to depend on? Lemon. If you have to throw your body in to buy some time, then throw your body. Just like what they're doing out now, it's going to be a 2v2 situation.
Oh, they triggered the crossbow tang, but Psycho gets away.
Oh no.
Full range. Oh, that's going to be a pull by Kenji. And that's Lemon. That's Lemon finally shut down. And that's 2 defenders. So Vin is back in here, so that's some wave clear on the side of RQ Hoshi.
Just look at it, 50 over seconds if you go down at this point of time. RQ Hoshi, at the very least, still have 3 members up. So this is where Omega Esports can continue to apply the pressure. And more than about 2 minutes in towards the game, we'll see possibly the final Lord, but they might not even need it right now.
Electro final blow used to clear the waves, but Curtizi will take down the turret. Anyways, what is this? About a minute away from the 3rd Lord, and Lemon's gonna be coming in on time. So I think for RQ Hoshi, just buckle in. Just wait for Lemon to come in, and I don't know, man. Whatever you did with Vin for the 1st Lord, do that again.
But at this point in time, if you actually lose at least 3 members by just snatching the Lord away, yeah, maybe you might get away with, you know, that Lord just marching towards the enemy side and you have like a full send of Omega Esports army just at your base by that point in time. So, Curtizi having 1 final slot uncompleted, but hey, what's to say? I think he really packs a punch at this point in time.
I think he packs a punch too. I think they all honestly pack a punch. And the real problem right now is that they can't seem to get onto the scaling heroes. Lemon just refuses to die. Albert, he buys so much time, especially when he jumps into the backline here, that Omega Esports can only deal with 1 problem at a time. And Kenji, he's going to be staying very close to Cartesi more often than not, just to kind of protect him with the I'm Offended and making sure that he taunts the right people, just to buy that time to allow Curtizi to at the very least have enough weakness procs just so they can use his ultimate in a clutch situation.
Yep, and we've seen earlier, a crossbow tang is not a confirmed kill. Not at all, because of how this Rome Benedetta is playing in right now. That's going to be a fight. I think they're picking. Oh, Vin gets caught out. Oh, he lets out the ult. That's going to be flame shot used already by Yelly Hayes. And Hajizi destroyed by Lemon from the back line. Tempest Ablaze here by Albert. That's going to be trades left and right. Kenji down, as well as Hajizi. 2 for 1. I think they are ripe for the Lord take.
Yeah, and we just saw the positioning of Lemon initially was a little bit questionable, but when he flickered to get that position, to get that first opening, it started to make sense where the rest of RQ Hoshi will be able to penetrate through from a very awkwardly positioned Omega Esports.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Omega didn't just jump onto Lemon there. Like, he was free, and you can see that the Unstoppable Force was up there. They were just waiting out the winds of nature, but that's just like a second long. So it's kind of on Omega, who I think were in disbelief, like, no way he's doing this. This is kind of troll, right?
Yeah, again, give carry, what, 1.2 seconds of free hits, especially with full lock items like this. You're in for a bad time, and right now, oh, Albert's stealing oranges now. This is going to be rough for Hajizi when he comes back.
And you can see Psycho really roams in towards the mid side as well. They're having two members to right the lower side of the map. And this Lord right here is the terminator of the entirety of this game, which honestly, Omega Esports hasn't been able to find a safe way to even get a pick in this sort of sense.
Yeah, no, it's because of, again, the vision that Omega Esports has is trumped by the mobility that RRQ Hoshi has right now, right? Like, again, Gideon mentioned the forward flicker by Heath. If he only knew that there was no one in the bush, I think Yelly Hayes hasn't warded that area yet. If he only knew that he was right in his face, he could have used that mobility to close the gap. But right now, oh, nice catch. That's going to be Lemon caught by the ejector, and he's going to get blasted down. Heath trying to run, save his life, and he survives. But look at Albert. Albert looking to just cut the waves. Oh, it's a silent Cold War between Kenji and Albert.
Both sides just not letting up here, but at the end of the day, who wins out in these later stages? I mean, Yelly Hayes, he's going to take some damage. Psycho is just going to chase him down, and nope, the rest of the team back off, and they could, I mean, I don't think Lemon wants to fight without his ult here, so Psycho has got to be real careful.
Psycho right in between all these members of Omega Esports, not looking all too great. As much as he has immortality, he can buy only bury a few seconds in towards this match, but he's trying his best to make it out alive. Lemon, as much as he's nearby,
What?
He's still getting out of this.
What?
I take my words back.
Psycho things! Madman!
He's getting away with too much here, and I think, you know, Omega and RQ Hoshi, like, it's in Omega's hands to look for this engagement here, and RQ, as you can tell, clearly will not initiate anything unless they can guarantee that pick. And at this point, Vin, he's a little too scared to walk forward, because the moment he does, Heath is going to unstoppable force ejector him back in towards the enemy team, and there's really not a lot of counterplay to that other than hope that he doesn't fly back too far, or the rest of Omega can't catch up after he flickers.
Gentlemen, we are already hitting 30 minutes of play, and it's pretty much on even grounds at the very moment. Everyone's just buying potions at
Which
this
is
time.
impressive, because RQ Hoshi, they have no more turrets, and they're still this aggressive.
Yeah, and as much as this 3 turret stands from the side of Omega Esports, it's currently untouchable.
Yeah, so it's more of, again, a standstill right now. Deadlock. And hold up. RQ Hoshi. That's going to be our 7. Black Dragon Form catches Yelly Hayes off. Lemon finishes him off. That's already a -1. And looking at the map in general, Omega Esports not going to find an easy pickoff just like that. There's no Vindication anywhere soon. Not even Psycho. Again, we know Psycho runs away like this. This is what he does.
Yeah, he just gets away with everything on the line, just pulling every aggro that he can possibly get. And this constant split push will not stop at all, but Lemon, he could possibly solo this if Omega does not pay attention.
I mean, Omega definitely knows that this is going on. However, they have to send members to the other side of the map, and Albert, he's able to control this, and he's going in for the full engagement.
Oh, there's going to be Heat. His immortality pops inside. He has a few shields to buy time. Oh, Kartizi, just in time. Crossbow tank, and they burst him. That's Heat taken out. R7. Where is R7? That's going to be Kartizi. Oh, Hajizi as well. They're running away. Oh, can Psycho finish him off? Lemon from behind. Kenji gets him. That's Psycho taking down Kartizi. 1-1 off the table right now. Kenji flickers in, saves himself just in time, and now there's Hajizi. There's two chances at a steal here. Hajizi and Kenji, I don't know, Yelly Hayes needs to start clearing waves. And, yo, this might be our RQs. I feel like RQ is just more confident this time around.
Like it should be. However, Selena and those Abyssal Arrows could be the game changer. Vin just waiting for the catch. He gets caught out himself.
Oh, Vin is still alive because they are going to burst down Yelly Hayes. And Yelly Hayes is still in this. Vin gets destroyed. Hajizi gets him from behind. The delayed damage gets down Yelly Hayes, and there's still 4v3. Hajizi survives. Psycho's chasing him. Oh, they're looking for the juke. And, oh, what a transform! Oh, they're gonna find them anyways. Kenji's still in this. There's not enough damage from the side of Omega, though.
Fight's still going on here. Going strong. This brawl is going to go. Kenji finally gets taken out. The ejector out to Psycho. This is finally looking good for RRQ. My goodness, Omega, they've got to be real frustrated about this entire situation.
Yo, just look at the waves that's already crashing right in.
Oh, this is something that Orkyoshi has to watch out for as well. Again, note, they can join fights as long as they want, but if they don't manage their waves, it could end in the blink of an eye. And I think all of these long team fights, it's resulted in, again, more members of Omega coming back, but finally this is third Lord. I can say confidently, it's gonna go definitely to Araki Hoshi. Oh! Definitely. Close. I thought there was another Vin situation.
Yeah, it almost could have been in that sort of sense with Heath being so close by. And unfortunately, things are starting to open up for the side of Araki Hoshi. And Omega Esports had to back away and retreat, not having Hajizi as well as Kenji around. There's so many switch of itemization going on. And we've seen the Rose Gold Meteor being bought there by Hajizi.
Yeah. Kurt swapping around. That last slot is his juggle slot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be important that teams know how to juggle their items, especially this late. Oh wait, hold on. This is the pick of a lifetime. Bin is getting chunked back, but this could be the fight that they've been looking for.
Like the final blow by Psycho, trying to dive in and take out the softies from behind. Heath destroyed here by Lemon, and Psycho able to just maintain pressure here, just escort Lord into this inhibitor, and that's going to be Kenji getting blasted down by Lemon. Ladies and gentlemen, carry is back. That's going to be the push on all three inhibitors for Omega Esports. Curtisi taking down Vin. That's going to be a crossbow of Tang. Hajizi destroyed here. It's just a matter of time. They just need to focus down on the base. And ladies and gentlemen, the King of Kings take game number 1 after a long, drawn-out game here in the very last day. Oh, sorry, the last game of day 1 in the playoffs.
34 minutes, 14 seconds on the clock. This has to be the longest game in the playoff runs thus far. And my oh my, what a comeback coming from the Kings of Kings.
Contra, my friend, that is the longest game of all time here. Butters, what do you have to say? I can see you rubbing your eyes like, oh my goodness, I've been staring at the screen for 30 long minutes.
30 long minutes, and to be honest, it could have gone both ways. It was a battle of having the less errors, and the 1-1 was looking great. Omega looked great at the early stages of the game. They made a few mistakes along the way. RRQ capitalized on it, and the Kings of Kings are actually the Kings of comebacks as well.
I think we've been sleeping on RRQ. It's so weird to say that we've been sleeping on RRQ. And the past few days have always been about, oh, Alter Ego this, Brenny Sports that. But ladies and gentlemen, y'all are forgetting. We are actually in the midst of our champion here. So far, the strongest team in the playoffs. I mean, if you're able to win a 30-minute game like this against a team that is just refusing to go down, just as Omega Esports did, then I don't know. I'm looking at Burmese Ghouls right now. I'm remembering how they swept Bren, but I'm all the more impressed here with RRQ, definitely.
It has to be the game of the day, right? We just look at a masterful play coming from both ends, and even the times where Lemon was so off of position, I just felt that there are moments that Omega Esports could have, would have, should have capitalized, and they weren't really paying attention to the right things at those critical moments.
I think honestly this boiled down to one of a very few things, and when you go on this long into a game, 30 minutes by the way, 34. Remember when we were talking 14. Remember when we were talking about scaling and high execution to easier to execute? This is the perfect example to kind of just display just that. Oh, easier to execute, I didn't have to really do too much.
Yeah, but we are going to throw it to our analysts. So Lafel and Wolf, what do you have for us? Let's go.
They threw us.
Yeah.
That was the joke.
That was a joke.
My name is Lafel, this is Wolf. So, a 30-something minute game.
A 30-something minute game that I predicted and you cursed.
Yeah.
But this is all your fault.
I should have just said which team will win and lose. I shouldn't have said the 10-minute thing.
You know what? I think that I'm gonna tell whoever hosts this whatever tournament this is, we should not be asking you anything about what you will want, what you predict.
Agree. Now let's talk about the game. Let's actually talk about the game. Now the thing is, a lot that can be talked about is in the draft itself. I mean, of course, we see that a lot of gameplay, but the thing is, I want to see the interaction between heroes. Like, for example, we see Hajizi with Roger being really, really good, but who shut him down in the midst of all of that team fight? Like, according to what I saw, is Eudora.
Definitely the Eudora. I also have to take note the decision coming out from Omega Esports to take the 1-1 instead of the Benedetta, because if you notice, the Yisenshin was banned and all the other big heroes out there, big ticket heroes, but then RRQ, they were able to secure their Benedetta, and naturally Omega Esports will just pick up the 1-1, because I think that we saw that earlier as well, when a team that was facing Benedetta picked up the 1-1. It makes a lot of sense in a way. But I think the biggest problem here is they had to choose either a Roger or a Harith. I think we were talking about this.
We were talking about it, yeah, we were.
It's either just the Roger or the Harith, and Omega Esports going in for the safer route, which was the Roger. This might be a decision that maybe is bad for the team, right?
Yeah, we will look at the itemization, and then I think we will talk about the Roger and the Harith even more, because it is about the item. So let's look at the Roger. Casual items, mostly damaging items as well as 2 defensive ones. But the thing is, why we talked about Harith is just because Harith is actually pretty good in terms of scaling. Roger, you have to snowball. So it's 2 different kind of heroes. So it's like Omega and RQ, why we even brought it up is because both of these teams, they enjoy playing very, very slowly. They enjoy scaling into the game and then trying to win off of a big team fight. And in this situation, if Harith has the Calamity Reaper, Feather of Heaven, as well as the concentrated energy, he will be able to survive against all of this onslaught from RQ Hoshi. I mean, sure, get bursted a little bit by the Eudora, but with the Chrono Dash, instantly heals back.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility outside of the just bursting, pushing damage, right? And imagine if Omega Esports had something with better late game objective taking potential, like the High, for example, right? It would be totally different. I want to say though, Omega Esports with their draft and with the stats that we're looking at right now, 3 turtles going in their favor, I think that is massive, because this is the point where you can say that Omega Esports, they are en route to actually reaching their win conditions. But come the late game, there's really much more scaling heroes. I think in terms of quantity of scaling heroes, Ling is Ling and Carry and Benedetta, they're all scary in the late game, and I think that RQ just double down on many scaling heroes.
Yeah, and now look at our MVP, which is Psycho using the Benedetta, and proves to be as annoying as it can be with the Bloodless Axe, making sure that she can sustain. And I think she sold 1 item, because I cannot imagine how you can play that level of a game and not have full items. But either way, being super tanky as well as creating a nuisance in the backline, making sure that Omega cannot really stay for a team fight, because the Electro Final Blow, it actually hurts. It hurts a lot.
I think that Psycho is just the hardest working man in the M2 World Championship. This guy was the MVP, my personal MVP as well, because he was able to defend their base.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know what he did? He went into the fight. When he was low, he goes back to base to heal up and then gets back to the fight, clears out the wave with the Electro Final Blow, and just did everything. He salvaged this game. I'm telling you, of course, there was a nice steal on the Lord, but this guy, Psycho, salvaged this fight.
Yeah, I think coming up in the next game, we have to see how do they do the pick and ban, because I feel like a lot of the bans will be more structured according to the teams, and we can hear that the players are ready.
Wow, I hope that you heard that. To anyone who's watching right now, it's crazy in here in the stadium. There's so many cheers and noises, and it's hyped.
It almost feels like the finals already, but either way, that is it from us. We will go back to the casters to do game number 2, so casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the caster's desk, and thank you, analysts, for running us through game number 1. Now, as we move on, let's head on to game number 2. But let's talk about game number 1 a bit.
Yeah, and you know, game number 1 was so sweaty. Honestly, could have went on the favor of Omega, but of course, before that, we got a lot to thank for, because these games were absolutely opposite.
Absolutely, absolutely. We would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
Other than that, to check out, you guys can also check out an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands around Southeast Asia. SUTL Group is a proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, 8 Chunks, It's Cup,
and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
And you can catch the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore for free on MeWatch from 18th of January to the 24th. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries will be battling it out for the chance to get $300,000 US. Support your favorite teams along the way and make sure you guys catch the heated battles in this tournament now.
Yeah, and of course, back to what we were saying, right? In just one game, it felt like we were already at the third game of the series, you know? Like, it honestly took a long time to finish off what all these players have started, and just to think that we are in game number 2. What if it hits more than 34 minutes and 14 seconds?
I want to know from you guys, from you, Gideon, what went wrong for the side of Omega Esports?
Well, honestly, I think a lot of things for Omega Esports actually went right, especially from the first 8 minutes of the game. They had a lot of control. However, it came down to the trades. They traded 2 for 1, 1 for 2, 2 for 1, 1 for 2, back and forth for the next 6 minutes straight. The last 2 minutes, they finally get a lead, and when they had it, what happens? The Lord gets stolen on the 12th. That really sucks, and unfortunately, there's nothing much they could really do about it. And honestly, I don't know about you guys, but when you have a composition of such high execution capabilities, like, it starts to wane after each minute.
Of course, before going to Leo, like, there was that moment we say that, hey, RRQ was throwing the bodies just to get the Lord, and it might not be worth the price. And now we're taking into perspective, has it been I guess it's worth it after all.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say, is no matter how many bodies you throw in there, I think the investment, as long as you don't lose a lot on the backswing, right? As long as you take Lord, and again, kudos to Vin. That was amazing. Grand Theft Lord. Yeah. You do what you can, because again, there's an enhancement to your siege minions, right? So I think that's one of the reasons why RRQ Hoshi stayed in this game for so long, even if all of their inhibitors were taken down, is because their siege minion was so strong at the start. So yeah, even if it took them a while to actually end at around 30-something, they were in this the whole time also because of, I don't want to talk about what's wrong, because this is more of an RRQ victory than an Omega failure, okay?
Yeah,
I believe this wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's definitely no failures when we come in towards that sort of perspective. Of course, macro decisions here and there does count in sort of things.
I think here it is the perfect time that it counts, because taking for example that Lord, had they stolen it at any other time or any later into the game, the death timers would have been way too long. The waves would have already crashed in, and they would have lost everything at that point in time. And not to mention, all the waves were clear, so they had no real way to capitalize.
And that's why it was an RRQ win, right?
It was like pixel perfect timing.
Yep, just again, it was a perfect time to YOLO, right? Like, you chose to YOLO right here. Any other time it would have been done, right? So again, back to even the start of the game, why this was such an effective lineup. I kept saying it earlier. Now that we have the time to discuss why, do note this is a tankless lineup. Right? And the reason why it's okay that it's a tankless lineup is because they're able to just juggle the damage around because of mobility, right? You have Finch Poise on Ling, you have the Sword Intent on Benedetta, and then you have just R7, which is able to cut through walls with the Black Dragon form. It's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, and now that you did bring up about the damages, we did actually have a little bit of glimpse when we go in for the sort of breakdown as well, where we saw about a 10k sort of differential in terms of damage exchanges. Is it the point that, you know, when you hit towards the very late game, was Omega actually lacking in terms of damage? Because I felt it wasn't the case.
I'm looking at it right now. That was the longest game that we've had all day for the playoffs, and a lot of things are going to be discussed with us, with the chat, and with everyone watching all around the world. Now, tankless lineups. This has been the approach of RRQ for the group stages even. Do you think it all comes down to that extra help in terms of damage output when it comes to the late game? The Benedetta can shift from an off tank to actually getting the damage output. So do you guys think that if ever it comes to the late game, will RRQ have the better chances in the coming fights?
That's a really good question here because I think it really boils down to the composition that they want to go. And I think, you know, like you can take two simple examples of Selena versus that Eudora. Eudora, pretty nasty. And honestly, that was an you know what? Another name for it could be a battle night.
A battle night. And log in on January 30th to claim a free permanent skin. And do remember that we are pleased to announce that the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer, the new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. There is a new upgrading system which is called Blessing, new lethal commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you. So make sure you guys log in on January 30th and try that out.
Boy, honestly, start in the day and then you end long like it's a 30-40 minute game. Yeah, it's a battle night.
Yeah, it is a battle night. But boys, real talk. This is on everybody's mind. Who plays Magic Chess? Because I don't. Hot take here. I'm really not into it, but some people are, and I just don't get it.
I do. It's my non-ML game.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. A lot of people look at me weird when it's like I'm not into Magic Chess, and they're like,
I think Battle Night might be a good way for you to start because again, they are revamping quite a bit of the game. It might be a whole new game, far as I'm concerned. So yeah, Gideon, check it out when it does hit the 30th. But right now, we're gonna jump into game number 2, Omega Esports on the play.
This is the second draft of this series, Omega Esports versus RRQ Hoshi. And Omega Esports started out with Anatalia and the Lapu ban for the side of RRQ Hoshi. It's going to be the Brody and the Yi Sun-Shin. Do not fix what is not broken for the side of RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and we definitely see a little bit of sign of relief coming into the faces of RQ Hoshi. Midway through, everyone was just sweating their foreheads out, and you definitely see that coming in towards these sort of bans here, it's sensible to not have the Lapu Lapu in the case that you hit in towards the late game as well. It's definitely going to be a little bit harder to deal with.
Looking at it, Omega Esports just want to make the most out of this, make the most out of probably a Benedetta by banning out the Lapu Lapu. What do you think, Gideon?
I suppose they're just posing the question to RRQ to say, hey, Jawhead or Lapu Lapu, which one, sorry, not Lapu Lapu, but or Benedetta, which one do you really want to get rid of? And if you do, by the way, there is also Esmeralda on the table. So RRQ Hoshi bans out the one and says, hey, let's open up the entire draft. Pick one.
No, that's it. I think Esmeralda should be key here for Omega Esports, if not the Jawhead, which, I don't know, I have to be honest, in game number 1, Heath's Jawhead, again, was found in spots he should not have any business.
I kind of find it weird that they start off with an Esmeralda without Toshi.
What?
Toshi is the one who's actually playing this hero for Omega for the longest time.
I trust Kenji and Curtisi. I think it's fine.
But stats don't lie, though.
Stats don't.
Hey,
stats don't.
Hey, if stats don't lie, talk to me about Bren versus Burmese Ghouls.
Hey man, a lot has changed over that one patch, so honestly, I do think that experience does play a part here. But you know what? RRQ Hoshi probably in these situations, they're probably gonna go for, oh, okay, you know what? I was about to say Jawhead, throw that out of the picture. I was absolutely wrong.
Wow, absolute change of pace here, coming in with a Khalid as well as Sylvana, and we talked a lot about Imperial Justice being a very sort of a big key pick, and man, this is definitely going to be really interesting to just lock people down.
I think for the side of RQ Hoshi, they probably are guessing that Omega Esports would go for a Benedetta or a Cho.
I suppose, but I don't know. The Khalid pick is already throwing me off because why exactly do you need the Khalid this early on? Are you trying to harass the Esmeralda early on? Is that what you're hoping for? Because Esmeralda can easily be thrown in towards the mid lane. You have a wave clearing support and it's like, oh yeah, she's not off lane anymore.
Then again, we are going to get their 2 picks right now. It's going to be the Benedetta. They step into the trap, or is it a trap? The Jawhead is there as well for Omega Esports.
So wow, so good. This is looking like Omega's just playing their game, and I understand why the Khalid might throw off a few signals from RRQ, but I think it's also just a safe pick as a side laner anyways. But again, also questionable because why did they not just go for the Benedetta first or the Yu Zhong? Like why the Khalid? I guess there's a bigger plan. RRQ Hoshi works in mysterious ways, man.
Exactly, and I think there's something ticking in James's head, and I'm trying to figure it out here. This feels like, you know, the Da Vinci Code, and I'm just working backwards to put together the pieces as we're about to finish this last pick. And at this point, it could be anything here.
Yeah. I kind of get RRQ Hoshi wants to break the status quo a bit here, and they really just keep on throwing us off with these kinds of picks. Bruno is their third pick.
So this is definitely a secret sauce that they are unveiling here. So you got something to say before, of course, I continue my point.
Well, honestly, I think the only reason why they chose Bruno is because carry is too slow and Claude is counterintuitive. That's basically all I've got so far.
Yeah, and we've already known for a fact that nobody's going to touch a Yi Xunshin 1-1 already being banned now. Now, giving a lot of power picks, though, over on towards Omega Esports, like, I'm pretty sure they are ecstatic just to get in towards the program, and we're already seeing a Selena being taken out of the picture here, which Omega Esports was initially going for it.
Now, we are going to head to the final ban here of RRQ Hoshi. RRQ did their research. They banned out the Ling. They do not want it to go to the hands of Hajizi.
And I wouldn't be too surprised if they decided to ban out Hayabusa here on the side of RRQ Hoshi if they want to make, or Claude if they want to make sure that's like, hey, absolutely zero scaling, and they're gonna have to just depend on the Benedetta, who doesn't exactly hyperscale, and Esmeralda, who does, is just really nasty.
Banning out Louis. There are a lot of open heroes here for the side of Omega Esports, though. In terms of the mid lane, you have the Lance. You really have a lot of options. Hell, even Benedetta could go to the mid lane if Omega wanted it to be a mid laner or jungler.
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly like what Psycho did in the past game could potentially be a formula that they could take good use of from that page.
Now, we're just waiting for the last possible... Well, this is the last ban for the side of Omega Esports. They're taking their time, trying to not rush things. Probably a Forza would be a nice ban here for their side, and they go for a Diggy.
Oh, I get the Diggy though. I get the Diggy. This is shades of what Burmese Ghouls did earlier with their own Diggy.
Rafaela, it's a way to stop out. It's a way to help Bruno maneuver through the fight.
Yeah.
And in terms of Diggy, you're just going to negate a lot of these Jawhead, Esmeralda disables, and probably Omega Esports, they're thinking about getting some teamfight ultimates going on for their side.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because you don't just necessarily ban out the Diggy just for a Sylvana. It just doesn't add up necessarily. But RRQ Hoshi taking up the Rafaela, something very, very interesting. They want to be able to outmaneuver this Esmeralda overall. But again, big ultimates here. What could it be?
Last two picks for this draft of game number 2. It's going to be the Farsa and the Harley.
Okay, so this kind of telegraphs that it is Farsa in mid, Harley in the jungle, and I think they're a little conservative when it comes to the magic damage. I must say, Esmeralda's a hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, true, but for the large majority, she works weird. She works weird in the sense where it's like, I kind of do damage, but I give you shield, turn your life into shields and then steal it away, you know? It's rather interesting, but majority of her damage does come from magic. And RQ Hoshi, they're going to finish it off with the Belleric. Oh, this is such an interesting composition coming in from RQ, and it's definitely something to just kind of watch back later on to understand what is going on.
Wow, the layered defense coming in from the side of RQ Hoshi, though, is definitely going to be something interesting to watch, especially you have that sustain coming from the Rafaela, going with the holy healings and just keeping them up all night long, alongside with the Khalid, which is already kind of tough to deal against. But looking at the sort of the pace that we're going in towards game number 2, this draft, which is definitely the first out of the many that is being pulled up from the side of RQ Hoshi, is keeping our eyes wide open.
RQ Hoshi, clearly they have a different stand on the meta right now. They are playing, they are throwing us off, and right now we're trying to decode whatever it is that they're trying to do in this meta. And Omega Esports, they really have to face this. I hope they figure out something in this game, because if not, they're gonna go to the lower bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. We head on to the Celestial Palace, and Gideon, Leo, and Contra, take it away.
Thanks, Butters. And this game is, I'm hoping it doesn't reach all the way to that 30, but RQ Hoshi wants to start off strong. And when you got a Bruno and when you have a Rafaela, you just can't help but to look to push them out of their own jungle.
All right, this is Psycho once more in the roaming role on that Rafaela. And we're trying to decipher slowly what's going on with this lineup. Curtizi juggling these waves, juggling the aggression, and there seems to be a scuffle here in the river for the Litho Wanderer. Not exactly sure who got it, but oh, Heath was just chilling.
Oh man, and yep, they just ran past him, forced to flicker away this time around. So not all too shabby after all for attempt from RQ. So
honestly, I think Heath was just clenching his butt cheeks, just like, don't notice me, as he slowly walked on out and waddled through river.
yeah, like this kind of things don't just go by unnoticed. Most often than not in competitive play. Over on towards the lower side, we do have Kenji versus R7. Oh, first blood.
No, but he's going to get returned. Wait, don't tell me you got... Okay, I thought he was executed for a moment there. I was like, no way, the passive would have procced at some point.
Would have been amazing. I think that's what he was just hedging on. And right now, look at this. Kenji baiting out R7. Does he know that Hajizi's waiting here? Oh, there you go. Poker trick, clearing the waves, and R7's not having any of it. They go for the crab.
I think overall this game is just going to be like a nice and slow pace here, unless RQ wants to ramp it up by adding gasoline to the little fire that they've started so far, especially since both sides haven't really gone too far ahead. And I think even Khalid is just chilling in his lane, thinking, I don't really need to do anything and hold and protect myself.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Hajizi as well, as he'll be setting to go in for those picks up in towards the mid game itself. I'm not sure what kind of fusion can he possibly pull up this time, but they're pulling out the turtle.
All right, here we go. Starting it up. That's 4 members of RQ Hoshi. Omega Esports going to answer back. Turtle at less than half health. Feathered air strike pulled in here by Yeliaze. Vin going to be the first target. They're not having any of it. Heath does not have unstoppable force, but he has ejector. Vin gets bursted down, taken out by Hajizi. That's going to be a trade, though. Hajizi destroyed by Albert from the back lines. It's free hits from the Bruno. That's going to be 2 for none plus a turtle. 2 for 1 make that. Oh, RQ Hoshi off to the races.
This is a really good start here because, I mean, even though Omega Esports looked like they had the better engage, the counter engage coming in from RQ Hoshi was kind of nuts, and they were able to hit a large majority, forcing out some big battle spells, and especially the Purifies and Flickers from everybody else.
Yeah, and with a lot of all the sort of the stuff being burnt out as well, we are already getting a couple of items in. Of course, still pretty much early in the phase. Spot anything interesting, gentlemen?
Not just yet. I think it's still relatively similar, but it's going to be a huge fight here as the Feathered Airstrike comes through, but Lemon is in the backside wanting to stop this move from Farsa.
Oh.
She can't even hit wings by wings. Anisi is the next to fall. They're diving. Oh my goodness. A triple kill going over to your boy, Albert.
4 for 1. I'll take that any day, plus a good amount of hits on this outer turret energy shield. Nay, make it the whole turret taken down not even 4 minutes in. RQ Hoshi seems to have drafted the draft they wanted anyways, and if this isn't a hyper push, hyper carry lineup, I don't know what is. Look at this. They're ahead by about 2,500 gold already.
Yeah, and raising the baby strat definitely working very well in favor of the side of RQ, already feeding 5 kills to Albert, who's pretty much all grown up right now. And my concern is this, they're going to be going for another pick.
Oh, nice ejector, trying to save Heath, but it is all in vain as Lemon gets away. That's going to be deadly magic set in by Kaltizi, but we all know Lemon's going to survive.
This is, oh boy, this is some big moves made by RQ Hoshi. They're just they're pretty far ahead and this early into the game. Wait, no, this could be something a little bit more here because RRQ, the fact that they are rotating between mid and bottom side, they want to break the mid side so they have more space to work with when they're just kind of putting their pressure on the turtle and maybe could even force a chase into the enemy jungle.
Yep, and just go for the mad snowball here, and exactly that's what they're doing. Again, they opened up the main artery in mid. They have easy goes at most things, especially turtles, and that's just gonna make Albert a beast. Easy. Now another big fight. That's gonna be Rat of the Dryad, setting them all in. Lemon destroyed by Hajizi. Oh, I think they started the fight a little too soon.
Yeah, and he definitely was in the wrong place, wrong time as well. Now, Electo, final blow on towards R7. Honestly, not going to do much to that Khalid.
Yeah, especially with the Quicksand Guard, actually. He is just going to heal back up to pretty much full and just continue to just soak up as much pressure as possible. And Kartizi, no matter how much damage he gets on him, boom, he gets hit by the ult. Kartizi, R7 could look to finish him off, but Hajizi is there to protect him. Oh, he manages to get him. He forgot about the passive. R7 still alive. He's getting hit by literally everything and walks away like nothing ever happened.
Amazing. He comboed the passive and the execute. I think that was the nail in the coffin that caught Kurtizi off. Usually you don't get Kurtizi with that, but something's telling me maybe Omega's kind of tilted. Maybe it's getting to Omega. The long game, the 34-minute game earlier, and just this hyper-aggressive draft.
Definitely getting in their heads. Just look at the way that he plays the Khalid, just flickers right in, and yeah, there it goes. Doing everything that RQ needs to do just to get straight, direct, and towards the heart, not only the head.
It's getting scary here because if this is the tactics that RRQ are going to employ just to tilt their opponents, dragging out the 30-minute games, oh no.
Oh, nice use of the Rampaging Sandstorm, forcing Heath to go for the flicker back. Hey, if you're using your opponent's tanks, again, a playmaking tanks, skills and battle spells to just push them back and just go for failed attempt, it's going to be a non-starter. And if you do this for the next 3 minutes, you're going to see Vin here, Albert, build up to more than just a Berserker's Fury. I'm seeing maybe a battle, an endless battle in 2 minutes.
I suppose, but I think they've got the Berserker's Fury. Endless Battle is probably going to be coming up real soon as well, like you said. But is that going to be enough? Like, what happens once Omega has kind of scaled up and, oh, this is a pick.
Oh, that's Vin. Oh, he's able to get out despite all the deadly magics. Nice pin down. Imperial Justice onto Heath. And yeah, you're underneath the turret. You turn it into a chase like this. It's going to be fine. Emoji Esports knows to retreat.
Oh boy, yikes. Just look at how fast he just melted down right there as he tries to go in for the pickoff. But even if they managed to get that catch, the rest of Omega Esports evidently wasn't ready to respond to that pick itself. So not sure if it's miscomm or, something that he hopes to just burst it down in the flick of an eye.
Oh boy, Albert is so huge. He's literally critting for 1.8k. 1.8k. Let that sink in for a bit because it's only 7 minutes into this game, going to 8.
1.8k, that's about half of most heroes' life bars at this point. And yeah, no quarter here for this tier 2 turret up top. Rampaging Sandstorm starting it up. That's going to be the Feathered Airstrike pushing them back. But no, they already set their sights on Heath and take down the Jawhead, as well as this mid lane turret. Inhibitors left standing, save for bottom. This is aggression like we've never seen before, at least in the playoffs, especially with a draft as unorthodox as this.
I mean, Albert is enabled and they want more. Look at that damage. Kurtizi barely stood a chance. Lemon went over the wall just to try and get him with the Dryas, but luckily Kurtizi survives with just a sliver of health.
Yeah, Kurtizi almost dropped right there, and now I'm just being less speechless on how effective this composition have worked out in favor of RQ, Hoshi, and Omega Esports now could not really leave the base at the moment. Yep, they got the breastplate up for Kenji, now playing very defensively.
Yo, the breastplate on Kenji feels reactionary. It just feels like, oh, I need to build it because we're dying too soon. It honestly feels miserable right now. Looking at the record here, 4-11, about 7k ahead is RRQ Hoshi. This First Lord here, if they don't do anything that just changes the way that they engage, which I'm struggling to find right now, I do think that it's a free Lord already. This one, 3 seconds away, and there you go, Albert. already has the endless battle. I think that's a Blade of Despair coming up next. Oh, they catch a GZ off. Albert uses not even the Wave of the World just yet. That's a double for the Bruno, and they are going for the throat. They are going for this mid lane inhibitor. Feathered Airstrike being called off by Yelly Hayes. He's saying they're at our gates. They're at our gates. Mayday.
Mayday, Mayday, they're already calling the red alert right now as Omega Esports forcing their way out of this one, and RRQ, they're looking to close the game.
Oh no, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes in, 4 seconds. RRQ Hoshi shock the world. 2 Filipino teams back-to-back knocked down into the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness. That has to be one of the fastest games we have seen thus far at M2. And of course, it has to be with the first place runner-ups from M1 and the absolute chance here, RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, like, you know it's serious business when he takes off his shoes on stage, right? Like, okay, my socks are starting to sweat too much, and I gotta get this game quick off. But the way that they've drafted this is extraordinary. The Kings of Kings, once again, going nearer towards the throne.
Butters, come on in here, because I mean, what do you have to think about one of the fastest games here at M2?
They had the longest game, and they had the fastest game. Talk about setting records here in M2 World Championship. RRQ, they shock everyone. It's like they're playing in another dimension. It's like they're playing in another meta. It's like they're ahead of their time.
Honestly, I think James is just giving himself a pat on the back, like, y'all like that draft, huh? Y'all like that draft? Crazy. I think our analysts will break it down in detail, but in just footnotes, ladies and gentlemen, it was just basically Hyper Albert.
Oh yeah.
Just Hyper Albert.
I've never seen Albert so enabled so quickly, ever.
Is this the new funnel? Is this the new funnel strat?
The ultra defensive funnel that, you know, how many layers do you have to get through before you get to Albert, you know?
You just break through the skin, and then there's another guy, and then there's another guy, and there's another guy. I mean, like, every play you make, you will get punished.
And it's the right kind of guys behind them, right? Like, let's say you get through the Sylvana, there's R7 on the Khalid. It makes sense now why it's the Khalid, right? And again, there's so many facets of this lineup, Butters, that just impresses me. I'm just...
Man.
Also sad, though, Omega, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we want to know what's happening, so let us throw it back to our analysts. Wolf, Lavelle, let's go.
You know, Wolf, I can tell that the casters are pretty tired.
Why? Why do you say that?
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it, you know. But either way, it's kind of like reinventing the wheel, where funneling is a thing in Mobile Legends, and then they drop off of it. But then, with the right draft, it will work very, very well. And the thing is, I do have to pass it to you, because Bruno Rafa is a thing in the Philippines, but it's not a thing everywhere else in the world. So why don't we start with that?
You know, Lavelle, I think that if the Filipino viewers are watching me, right, or hearing me right now, they know that I'm a big fan of this. I predicted this Bruno Rafa many times because I know a lot of teams run it. And like I said, it's cheese, or it's a niche draft. It's cheesy, but it's like cheddar. It's quite common. You gotta do it. So what you do now is to really make a hyper carry out of any carry. That's how do you do it.
Yeah.
And I think what really sets me up here for RRQ Hoshi is the fact that they did not pick the Bruno like literally with the Rafaela. They kind of set it up. And the Rafaela is such a good pick inside of RRQ Hoshi, because it really not only helps the Bruno, but it also helps his tank, which was the Sylvana, as well as the Belleric.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna look at the highlights over here, where Team Omega Esports, they could not do anything with RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, they're trying to chase, they're trying to go to the backlines, they're trying to kill the Bruno. But in this particular race, we can pause here actually. I really love the fact that they are maximizing everything. So here's the thing, Psycho, his positioning on this Rafaela, phenomenal. I think that this is one of the best ones. I think that the fact that he's not getting jumped on, that's massive. And I think that this is also a part because RKOshi are playing well. I love the fact that Vin coming in from this spot and then going back, then he will go back once more because he knows that he's not going to die to any deadly magic or whatsoever. The fact that he was the recipient of deadly magic, that was also not really a mistake from Hajizi, but more of a forced error coming out from RKOshi. Forced error meaning he is forcing his enemies to commit those errors. And then Lemon, the real way on how you play the off lane or the side lane or the EXP lane, Belleric is just to really literally run at your opponents. And with the speed boost, it's more than enough.
Yeah, the thing is, Belleric has been buffed in terms of HP items, giving him much more HP. So he really should just charge straight to the enemy, right? And looking at the draft, Team RKOshi, just like what our casters have been talking about, besides we can continue with the clip over here, right? So RKOshi, they just have layers upon layers upon layers of protection, and one of the protection that I do want to talk about is Psycho on this Rafaela, making it very, very difficult for the Jawhead to really do anything.
That is very evident in the early stages because as a Jawhead tank, you kind of want to play aggressively. You want to be in the face of your opponents, right? And just deal the damage and maybe disrupt their jungling. But that won't happen if there's Rafaela because that's the nature of the hero. Which kind of makes me think as well that this Harley pick was questionable for me because, again, it was picked after the Rafaela was already revealed by RKOshi. So there's a lot of question marks in there as from the decision making of Omega Esports.
Yeah, and we can continue with this clip because, again, RKOshi, they cleaned it up very, very fast, very, very clearly different from the first game. Probably Omega themselves are pretty tired as well in this kind of series. But
I agree.
Again, RKOshi with a very, very tanky lineup in the front, usually in this kind of meta, it doesn't work, right? And why it doesn't work is just because, again, not enough damage. But in this situation, because Bruno is such a strong marksman in terms of the early game, in terms of his critical, as well as Belleric, it actually scales pretty well in the early and the mid stages. But the guy that I do want to talk about is Sylvana, which has been, I would say, the star of M2.
I would say he is, or she is.
She is, yeah, it's a she.
Very strong when it comes to like being able to control that early stages. Both Vin and R7 also mastered on how to control the damage output of the Harley because what they did was, since both the Khalid as well as the Sylvana have their own ways of sustaining themselves, when they received the deadly magic, instead of backing down, they actually jumped forward. That happened in the replay that R7 was able to execute that Benedetta to the face because what he did was, okay, I'll just ignore this Harley who's trying to hit me. I'll just hit this Benedetta instead and was able to get a kill. I love the fact that RKOshi are flexing their in-game knowledge because they know exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, it looked like Omega didn't have enough damage. So let's look at the itemization to see why didn't they have enough damage. Was it they didn't have enough items or the wrong items? Although I would feel it's more on they didn't really have the time because we can look at the Harley, only the Clock of Destiny.
Yeah, if you're
not much damage there, is
not
it?
Really. I mean, there's a Farsa, there's Harley, and Esmeralda. In hindsight, you'd say, oh, they have so much magic damage, but you know the answer: an early pickup on the Athena shield, particularly on the frontliners. Khalid picked it up first. Looking at that, and of course, Vin on this Sylvana with the Athena shield. Do take note that after the patches, it's no longer the Athena shield doesn't even give the shields anymore. It gives magic resistance.
Exactly.
Right. So it doesn't really make Esmeralda better. Like from before, you never would want to touch Athena shield when there's Esmeralda in the opposing team
because you're giving more shields.
Giving more shield, exactly. But now, after all those patches, so much value you get out of the Athena shield because of the fact that there are 3 damage dealers from Omega Esports, and that is one thing that I think that I have really talked about so many times in the past analysis. You really want to spread your damage.
Yeah, and looking at Omega Esports again, the itemization, they do not have enough damage to really take down either the Belleric or the Kali. The Kali can stand in front with his quicksand guard, not enough DPS, and not enough anything to really burst him down. And Sylvana won 1 and 9, but right now, let's look at the stats. 8 towers for RKOshi and none for Omega Esports.
This is also I love the fact that you brought out the turrets. The fact that Omega Esports weren't able to push any turret from RQ Oshi is definitely bad for their lineup. Their lineup, as you're looking at it, it's very early game based and kind of mid game based. You want to finish the game as early as possible. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do so because of two things that I want to point out. First is the fact that there's a lot of Rafaela sustain from RQ Hoshi, a lot of heals from their side, and this Beleric. This is a big anti-push lineup from RQ Hoshi because of how much Beleric can defend his own lane, right? And additionally, they don't have the big burst of damage that you want to get from Beleric. If you notice the passive of Beleric, it depends on small amounts of small damage,
Yes.
but in quick succession.
Exactly.
So it counters that. But if it's like big chunks of damage, like something like Carry or even Bruno in a way, that will be effective against Beleric, but that is not present for Mega.
Yeah, and right now we're going straight to the MVP of the game. And looks like the MVP will go to Vin from RRQ using the Sylvana with a KDA of 119. And Gideon on stage, he did say he's never seen Albert being disactivated. And Vin on this Sylvana being as aggressive as he is one of the reasons why he was activated that fast.
Completely agree. Picking up the tough boots so that he will have less crowd control than the Athena shield. This offensive/aggressive type of playstyle from Sylvana was perfect. And then he closed it up with a glowing wand. I love that fact. It deals more damage, right?
Yeah, a lot of the Sylvana has been building this glowing wand to have just that additional damage because, again, just like what our casters have been saying, a lot of people have been running away with like 1 HP and you have glowing wand, and 1 HP means death.
Yeah, absolutely right. Not only that, I think the good mixture of this Sylvana paired up with the Rafaela, it just makes a lot of sense because it really helped and activated the carry. Again, the carry became a hyper carry just because of the fact that he's not only being funneled, but it's also being activated by all of these supporting mid laners and tanks.
Yeah, the Rafa really helps in terms of initiation as well because we talked about Beleric. He really needs to be in the face of the enemy. The Beleric can run fast, and then Rafa just makes it faster.
Yeah, and a small tool as well. The Khalid is dependent on moving around, and obviously the speed boosts really helps that passive proc.
Yeah, so right now we can definitely see that RQ Hoshi, they will stay in the upper bracket, and Omega, they will go down. So 2 Philippine teams have dropped down, but
like they always say, it's our fault. You predicted the
yeah. I just appreciate that you said our.
Yeah.
Taking the blame with me as well, but
of course.
either way, I can see in the background, you guys can see it over here, that our host as well as the coach of RRQ is ready for the interview. So without further ado, guys, take it away.
Yeah, start. All right. Hi, James. I am here with you to find out just exactly what went through your minds when your players were playing in Game 1. I mean, that was a crazy, crazy game. We thought you guys were going to lose very early on, and then Aurora stole the lot. I mean, Eudora stole the lot, and suddenly the game saved, stall it out longer, you lost all your inhibitors, but you still managed to come back with some crazy plays. Let me know how you feel, because you're the coach, you cannot play for your teammates. How was the feeling?
I think for me, it was really nervous for me to watch, and we almost lost the game. But luckily, we stole the load and managed to fight through late game, because late game is our game actually.
But what do you like? You know, I mean, I'm not sure if it really helps, but do you shout like any kind of things at them, like tell them like, hey, guys, maybe you should do this. Are you allowed to give any commands or coaching during the games?
We only can give before and after the game.
Okay,
we can't
okay.
do during the game. Yeah.
So you only can give spiritual energy to support them. But how do you think your coaching helped put them through that stressful situation? Because that game is unlike anything we've ever seen in ML, right? You know, it was a close game, about as close as it possibly get. No one could guess. Every time the analyst and I were like watching, it's like, okay, it's over, and then it's not over, and we did that like 5 times. So how do you think the training helped? Like, what makes a player strong enough to resist being down 3 inhibitors and still managing to secure the game?
I think the first thing is never give up, and by training we keep actually improve their mentality, same as their mechanic skills and their macro skills as well, so they understand a lot on the how to controlling in the mid to late games wise. That's really helpful for us.
Okay, well, I wanna talk about the second game. You know, the first game was ridiculously close, and the second game not even close. Bruno Rafaela is a cheese strategy, you know, it's a little cheesy, but I would say it's not unexpected, right? When you see something pop up in the draft, you gotta react to it. So why do you think Omega didn't react adequately? Because obviously they got destroyed, they didn't see it coming. Why the 2 mage strategies? You know, why do they go a mage lineup?
I think we adjust according to their tempo, so their tempo is kind of different from us. We managed to play like kind of early synergized heroes. They managed to destroy in early game, and which really help. And because they show their heroes, that's why.
Show their heroes too early.
Yeah, and not show their hero too early. Like depends on the heroes. They kind of scale into late game. So
okay.
They really help us and boost us into this strategy.
Okay, all right. So I think drafting does play a big part here. And I think a really strong competitor for drafts would be Burmese Ghouls, who are your next opponents that you'll be facing. And earlier on, I spoke to their player, and he is excited to be facing RRQ in that winners final. So what kind of homework have you guys done, or is that going to be tonight's work? Or how are you feeling against them?
I think we're really
excited.
Some
good answers.
We're really excited to meet them because at this point of time, all the teams are strong, and especially they beat the favorite team, Brand Esports, right, and managed to make it to upper bracket final. I think their draft is really interesting, especially and their gameplay as well. So already did some study, but respect them as well. They are really strong, and we are looking forward to meet them as well.
Okay, definitely have some surprises. Now, final thing. Team Indonesia have been doing really well. They won all their games today, and it's a good day for Indonesian fans. Unfortunately for the Filipino fans, today is a rough day, going 0-2 2 times on their best teams. Do you have any words? You know, I know Indonesia and Philippines, you know, they have this rivalry going on in ML regions. Can you say something on behalf of the Indo fans for the Filipino fans to make them feel a little better? Or you can say something mean and start a fight. Up to you.
I think for Indo fans, of course, Indo pride. And for Philippine fans, just keep working and let's see how far you guys can go.
All right. Very, very polite. Very polite. I know a certain analyst of mine that would not have been so kind, but thank you so much for being so game, joining me here today. Thank you, James, and we will see you tomorrow for your game against Burmese Ghouls. And all right, you can proceed off the stage now. Join our good friend Donald, and of course, Joakim, welcome back.
Wow. Look at you enjoying a moment on stage, and this is what it feels like, huh?
Yep.
And by the way, I've been dared to try something.
Farm it.
I just want to make sure, is there gold coming up from this statue? Nothing.
Nope. All right. This is what happens when you listen to chat, you know.
I know. Anyway, tomorrow, what a day we have for you. Amazing games coming your way. We got Burmese Ghouls against RRQ Hoshi for the upper bracket, and the lower brackets, we got Todak against Bren and Alter Ego versus Omega Esports.
Yes, some very, very spicy games. You know, we use that a lot, but it's a very, very tricky lower bracket finals because I think basically all the favorites are left. You know, a lot of the fan favorites are left in that pool, and lower bracket is the last chance kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you lose, you go home. So tomorrow, a lot more hearts are going to break, but also there's some champions that are going to be written in stone. You know, the first grand finalists will be crowned tomorrow. You will know the first grand finalists tomorrow.
I mean, the smile on my face when someone actually picked Bruno.
Yeah?
I was actually very, very happy. Now, if you want to know what time the matches are happening, it's going to be shown to you right now. Take note of all these times, and don't forget, wherever you're watching us from, join us on the same platform. We got Facebook, YouTube, MeWatch, Cathay Cinemas, anything, everywhere around the world. Remember, 40 million is the number we want to hit.
Absolutely, and tomorrow we'll be looking at the best of fives. I think that's something very exciting as well. Today has been best of 3 quick skirmishes. I'd like to say best of 5 is going to be happening tomorrow, and that is when we will be looking at longer games, more strategic planning across matches. That's when the coaching really comes into play.
Now, before Lysander gets to all the important partners who partnered us today, I want to say a big thank you to our analysts, Wolf, LaFell, our casters. We got Gideon Q, we got Butters, Joe, as well as Contra and Lysander. Name all the VIPs we should thank right now, please.
Absolutely. The Mobile Legends World Final M2 is brought to you, of course, by Moonton and proudly supported by Skoga, IMDA, IMDA, as well as the Singapore Tourism Board.
Yep.
And all these partners I'm about to name right now: Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MeWatch, Cathay Cinema, and of course Razer official M2 gaming gear for making all this possible. This, guys, has been an incredible undertaking to make this event happen. All the safety measures because of COVID. Incredible work from the folks behind the scenes. Big shout out to the boys and girls in production as well as the marshalling crew.
That's it. He is Lysander. My name is Joachim Gomez. We'll see you tomorrow for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020. Good night.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call, face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive, for honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, wear pride like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now they'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the stripe for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We'll fight in the names while victory awaits.